Dungeon Master has placed you in a dreadfully precarious position.
Dungeon Master and Dwarven Sword Master, Hobgoblins, Dwarves, Elves, and Halflings are some of the characters and terms used in this very complicated and controversial game.
You're playing the most phenomenal game ever created.
Welcome, everyone. I thought I'd play the trailer at the start here.
One of these games, an individual takes the role of the game master.
What's up, everyone? Thank you, everyone, for backing so far. I should bring this up. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. No problem, taller halfling. Thanks, Travis. And thank you, Beardy Ben. Is it me or does it?
I mean, it's pretty accurate.
Oh, feminists from the 70s are going to be angry. Maybe, yeah, because the blood must flow. I still need to make that a shirt. And speaking of that, on my, I was going to make the shirt. There is a Wight-Box shirt. I was going to make it an add-on for the Kickstarter, but it was just going to be too much work. So if you go here and you want to get a Wight-Box shirt. I ordered mine. It just hasn't come in yet. But Fourth Wall makes pretty good stuff. Here we go. You want this shirt? You can get it on my web store there. So it comes in a couple different colors. So
my email just told me I'm back on #1, so I'll consider that accurate.
Nice.
Yeah, I finally made it.
Is there an extended version of the Natural Ones theme song? Absolute banger. It's called. Are you talking about the one at the very beginning where the lady's talking about dwarven sword masters and stuff? So without the text overlay or the speaking parts over it like that, it's the song called Lilac Skies, which you can find on YouTube. It's just from the YouTube audio library, so check that out.
Foxsoft, yeah. So I also only could do up to the $25 tier because it said the other ones were unavailable for me, the higher ones.
I could add it. So that's the thing, is I wasn't sure who and where these places would be. But if you want me to add if your country's not available, let me know, and I can try and add it after the fact. I did that during Mockweedle. There were people that were like, "I'm in so and so. Are you able to add me?" And I was able to do
just
it.
add the Netherlands and screw all everyone else. I mean,
I could probably add the Netherlands. I can do it after the stream and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I can upgrade my pledge. I just wanted to be number 1, so I just clicked something, and it was like pledge without, how was it called? Pledge without getting a reward or whatever.
Oh, just the $1 one. Right?
Yeah, that was standard, I think. But yeah, I just clicked the first thing I saw. I just wanted to be number 1.
All right. Well, let's see. I'll share my screen of the. I should post it online too.
You already had 2,000, by the way.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Let me close this. And I wish StreamYard made sharing your screen easier. Yeah, so here we are. Yeah, so what are I don't know where to even start with the stream, I guess. Is there like questions you guys have? I could page through the PDF if you guys want. That's definitely an option. I should probably get that up. I was also thinking of maybe at some point here during the stream, I'll make a post, and if any, I'll do it now. If any backers want to come on and you're not a weirdo.
Well, that's a hard ask, but yeah.
You're not too much of a weirdo.
Yeah.
You can come on and
force Vic into a dungeon solo. Nah. I mean, we should probably run it at some point that's on stream. We haven't done it in a while. It'll be fun.
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing my solo game.
Yeah. Maybe get like an actual small group together and like maybe run some games on stream. That'd be cool.
Let's see. Let's do. There we go. Create update. I'll put in a thing to call into the stream. Just don't break YouTube's terms of service for me, please.
Yeah, well, just make you look bad
for everyone who would join here. They'll be up here in just a minute here.
Yeah, don't make John look bad. I
already
do that enough.
I already do it. I already make myself look bad.
I mean that's true.
I don't need help.
You need a social media manager, I think.
Yeah. Do I though? I mean, I feel like my rough around the edges nature has kind of, it pisses people off, but also makes me endearing.
It only pisses off the right people, I feel like.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we should do a wave like Black Lodge Games does with their launches.
I
like that waves. They're funny.
I don't have like the DJ gear like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I got like Fruity Loops, and obviously I make music, but I don't think it's quite the same.
Don't call me a Fruity Loop.
All right, let's get this link in there. And also, like, if you do come on, like, I can't have you be on like the whole entire time, like a full-on guest. But if you just want to come on, ask a question real quick, and then if there's other people, I want to give other people a chance to come on and ask questions or say their piece. So, just make sure other people have a chance. I plan on doing this till about 12, and then I gotta go do some family stuff too. But I'm gonna be keeping an eye on that. I might come back and do some more stuff, especially throughout the week. 9, so about like another, so for like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours.
Time then.
So,
I've got nothing else to do today, so if you'll have me, I mean, as your co-host, I mean, I'll be here.
Yeah. All right.
You're both small. Well, he's the small one. I'm pretty big. Unless you mean just our like little camera things. Well, I shouldn't even say he's small. He's medium. John's medium size.
I mean, I have, you know, the small Mexican person genes in me, so
Yeah.
I'm only 5'9". I'm not a very tall guy, so I'm
I
average
mean, that's
height.
tall enough. I mean, not for modern women, but just in general.
Even though 5'9" is the average of men in the United States.
Yeah.
It's what all men are on average are going to be 5'9".
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I was 6'3" at my prime. I might have shrunk a bit because I slouch and I have a bad back, but you know, I do okay.
All right. So the stream link is in there. So if you guys want to tune in or want to call in and ask a question as well, you are you're more than welcome to. Again, just be within the terms of service, and you know, again, I can't have you on for like ever and ever and ever. Does your system include hit locations? No, I know that's in the First Fantasy Campaign Blackmore supplement. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like it's a bit too crunchy. Although I'm interested in running Harn at some point. I know Harn has that, and RuneQuest has that as well. But yeah, the Wight-Box does not include that. Wight-Box is purely just for at least the box set that you're getting in the picture here. It's purely just like chainmail and the 3 LBBs kind of mixed together. Like what? Yeah. My question, I've said this a bunch of times to the what if scenario that I've constructed here, with the help of a lot of friends, was let's pretend it's 1974. The 3 LBBs, the box set just came out. You got the little wood paneled box. How would I run this game if I had like chainmail and the 3 LBBs? And for me personally, I prefer the alternative combat system, the D20. So it was sort of like, how can I use chainmail to fill in the gaps on that D20 system? And so that's kind of what it is. I do plan on doing things further down the line. I am working on a supplement that will add extra classes. So it'll be things like the Paladin, the Ranger, the Monk. A lot of the classes that people say appeared in AD&D, but actually appeared in strategic review articles in the interim between the two. So it will be adding that kind of stuff, as well as some of the stuff from Greyhawk, like spells, monsters, and magic items is some of my goals for future fun supplements. Yeah, because Wight-Box, this box set only includes really 4 classes. You have the fighting man, you have the cleric, you have the magic user, and then the thief is in the appendices of book 1, volume 1. Because there was no actual thief in the original 0E, but I included it because I know people like their thieves. So,
yeah. Did
Vic shave his head, or was I that blind before?
No, I did. I once a year or so, I always take like the fucking hair trimmer to my head and just shave it all off. You know, instead of being a normal person and going to the barber or something.
Well, I'll hit the Kickstarter when I get home. Thank you, Shane. I'm listening at work, so people don't bother me when they see the headphones in. Cool. Working hard. Are you moving the focus of your zine to some Wight-Box content? I'm thinking about making my zine pretty much just exclusively focused on it, and I've actually been considering of just making it entirely myself. I've been eyeing some like printers that I could print I could print the zine booklets from home and like staple them myself and ship them out myself. I've been considering that as an option. I think that if I get a good printer, it'd be a good investment for that. But yeah. Are you using the man-to-man tables in the back of Chainmail? Wasn't there a thing where you could attack twice if your opponent was wielding a dagger. Yes, so there's weapon class. Weapon class allows for multi-attacks. So it's interesting because chainmails, I should just bring let me bring up the PDF files of this stuff instead of just talking about it without it there. I should be having this up. I'm going to just put them in my browser here. These might be a slightly older version of my PDFs, but we'll share this tab. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
All right. So we got character classes. So you can see here on the advancement table for like the cleric, I do use fighting capability, which is present here. And in book 3, I explain further what that is in the combat encounters. And if we go down, so a man, obviously 1 man, a hero is equal to 4 men, a superhero is equal to 8 men, and a wizard is equal to 5 men. And and then obviously like a superhero -1, you'll be having like a -1 penalty. Or if you're attacking as a single man, so these are for mass combat. So like if you're in mass combat, you pretty much roll a bunch of d20s, and if you hit, in my system, the way I'm interpreting the mass combat into the alternative combat system to kind of holistically take care of it, a hit is essentially like a whole hit die of damage or a kill or an incapacitation of a man in that unit. And so like if you're a superhero, you're going to roll like 8 d20s. If you're a hero, so that's like level 4 fighting man, you're going to roll 4 d20s against the AC of the target in like the 1 to 10 or 1 to 20 man ratio on the table, and you'll do that as a level 1 man. So if we go back to I'm not sure, I meant to share this tab. Sorry. Yeah. You have to switch between them every single time. That's really annoying. So heroes like 4 men, a man is 1 man, superheroes 8, and a wizard is 5 men. And this is like for mass combat. This, you either attack as your full level in like fantastical combat, which is essentially combat with creatures of 4 hit die or more. And if it's less than that, then you can choose to attack as your level 1, but as multiple attacks. So if we go back to this one, the fighting man is the best example. So the fighting man at level 1, he's level 4. He has 4 HD. He fights as 4 men. He has the hero fighting capability. So when he attacks, if he's attacking like a troll, he can attack on this attack matrix right here, which is better than level 1. But if he's fighting against a bunch of like 1 hit die bandits, he can choose to give 4 attacks as a level 1 man here on the first one. So like he can throw 4 d20s out against the bandits, and maybe kill a bunch of them. But these higher attack matrices, when you use them in fantastical combat, in like heroic combat, you're going to actually hit more likely. So it makes combat. I liked this aspect of it because it makes the 0E characters a lot more comparative to the monsters. I don't like the mudcore aspect of 0E, where you sort of just feel like your character's super weak and you don't really get that much stronger even as you level up. All these monsters get all these multi-attacks and you're still like BX style, just 1 attack and done. I just don't personally care for that.
Yeah.
John Barton, you about to back this and I want to pledge 60, but I don't see it as an option.
That might be the country thing again.
Yeah, let me know what country you're at and I'll write it down. I'll add it later. I can add it after the stream here. So I know I need to add the Netherlands.
Dutchland.
If you tell me what your country is, I can add it. But yeah, I also, let me just finish answering this question too.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back, oh, come on. If we go back to this one here, I also have derived weapon versus armor tables here from Chainmail. And these are derived from the man-to-man tables. You have the weapon class here. And so like if you're using a battle axe and your opponent is wearing like chainmail armor AC 5, you don't have any modifier. But if they're wearing like leather armor and shield, you get a -1. If they're wearing plate armor, it's -3. And these modifiers are entirely derived from the 2d6 table directly from Chainmail. So if you look at them, you'll see that they're not like the Greyhawk multipliers, which I think were kind of wonky. Mine are kind of a little wonky in places too. If you use this, it makes it so it's pretty much, which I think is realistic. Like it's pretty much impossible for you unless you like would sneak up behind someone to kill someone with like if they're in full plate and you have a dagger, like they have to be on the ground, laying on the ground, to get the 0 modifier, or like you're a thief and you have to sneak up behind them.
I mean, that makes sense.
Otherwise, you're like, there's probably no chance of you hitting them.
That is basically how knights used to fight. They would just get each other on the ground and then try to get a dagger in between the plates.
Yeah. And then weapon class obviously changes things too. Like you don't even have to use this. Like if you don't want to use these modifiers, if you use weapon class, it will change a lot of things. So you can do parrying, like a weapon class 2 classes higher than the attackers cannot parry. So you can get first strike based on like weapon class differences or even multiple attacks. So yeah.
Lots of good questions coming in.
Would you consider Wight-Box to be old school centrals for 0E? That's my goal. I don't know if I'm going to be as successful at it, but I really appreciate what Necrotic Gnome did in making BX a little more accessible to people. And I'd like to do the same for 0E. You know, I think 0E is sort of got, it's the edition that started it all, but it's gotten a really bad rap, in my opinion. People think it's incomplete, it's bad, it's unplayable. And if all those things were true, this game would have never taken off.
Well, the problem is that even its proponents claim that it's incomplete and that you have to like homebrew a lot of stuff and that.
I mean, that's besides the point. Gary explicitly says in the introduction, these rules are as complete as they can be, and he tells you to reference chainmail, which is, again, this is the whole point I tried to do, where I'm trying to do, it's not just a clone, like 1-for-1 clone necessarily. This is definitely an interpretation, but the goal is for it to be an interpretation that's very much in the spirit and in line of the books that are being referenced. Yeah. So I guess the first question I've been wondering is why the dice set if we aren't using D8s. You are using them, actually. 0E, even the 3 LBBs, tells you to have all the dice that we would traditionally have in the required materials section. Or not required, recommended materials section. If you look at a lot of the spells and you read how they work, and they tell you to roll a dice, and it says like roll a dice, and you know, like the sleep spell is like 2 to 16 creatures are affected. That obviously means you're rolling 2d8 to have the sleep spell take effect of like the creatures, right? So you actually are using it. It's just it's primarily a d20 and d6 is the difference there. This is an ambitious project when you considered there is an enormous amount of retro clones out there. What does your system offer to us OSR nerds aside from authentic 74 experience? Well, again, I think it's no offense to every other 0E clone, but my opinion is that they look forward into filling the gaps of 0E within the 3 LBBs alone. They look to like AD&D, or they look to BX.
Greyhawk.
or Greyhawk, and they fill in the gaps. And I don't really see very many people talking about what do we do if we just have chainmail and the 3 LBBs and we play the game that way. And there's obviously many different ways within that you can do. Alchemic Raker in the chat has a different way of doing it, where he still uses the dice pool system and the 2d6 man-to-man, and then he uses the d20, I think, in other respects. So like there's different ways of applying these things. And I think that field of old school gaming, where we kind of look at 0E and we don't look at it as like this incomplete game, but as if you look at Wight-Box and you look at what's been done here in this game, by simply referencing chainmail and the 3 LBBs, you almost get a very in-depth and almost lighter, sleeker version of 1E Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So I think that says a lot. And part of it is just like not to tell people that they're playing wrong, but there's like more depth to this game originally that's there than I think people initially first sort of realized, is my goal.
Yeah,
for this.
That makes sense.
Even in regular dungeon crawls, I give it, because you still have, every weapon does a d6 of damage. And so you kind of need weapon class, even in the 3 LBBs. Even if you don't want to use the weapon versus armor modifiers, you still need weapon class to make each weapon feel different. Because each weapon's going to allow you to parry or not parry. It's going to give you a first strike, but then maybe first strike in all successive rounds. If you don't get first strike in the first, you might get 4 extra attacks or 2 extra attacks, things like that. So weapon class is throughout. It's like, my goal was to make this a holistic sort of thing. Gary says at the start of 0E, this is for the wargamers who like John Carter, who like Conan and Robert E. Howard stories and Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser. And so, you know, when you read those stories, by the time you get to like the hero fighting capability, or even like just below that, level 2 and 3 as a fighting man, you should feel pretty competent as a character, in my opinion. You shouldn't feel like this weak, pathetic loser. And while you have the hero fighting capability and the hero title, you know, and you're still like running away like a wuss, like you should be able to cut through at least like 1 hit die and 2 hit die, like foes that are weaker than you. They should fear you. You should be able to slice through them like butter if you want to feel like Conan, or you want to feel like these heroic pulp heroes. And so for me, it's like taking those chainmailisms and putting them all across the board, so that whatever you do in dungeon crawl combat, it's extrapolated and applies to even mass combat.
Yeah.
Hong Kong.
That's a burp there.
I will add Hong Kong for you. I'll look it up and I'll add it. Yeah, 0E was so unplayable it started the whole hobby. Are there any plans to do a live play demo of how actual play of Wight-Box works? There's quite a glut of live plays with more complicated systems. I would love to see more demos of how fast OSR play works. Yeah, Vic and I were just talking about that. I think that would be good. It would be, I think it'd be beneficial to see how it goes. That's kind of why I'm doing my solo plays too. I have 2 episodes up of that already. The first one shows how jousting works. I take the jousting from chainmail and input that into 0E, because 0E is interesting. When you read the 3 LBBs, it tells you when you come near a castle, if there's like a lord there, like a fighting man, he's going to challenge you to a joust. And so, but there's no jousting rules in 0E. So you have to, it's one of those things where it's like very clear you need to reference chainmail. So that first episode shows some jousting. And then the second one is just some exploration, wilderness exploration. I think the next time I get back to it with those characters, it's going to probably be some dungeon crawls, because they're going to go in and try and assassinate a hobgoblin king and hopefully not get murdered. But, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Gygax Wave song that I used for the Kickstarter trailer. So
I still like that one. That one goes hard.
yeah, it's pretty good.
But you do good songs in general, dude. Like I like all your songs.
Thank you. It's funny. Like someone on X was, I forget, I think it was Greybeard Grognard or someone who's been cool with me for like years and years. He's like, wait, you do music? And I was like, yeah, like I've played in bands since I was like 19, you know. I played at the Whiskey A Go Go on the Sunset Strip back in the day. And so like I don't know, it's funny. I guess I kind of got the jack of all trades skill at character generation, like in Traveler. So I'm not like super great at everything, but I'm decent like at everything that I at least try to do. So and thank you for those that are backing. I appreciate it. Thank you, Spam Viking and Overkill Joe. Did you look?
Yeah, no. So good.
Did looking at the early OD&D drafts give you any insight? Did anything make it in the final draft that would have helped? There was some things, like I think that the 1973 draft explicitly shows how you integrate chainmail with the 3 LBBs, and I don't like the way that it does it, so I didn't do it. So it didn't. It was insightful to see like how this is how Gary explicitly said you should do to do it, but I didn't like it. So I changed it. I like the more universal system, and I think Gary sort of changed his mind anyways, because obviously in 1E he doesn't. There's some chainmail isms that are still very clearly there in 1E, but everything's put onto the D20 system, and it just sort of scales as you need it to. What does LBB stand for? I should explain that. Some of you might not know what that is. The 3 LBBs were the 3 little brown books. That's what the LBB stands for, little brown books. You know, that was the Heroes book, the Monsters and Treasure book, and the Dungeon Underworld Adventuring book. That was like the rules for exploration that came in that box set. The thing that I'm essentially trying to simulate with this is what that was. So.
Lots of questions.
Yeah, that's good. I should be answering them. And again, if you're a backer, again, I just posted a link. If you want to come on and ask a question, like, you know, on stream, if you're brave, I won't be mean to you. I promise.
Yeah, I might, but you know, he won't.
Vic might.
No. I'm the nice guy. I'm the good cop. John's the bad cop.
I'm the jerk. I'm the jerk.
Yeah.
It's true. Let's see. Thank you for the clarification. I really like the almost wargaming aspect of man-scaling combat. You could quite literally run this game as a skirmish game, a la the Lord of the Rings GW put out. Yeah, I think that's the whole point. I mean, the 3 LBBs, 0E 1974 says these are wargaming rules. It's just a new kind of wargame. They didn't call it necessarily a role-playing game. There's obviously role-playing aspects to it, but the root of this hobby is wargaming. And I think that when you look at the number of randomly encountered, which I keep, so if we go to, let's look at the monster book here. If we go to this, and let's go to like goblins, you know, I give you a dice rolling thing. Before this would have said like 40 to 400 goblins, but like encountering 400 goblins, you can't. Why would Gygax tell you to do that if you weren't running an army yourself across the wilderness, you know, or leading your own forces at some point in the game? Because there's a group of 8 heroes and their followers isn't going to be enough to really do much against 400 goblins that are, you know, raiding across the land, right? So to me, it's like the roots of this are wargaming, and these number of random encountering creatures are they're consistent even into 1E.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, we got our first person here. We got Critical Dom.
Oh hey, well, yeah, Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Fucking ZZ Top over there.
No, I got to hear this last night when I was on a stream with Patty. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
What up, Dom? Thank you for backing.
Hey.
Yeah, you're quite welcome. I've been looking forward to this quite a bit. Actually getting a box and actually having a fold-out map like with Outdoor Survival is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I should mention too. Is like Zero E says that you should have Outdoor Survival. So you had to buy a whole separate game. I'm giving you the board, the board part of that game that you would use in this. So, and I did. That's one thing I did do, is that's not in the free previous version of Wight-Box. Is I do have some basic rules for like resource gathering and stuff like that. Let me go to it here. I do try and give you like lots of tools in this too. So you got like terrain generators here, random encounters, but
I actually just used Wight-Box's settlement generator for something on Thursday. I got a party, they're running around in Cormier, and there was a settlement called Volkor's Roar or something like that. And I couldn't find any real information for it online on like a Forgotten Realms wiki or whatever. So I just rolled it up. All of a sudden, 40,000 people. It's a major settlement.
Yeah.
Works out just fine.
You just
hit
over 5,000, by the way.
Already?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's going well, dude. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was really funny is a few days ago, I got tagged on Twitter because
where's it at?
Some guys were wondering, okay, why did Outdoor Survival wind up having so many sales? I gotta wonder why, guys. Is it maybe because there's that really, really popular game that started off Gen Con and kind of forced Avalon Hill to do Origins to, keep pushing their products? The game that shall not be named, I guess.
Yeah. Here you go. I found it. So food and water. So this is all derived from the outdoor survival rules. So like a water skin holds 8 units of water. And so you can kind of roll a D6 at your whim to see like if any rations are lost or if any water is lost or gained or found, which can add some resource management stuff to you. It's really simple because outdoor survival is really simple, but it works pretty well, I think, in adding a little bit more, like making your rations and having a water skin and things like that actually matter, So
yeah.
Let's go back to the Kickstarter here. See where we're at. Awesome. Yeah, we're at just over 5K. You guys are awesome. I've been like nervous and like sweating this this whole time. So it's been really worrisome for me in a lot of respects.
That's every Kickstarter, I'm pretty sure. But yeah.
I've said this before. When I did Mokwahito the first time, I didn't have any gray hairs until after that Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I had no gray hairs, and then I did that Kickstarter, and then the process of fulfillment afterwards, and all of a sudden I had like gray in my beard and started getting gray in my hair. So,
yeah.
You had to deal with that bridge going down, and what was it, Boston or something?
Yeah, the Baltimore Bridge. That if my books were originally going to come in through Baltimore, and then that bridge happened, and then my the import company I was doing imports through, the logistics company, they're like, look, that's going to affect it, and now we got to bring it in through New York, and that's going to be like more fuel costs for you and stuff like that. So I just ate the cost on that. I had enough, a little extra to. That's the danger of having a Kickstarter, I think, why people kind of maybe set their goals maybe a little too close to their expenses budget, hoping that like, well, if I get funded, I'll at least break even. But you have to also factor in you have to also factor in a boat crashing into a bridge and affecting your delivery of a product. So,
right. Like with construction projects, you typically want to have like a 30% leeway. So that might be a good way to approach it.
Yeah. Phileas Canis says, the D6 damage rule to me never made much sense. I've met grognards, and they said they just went with how it was written in the books. A dagger, spear, two-handed sword all did the same damage. Madness. Well, Wight-Box does that, but the difference, again, is if we go to, let's see, share this tab again. If we go to combat, this is going to make your weapons feel different because it's going to, and the armor that your foe is, the AC and armor that your foe is wearing and the weapon that you carry is going to feel different, as well as weapon class. So once weapon class is in effect, like that's also going to feel very different. So
well, yeah, the assumption was basically that it wasn't so much damage that mattered, because getting stabbed in the heart with a dagger versus getting stabbed in the heart with a sword, like, you know, you're getting stabbed in the heart either way. It was just, you know, like how did that weapon perform against other weapons? How did that weapon perform against certain armor? Like all that stuff. So,
Blaine Pack, how do you do spell books? My read of OD&D is that spell books in book 1 all come with the starting spell books, but I know most people don't read it that way. That's how I do it. So if you're a magic user, you got your level 1 spell book, and it has all the level 1 spells in it. I just think that that's the easiest way to do it, and it seems implied by the text. And then you need to find spells beyond that, research them, copy them from scrolls as you adventure. It gives the wizard. Yeah, it gives the wizard a reason to do all that kind of stuff. But you do need a spell book for every spell level.
Yeah,
I do that, and that's true. That's true for clerics as well. So
I do know that some people hate that in certain other old school editions where you have to, at level 1, you maybe get to pick like 2 spells, and like it's like, oh, so I get to do like sleep and like whatever, and that's it. Like once I'm out, and you know, everyone always ends up picking the same spells because they're kind of meta anyway. So I think that's a bit more fair that at level 1 you just get all the level 1 spells, and then everything else you have to find, and you know.
Well, it made me think, like, the reason why I would rule it that way is you kind of maybe had a mentor from like a higher level wizard, and he sort of taught you the basics, which is all those level 1 spells.
A level 1 wizard has casted spells before.
Yeah. So yeah.
No, that's pretty sweet, because it also gets into the Jack Vance idea of there being all this lost lore, but you've got some in common spells that everybody can get a hold of.
Yeah, which would make sense to be the level 1 ones, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, my ear trumpet. I know you said you're going to bed. It's 1:35 a.m. where you're at. Thank you. And good night, man. I appreciate it. And yeah, people, if you want to get the foil from Makuhito, I've actually taken it down from my website, and I think I have like 100 left. So there's a limited supply of those, and then I'm not probably printing that book ever again, at least like that. So yeah, here you go.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Dom has his there.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, mine's somewhere behind me.
Loved by Tim Kask himself, guys.
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, Tim Kask loves that book.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I mean, I think he's being overly nice to me, but he said it was the best design game in 30 years, which I think is I think it's almost like too high praise from Tim Kask, but I appreciate it.
I take it.
Yeah.
He said it, not you, so hey.
He did say it.
Yeah.
So.
It does, as long as you don't brag about your own shit, like, it's fine if somebody else like does it for you.
And yeah, Beardy Ben likes the map. I should share the map. Let's see. I'll get the image file here. Here's what the map looks like. Maybe I can solo it. So what I think is cool with something like this is that, like, everyone, if you buy the box set, like, everyone will be adventuring on the same map. And I picked actually Greece. A lot of people are like, "Is that Greece?" Like, yes, it's Greece. Athens would be the little red. I think it's Athens or Thessalonica.
Right.
Yeah, bottom right. I think Thessalonica might be in the upright. I don't remember, but I was looking for a landmass because I had a landmass before, but there was no water, and there's naval combat in 0E, and there's naval combat in Wight-Box. And I was like, I need to have some water here so that there's the potential for players to engage in, like, naval warfare and naval exploration and naval travels. So I wanted to find a landmass that was. I was looking all over the globe for inspiration, like on Google Earth, like circling around, and I just looked at Greece, and I was like, this just makes the most sense, and it honestly makes sense because if you look at Greece, there's so many like cool adventure myths from Greece. It's like the landscape just naturally sort of is perfect for fantasy medieval adventure gaming. So perfect landmass for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. And how do I add us back? There we go. Or
I mean, in my opinion, you should have done the Netherlands, but it's fine.
Vinny Magus says, "Hi John, do you believe if you use the supplements, it would make Wight-Box less fun, or your decision to make Wight-Box onlys and 3BBs and chainmail was a decision to stand out?" It's more just a tradition, and my thing is like, also, what if instead of Greyhawk coming out as it did, which would fundamentally change the game into a direction that we would become more familiar with, which BX and AD&D and all, even up to 5e, would adopt a lot of the aspects that were introduced in Greyhawk, namely, for instance, different sized hit die. My thinking was like, what if instead of that, like the rules were just re-released and explained better in a way, and so that's kind of what this is. And then what if everything that was made after was kind of built to fit this chainmail plus 3LBB 0E mode of play? So things like even the extra classes, like what if those were designed? It's not hard to do, but what if they were more designed to fit like this interpretation that I'm doing? So that's kind of what I've been thinking. But also, like I said, I haven't really seen too many people like chainmail, and Dom can probably attest to this too. Chainmail is kind of poo-pooed on by many in this hobby. Like, you don't need it, it's evil, and I think that's just such a wrong take to have. So like, just to be defiant, I think it's worth it to just show that chainmail can and should be implemented into it.
Yeah, what you're getting at is the fact that when D&D came out, it said recommended stuff, which means that you need it. You need chainmail. Chainmail was like an extra $5 on top of the 10 you were playing for OD&D. So in today's terms, that'd be about $90 total. So fairly expensive, but you miss out a lot of stuff if you don't have it. To the point where even in the beginnings of Alarms and Excursions, they're talking about a few things. First off, do you need chainmail or not? A lot of people are saying, well, no, it's too complicated. It's difficult in a lot of spots. Alchemic Raker's done some great work explaining all that stuff a bit better in Old Lords of Wonder and Ruin. But when you actually start integrating everything, the game makes a lot more sense. Plus, in OD&D, there are so many references to chainmail, you have to have it to understand what's going on, because D&D comes from wargaming, and they don't explain things very well over there.
Yeah. They explain things like with the assumption that everyone already knew, like the basics.
But I think the problem is that when 0E so I think the war gamers would often look at 0E, and then they could look at chainmail and go, oh, I get what's going on here, like it makes sense.
Well, like I always get the feeling that they made it for other war gamers originally, and that the fact that it blew up with like the rest of America, with like the normies, like that was awesome, but that wasn't like the original like intent or goal or whatever. Does it make sense?
That does make sense. You got no idea what it's going to do. Just like, my God, John, look at that.
Yeah. It's like, if we're the same way. If we're writing a game these days, we're writing it with the intention that, people reading it are already familiar with RPGs or with the OSR or whatever. Yep. And if it like blows up beyond that, that's cool. But,
Yeah, it's penetrating the, I guess we could call it normie space.
Yeah.
That D&D is able to pull off. So that's why certain things wind up changing over time, I suppose. Especially to where the wargaming stuff is largely a vestige. You can find it in the DMG. And if people want to go to that scale, they still can. It's just a bit more difficult to get at in some cases.
Yeah.
Because with 5e, the mob rules are actually pretty useful sometimes.
Sorry, I'm realizing I should make a post on X, and I haven't done that yet.
You had almost 6,000 already, dude. Come on. Awesome.
I hope I can hit my goal. Like I said,
Yeah.
I
That would
set
be
my
amazing.
goal. I set my goal kind of high, but at the same time, like I wanted to have room in case things go wrong, which things could go wrong. I kind of say as much in the risks section. In particular, terrorists could be an issue, but still, yeah, I don't know. Also, I think that for the work that I've put into it, like deserve a little bit of a profit as well. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat here.
Well, like you said before the stream, I think it was a lot of people also kind of keep the goal artificially low. Like they ask like 10,000, but really they need like 20 to be able to like do this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be straight up and say like, no, this is a risky project. This has a lot of moving parts in it. It's got the booklets, the screen, the sheets, the box, and the game board. And so, you know, there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. Thank you, Oma. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Would you guys consider putting up a POD add-on for the main book version of Wight-Box? Are you talking about the old version? Because what I do have is like if you buy, like, let's say you get the $60 box set, and then you want to get the you want to get to pod books, there is an add-on for backing your project where you can get the pod version, a set of pod books added on if you want to. They'll get them in 3 booklets. Like for this, I kind of wanted to keep them in 3 booklets just for the tradition.
Yeah.
Do you have that rule in the LBB where if you pass by a castle, the lord of the castle is going to want to duel one of the fighters? Yeah, it's the jousting. If you watch my first episode 1 actual solo game, I go by a castle and this lord comes out and wanted to do a friendly joust. You know, we won.
Yeah.
We won.
That sounds fun. I mean, I would love to play like a fighter who just like gets challenged to duels and has to fight in like random tournaments and stuff. that sounds awesome.
Well, someone commented on the video and they're like, "Wow, this is really cool that this is in there," because you don't really see people. That's one rule. This rule of jousts and tournaments in 0E is something you don't really see a lot of people talking about and doing. Travis, who's in chat here, he's actually working on an exclusive, like he's calling it Full Metal Tilt. It's like he gave me a copy. I looked at it recently. It's really cool. But he's taken the chainmail rules and like made a more refined game system around it. And I would suggest like when he releases his, I think he's going to kickstart his game. It'll be compatible with this. But
yeah,
someone in the comment section said like, "Oh, this is so cool. It feels very like fairy tale like to have these jousts and tournaments, and it's like very chivalric." Like that's a medieval aspect that's missing from a lot of people's experience of the game, I think.
Well, I know. So how do I explain this? I noticed that people miss a lot of stuff around like certain classes and concepts of the game. Like people talk a lot about how wizards end up being way more powerful than fighters. So why would you play a fighter? It's like, yeah, but there's other aspects to a fighter that are helpful in the game, like meeting with lords who want to like duel you, and maybe if you win, like now you've got a lord who like respects you, that you can like he's a contact, he's like a possible patron or whatever. Like a wizard, he's just gonna show up, he's just gonna be a weirdo wizard with a beard, and the lord's like, who the fuck is this guy? He's a creepy spellcaster with his newt. Like I don't trust him. But and I noticed that a lot. Like people miss a lot of like the side stuff that can happen. They focus only on like the mechanics. Does that make sense?
Well, they also don't watch the movie Excalibur, right?
Yeah.
Because it's all about kingdom building, and then King Arthur comes across Lancelot. What's he got to do?
Yeah.
Well, got to joust. Who's the bigger man? Who's top kings? Yep.
Here's a good question. Spam Viking says, "Will you eventually make a VTT module for Wight-Box?" The reason I ask is I use Foundry, I do too, as my campaign manager, so it's on my laptop at the game table. Probably should learn Obsidian for that. I don't really know how to code, and making a Foundry module is something like I could probably, maybe if this Kickstarter does really well and someone can like affordably help me with that, I'd be open to it. But I'll say this too. If someone wants to build that themselves and even sell it, I don't care. Go for it. Because it's a lot of work to make a Foundry module. So if someone or if the community wants to do that and make that happen too, like I'm 100% behind that as well. I think it would be cool to have a Foundry module though. I wouldn't know where to start. I don't know anything about coding really.
The problem with those, because I made like a simple Foundry module once for Modern Necessities, and like literally a month later it was like out of date because it updated, and then like stuff that I was like relying on was like suddenly like not supported anymore. Like that's like the one thing that actually stops me from using Foundry a lot. It's like it just constantly updates and like breaks your shit.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I keep it very simple. Like let me show you what I'll bring up my Foundry here. Like for my solo game.
Oh, we're 6,000 already? Go down.
Actually, while you're bringing that up, I've got a question for you, John.
Sure.
So I'm looking at the King set here, and is the main difference that you get 6 booklets for the table, so everybody can have their little players.
Yeah,
it's pretty much like everyone at the table can have like a copy of the booklets, or at least a majority of people at the table, and the print-on-demand books are like discounted at that rate too. I think you might get like I don't remember. I calculated it out. It's a significant discount on the print-on-demand books.
Nice.
Let's see.
Did you just lose the pledge? I think I just lost the pledge. That sucks.
That happens.
Because I remember seeing a 2 behind that 6. Now it's a 1. Yeah, it happens.
Let's refresh the page. That's all good.
We got a super chat, by the way.
Oh. Doc Flamingo was a member for 3 months. Thank you, sir. He says, people think medieval with these games because of the armor weapons, but almost every game campaign is highly Bronze Age in tone and feel. Yeah. I think that's why some of the jousting rules and things like that sort of bring it back to that sort of vibe and experience.
I don't even really mind that, though.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah. I don't even really mind that, though, because like if you look at like Lord of the Rings and stuff, it's like kind of like the same. Maybe not okay, so it's maybe not even medieval. It's kind of more like Anglo-Saxon. But then like, you've got like all this Anglo-Saxon stuff, and then the rest is like very like Bronze Age. And then you've got randomly the Shire, which is like 17th century like Britain, basically.
Everybody hanging out, smoking and drinking.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
So here's my Foundry, since we were talking about Foundry. What I use is I just have like these character sheets. This is the Wight-Box character sheet, but I have it as a fillable character sheet, and then I have one of the modules.
I love the hand-drawn look. It's really fun.
Yeah, I wanted to make it look like a hand-drawn character sheet. I thought that would be fun to do. Give it like that nice indie feel, I guess. I think it's PDF Pager is the module. So like, and there is a way where you can turn on like these fields themselves, and you can actually reference them in various like dice roll calculations. Like you could set it up to at least have like death saves or even like attack rolls based on the matrix here, probably. But yeah, it this guy's hit points are wrong. I need to fix his hit points.
Uh-oh, he cheated, guys.
Uh-oh. Carefully, he might have to look at a rule book while setting things up.
No.
Well, that you can't do that.
Ooh.
Can't look at rule books during the game.
I gotta say, the D6 hit die is awesome if you're the kind of guy who likes to play a wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
because going down to
yeah.
that D4 hurts.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Cask has talked quite a bit about how much Gary actually disliked wizards. That's why Magic Missile comes along later, and then it's only even later that it automatically hits.
In my own game that I'm working on right now, I actually bumped everything up by like 1. So wizards actually started at D6 because my reasoning was like, it's the modern age. Like everyone like is healthier, everyone lives longer, everyone has access to like, you know, modern healthcare. You know, you're not necessarily as frail. So
Yeah.
So we're at 6,265. Pretty good.
Oh, Phileas Kindness has a question about goblins in the dungeon and the 40 to 400 bit when you're outside.
Who has that question?
Phileas Kindness.
Have you noticed how in the monster section it mentions the number of goblins randomly encountered in the dungeon wilderness is 40, 10 times 10, 40 to 400? How the F do you even go about DMing that?
yeah, that's
So
when the mass combat,
the dungeon's actually different. And actually with 0E, it's not very explicit. It kind of tells you kind of feel it based on space inside the dungeon, because obviously you can't fit 400 goblins to be encountered in a dungeon. The way I do it is it's based on hit dice. So this is the way I would do it. Either match it to the number of party members and their hit die, or multiply the hit die of the level of by the level. So let me see here. If I go to the rules here. Reference it. So at the end of each 10-minute turn, the referee checks for wandering monsters by rolling a d6. A roll of 6 indicates a monster appears. In dungeons, determine encounter distance by rolling 2d4 times 10 in feet. In wilderness, use yards. Use the provided tables to select the monster by level, rolling a d6 to determine its level. For example, let me see. The number of monsters encountered in dungeon varies based on the party size and the dungeon level. 2 methods can determine monster quantity. Match the number of monsters to the number of player characters, or use dungeon level, which is what I use, and hit dice. Example, 6 characters on level 2 face 12 hit dice worth of foes. So if they're 6 characters on level 2 and they encounter goblins, you roll up goblins on level 2, they would face 12 hit dice worth of goblins. So you would just calculate that out, which would end up being about 12 goblins. So, but for other monsters, it might change, because 0E doesn't really give you a way of figuring that out. The large numbers is really only for wilderness encounters, only.
And at that point, you're supposed to go into mass combat rules.
Yeah.
If you're dealing with 400 goblins, you're not dealing with that as like, a 6-guy party. You're dealing that with your retainers, with your, your hirelings.
Yeah.
What, you're a veteran of suddenly leading men?
Yeah. Level 1 fighters are veterans, guys. You've heard it here.
It's literally the title in the books. So let me try and catch up on people's questions here. Will the setting be similar to the original Fantasy World by Dave Arneson? Probably more my own style. I have a lot of different things that I'm going to probably implement that I'm interested in. I love like pulpy stuff. I love The Dying Earth. I love Conan. I love Lord of the Rings. So I love history. So it's probably going to be elements of history and things like that meld into it. And that's one thing I want to work on in the future is I want to have that game board that I showed, the wilderness board. And then for each location, there'll be like it marked out like this city is called this. And I might do it in a series of like gazetteers of like areas, because it's a big map. But like this city is here. There's a dungeon here on this hex. I think that would be fun to do. So, because then people playing in the game can either plug in the stuff that I make or ignore it. They can. They want that dungeon to be here from this book that I wrote, or it doesn't have to be there. Cat appeared.
Yeah.
Let's add this back to the stage here. Nice, we're trudging along. I'm really hoping we fund.
Yeah. Doing really good so far. We've been going for like an hour and you're like already like 6,500 in. Like that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Like with my previous Kickstarters, like I would have already been funded. So, you know.
Vic could make a Doggerland map as a supplement. He could if you wanted to.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
That's one thing people are asking too. They're asking about like what my view is on people making content for Wight-Box. I'm totally 100% okay with it. I'm gonna make a license for it because I feel like that makes people feel better. But it's gonna be like Kelsey Dion's Shadow Dark one, where it's not gonna be a lot of legalese, and it'll be very easy for you to make stuff. Essentially, it's gonna be like just don't lift word for word from my book into this, or steal like copyrighted art or anything like that. Don't just take my book and then resell it. Other than that, I don't care.
Yeah,
it's a good way to do it.
My take is always just like make whatever you want. If it's like offensive, just don't expect me to like promote it or anything.
Yeah,
but like
yeah. If you're gonna make like Wight-Box Fatal, I'm not gonna probably shill your thing, but go for it, I guess, if that's what you want to do.
All right, fellas, I think I'm gonna hop off here. I gotta go pick up my son from camping.
Awesome.
I went ahead and decided to pledge for the King because I really had to force my guys to try this out once it comes to somewhat February. Is that when you're expecting to?
I'm hoping for February. Yeah, February or March. Hopefully before that, but the thing is like the way I'm doing this Kickstarter and the way it'll end, shipping could run into holiday season, which might slow things down. So
sure. All right, but I think it looks fantastic. Good luck, and we'll see you later. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Fucking 1 second. I'll be right back.
9th Legion Deserter says, Victor, I remember when they did it with Kingdom Come Deliverance board game, they hit the 60K goal and we're like, okay, we needed 1.5 million and canceled the Wow.
Yeah, that's really scummy.
See, I didn't want to do that. Like, I'm being honest with you. This is like what I need to like make a decent profit and also have wiggle room to like not, in case bad things happen, like a boat crashing into a bridge or something like that. So
all my Kickstarters thus far, like I pretty much just needed the funds to get like the art and like pay for editing and like layout and stuff like that. So I just kind of calculated what I needed for that, and that was what I asked. So
I was raised by a poor orc child. Says just the artwork really takes me back to April, May of '77 when I bought the Wight-Box set. I still have. That's awesome. You still have it. Yeah, I have some examples of art in here. I wanted to have art. A lot of it is new art that I did. Some of it's old art from the original one, but I redid a lot of pieces, added a lot of new extra stuff. I liked this one. I thought this one was fun. Tentacles, and then the black pudding.
I'm not seeing it.
Oh, share this tab instead. This one here, where the tentacles coming out, and then the black pudding getting this guy. I wanted to have like that cool retro feel in all respects, to be respectful and also in line with everything. So
yeah.
And some of these pieces I have put in the Creative Commons. Like I know this dragon piece is, and there's a couple other pieces in the book that are, if they're on my Patreon, if you want to use them for your stuff, you're more than welcome to.
Got another super chat.
We got Chodes, member for 10 months. Thanks, buddy. Good luck with the Kickstarter, brother. Wight-Box nails the true spirit of D&D. OSR at its finest. It's funny too because I don't even use the term OSR in the book.
Or in general.
Or in general, but it is like it's going to be compatible with like most OSR supplements. So you have an adventure. If you have a particular OSR adventure you like you could easily run Wight-Box with it. It won't be a problem. So
I kind of went back to using it more again because it's just a useful shorthand to let people know what the hell I'm talking about.
Even though nobody really knows exactly what it is anymore.
Plus, I don't want like well, I don't even have to say it.
Actually, I had a question about turning. I just remembered. In AD&D, you needed to hold a holy symbol in your hand to turn, but Wight-Box, it says raise your holy symbol. So could a player just say, I drop my shield and raise my necklace of Dormir or whatever and turn undead? I guess in theory, yeah. It in 0E, it's maybe it got more specific in AD&D, but yeah, I would think so.
As a referee, I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Yeah, me either.
Like, maybe not even drop your shield, just drop your sword and like raise your necklace and be like, "Oh, be gone, foul spirit," and then yeah, you snooze, you lose. I'm number one now, not you.
It's all good, Crafty. I appreciate it. I don't understand that I didn't set my funding goal appropriately because I wanted to mind my game. I wanted to mind game my customers Kickstarter thing. Yeah. Nah, just be upfront. Like, this is what I need. This is what you need. Just tell people what you need, and they'll either support you and help you make it happen, or they won't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I'm gonna actually open up. I'm gonna open up Affinity. We'll look at the PDFs in there, I think.
Yeah. Be right back while you do that.
Let's remove that. Man, are you like a car dealer in Japan where they sleep under their desks? That's rough. Will you keep pumping out content for Wight-Box in the future? That's the plan. Like I said, I kind of want my zine to focus back on just Wight-Box, maybe running adventures, articles about it, I want it to just be purely focused on just that. Like, I'm just going to focus on that in my zine because I think it's important to support the stuff that I make. Like, I need to get working on still. I just haven't been in the mindset for it. The Conquistador supplement for Makuhito. Vic and I have some plans for Cowpuncher stuff for particularly that system. And then I need to make some stuff for Atomic Punk too. But I think in the future, like it would behoove someone like myself to just focus on my own stuff. And the thing is, like, since Wight-Box is 0E based, even if it have some funky stuff in it because of the chainmail isms that a lot of people don't generally use, it will still be very much compatible with. If you wanted to use an adventure or a setting or something that I have for like 1E or BX or something, it will work still. If you're running Shadow Dark or something like that, there'll be some conversion that you need to do, but it'll still be usable. But I think it'd be best to just directly support my own thing. So yeah, I really want to focus on Wight-Box content in the future as one of my main things that I work on.
Conversions are very easy these days, because especially since so many games use the same terminology. Like if a Wight-Box adventure mentions a goblin and it has like Wight-Box stats for the goblin, like, well, just use a Shadow Dog goblin if you're like playing Shadow Dog,
Yeah. Let me get these files open here.
Oh, yeah, we should talk about our idea for the Cowpunchers thing on Wednesday, maybe, if you're planning to stream then.
Yeah, we could do that. Lots of projects in the in the works.
Tell me about it.
Are there any plans for an Punk box set? I don't think so. Probably not. I don't know. I'd have to make like a very fat digest size booklet or set of booklets that would fit. I don't think it would work. I mean, it depends on how this goes too. Like if this is a complete and colossal failure and we don't hit our goal here, then probably not going to do a box set again. It's just not going to be something that's feasible, you know?
Yeah. I imagine if it fails somehow, you're probably just going to release it as PDF on like Drive2.
Yeah, I'll find a way of releasing it anyways. It's just, you know, it'll be what it is, and people won't be able to get the, you know, they won't get the fancy game board, and we'll figure out a way of making at least something happen. But
yeah, I mean, you're well on track so far. Like you're doing really good. Like almost 7,000 already.
Sorry, someone messaging me something funny. Are there stretch goals for Wight-Box Kickstarter currently? Just curious. Not really. I don't particularly like doing those. I thought about doing some for like an extra gazetteer or booklet, but I'd rather not, and I'd rather because like here's the thing is like Wight-Box is done. The booklets are done. I think the only thing I have left to do is I need to make the art for the Dungeon Master screen, for the referee screen. That's it. That's like the only thing left to do, and then add everyone's names in one of the booklets that backed it. You know, that's about it. So I like to go into these things with everything pretty much done. And if a stretch goal isn't done, which I wasn't able to really, this was a colossal amount of work already. I didn't want to promise something. That just is scary to me to promise something that I don't have finished yet, or I haven't even started yet. So I know Vic had you had your stretch goals, and it was like a struggle for you. You did it, but it was a struggle for you to like.
Oh no, I'm still actually have to do the last one.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I'm fucking still stuck with them. Yeah, but yeah, it is a struggle. I'm definitely never doing that again.
I'd rather have it just be done, or you know, it'll just be stuff that's released after the fact.
Yeah. It's just, you know, you always have to, especially as if you're just like as us, you're like a solo guy. You don't have anyone else to pick up the slack. You're at the whim of real life. You're at the whim of politics, like, you know, the whole tariff situation. Like I had to like change my plans as far as like the print-on-demand stuff went because of that. You know, I've been sick. Like you know, all sorts of stuff happened. So.
The problem is I don't have any modules written. I don't run modules when I run my game. Like the Wight-Box has a lot of oracles and tables in it. It's not like Knave where it's like a book of tables necessarily, but I run a zero prep, low prep game. So like it's not like I have a module or like an adventure that I ran my players through that I can just sort of easily convert over to like an adventure. Like that's just not. I just don't have anything like that because that's just not how I run my games. I guess I could go back and look at some of the things I've ran and try and scrape something together, but I don't know. I don't want to be cynical about it either and just be like, you know, tossing things out, I guess. I don't know. So this is very similar. It's if you have the previous version of Wight-Box, it's very similar to being the same game. I tried to be a little more concise in the rules and the explanations. There's new art, there's new layout, and then you get everything split up into 3 booklets, like the original one, in a box set with dice and a game board and a referee screen for the $60 tier. So it's definitely something that if you have the previous one, you could have the previous 1 volume that I made at your table and it will still pretty much work without much trouble. But I just wanted to do something special for this to make it unique and different. Ryan Heffelfinger. I just went over this, but what it is I do implement some aspects of the outdoor survival into it as far as like resource gathering or resource losses as far as rations, food, and water are concerned. It's a very simple system that's derived from the outdoor survival tables, pretty much from the outdoor survival game. But it's not like a super duper in-depth, awesome. Like, well, I shouldn't say awesome, but it's not like a super duper crunchy skill check. Do this, do that. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Stretch goal. At one level, you could add a free PDF subscription to your zine. I guess I could do that. Could I use Wight-Box mass combat seamlessly with Lamentations? My players have an army at this point. Oh, well, I'm struggling with it. You might be able to implement some of these ideas into it. The hard part, and this is why I don't particularly care for like the Greyhawk method of things, is that the changing hit die sizes make the d6 of damage, or like the one hit equals a kill. That's going to be tricky to implement. I would maybe look at, because Adventure Conqueror King is maybe closer in that regard.
Yeah, or maybe see Comic Waker, his stuff, like Hellmarch.
Hellmarch, yeah.
Plus, Shadow Dog also uses, well, maybe not for monsters. I think Shadow Dog uses D8 for monsters.
Is it
so I'm
old
not
school?
sure.
And that's
Yeah,
that's way over there on my shelf. So
yeah, I think Shadow Dog just standardized all the NPCs to like D8s for their hit dice. So I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know. That's yeah, maybe X2 would work best, especially if you use the more narrative system that he wrote.
yeah, and he has like an abstracted system, and I think that's what you're talking about. You could run it like a war game at the table as well.
I don't know how Lamentations does it. I don't know if Lamentations does different hit dice for the monsters.
Yeah,
it's pretty much PX, I think, so probably not.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm mostly thinking about the characters, the different hit die, character sizes, and Wight-Box relies on fighting capability, so you'd have to figure out what the fighting capability, which I guess you could do. You'd have to figure that out as well. It's based on level and class, so you'd have to find something in that would work. But
yeah, Lamentations and D8, okay.
People are talking about stretch goals. I'll consider it. Maybe I'll see how things go. I'll after the stream today, I'll think about it, and maybe I can add a stretch goal or something. But I don't know. Vic is shaking his head. No, don't do it.
If it's a simple one, sure, but don't do it like me, where you have to like write like whole separate books, and then real life slams down on you.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared of. I mean, from my end here, it's it's different. Let's see here. I'm gonna bring up Affinity Publisher here. That's what I was originally trying to do, and then I got distracted. All right, so here's book 1. You can see it's pretty much all laid out. It's very simple. I give you like terminology and definitions of what various things are. Character creation is very simple. It's interesting in 0E, your strength, and a lot of people may or may not like this, strength has very little to do with actually being able to hit better, harder, anything like that in the original 0E booklets from 1974. Really, as a fighter, all it does is help you level up faster or slower, which affects your ability to hit harder or more often with advancing on the to hit tables for the descending AC, but that's about it. So I'm going to see if I can move it here on the second screen here. Like that. I think I'm gonna leave a lot of the stuff for like after. Maybe as I'm working on something, if I do have something that I can like throw out there, even if it's like for free to get people to didn't have to be a stretch goal. Maybe I can throw something out there, but I need to get the art for the referee screen done first.
Yeah.
Thank you, Crafty. It's a very kind comment from you. Don't forget to mention that today starts Summary in September. If you're looking for a game that emulates the pulps, you need not look further than this game. Thank you. While you wait for your Kickstarter to end, you can read a Conan story a day to prepare your brain for coming up with adventure content. That's actually a decent idea, just reading some pulp in general. I've been reading Dying Earth, and I've been getting lots of ideas for it. So check the... Well, we are almost halfway through 7K, which is good. 89 backers. Let's get back to the PDF here. Yeah, 3-axis alignment. I think Vic agrees with this too. It's what's in 0E. Law, chaos, neutrality. That's it.
Yeah.
Character
I think that's all you need. All the nuances can just be handled in roleplay, in my opinion.
What do you feel like was most improved upon or elaborated upon between editions? I think explanation of fighting capability and its applications. Let's see. There were some tables I realized that I missed in Wight-Box. No one's ever pointed them out, but I looked at them and I'm like, there's a straight up table missing in this spell or in this for this monster that needs to be there. It's required for this creature, and I totally forgot it, and nobody's ever pointed it out. So those things have been, those things have been added. I think the art looks better, the presentation, and I've changed a lot. I went through the whole text, and some of the text is the same as the previous one, but I've really tried to pare down the wording to kind of be like OSC and not be so verbose and wordy, and like you don't need 2 paragraphs to explain a rule, just explain the rule simply. I've really tried to go through and do that because, again, I really want this to be a game that's easy to play and reference at the table as well. There's still some holes. There's still some gaps there. You can't have a rule for everything. You can't have a perfect explanation for everything. But I'm trying to do the best I can with that.
Yeah.
So we got clerics.
I think what QA really wants to ask is, do you have crab people?
No, I don't think there's any crab people in it because there's no crab people in 0E and the 3 LBBs. So,
well, you know what you're gonna have to do, Ryan. Start coming up with a
crab man race.
tropical island like supplement.
So yeah, classes you have is just cleric, magic user, and fighting man. Those are the 3 basic classes that you have. I really like the relative rule that's in here. I think this kind of really shows if you go missing after a month, if you're out adventuring for more than a month and you don't come back, people will assume you're dead. So any holdings or anything like that you have, any property, is either going to go to an heir or a relative or is forfeit, because everyone's like, he's been gone for a month, he's dead. You need to be able to be checking in, either sending messengers or something like that, in order to let people back home know that you're still alive and they can't go start taking your stuff.
I mean, we all know that relative is going to be the twin brother that just uses the same exact stats and everything.
Thank you, Dunder Moose. Yes, you also have dwarf, elf, and halflings as well.
No half orcs? Come on.
No. It wasn't in 0E. There might be that in the future book I want to expand, which with the extra classes and stuff. But other than that, no. And I guess that's something I could do too. I could make like the first issue. Maybe I could make that as a stretch goal, because I do have some of the classes like pretty close to done, but I do have to do spells and stuff. So maybe I could make that like maybe I can make that a stretch goal. We'll see. Adventuring gear, very basic stuff. You got basic weapons and armor, which gives you the weapon class, which we talked about earlier, and its cost. Transportation, retainers, and hirelings. Those are very important, obviously. If you're encountering lots of foes, eventually you're going to be leading an army. So all the spells from 0E are in here. Magic user and cleric spells. And I explain them here. I tried to keep the spells. Is there a less expensive term for colored pencils? Pencils of color, perhaps? Yeah. I tried to keep the spells somewhat vague because 0E has very vague spells and how they're applied. And I've always thought that was cool because it leaves it open to the player for applying spells in creative ways. So I've tried to do that.
Like rule 0? No.
I guess. If you want to term it that way. I think this is one of the tables I forgot. It was in the contact higher plane spell. I totally forgot to add this table of like the chances of going insane, the chances of the information you're getting being true. And so
That's pretty important.
That's pretty important. I totally forgot that. Nobody's ever complained to me about that, which you should have.
Yeah, no, like I said, I've been there too.
We got some magical research rules here and spell books rules, and then this in the appendix I give you the thief class as an additional thing at the discretion of the referee if he wants to allow thieves in your game. I would encourage you to act. I love playing games without thieves as much. I love thieves too. I think thieves are great, but I do think it's really fun to play a game that's just clerics, magic users, and fighting men. And it's sort of the thief stuff sort of just happens between the classes. Because some of the spells, we go back up, the cleric has some spells that are very interesting to me. So detect evil, detect magic, but then also the cleric in 0E has find trap spells. So there was a lot of things that the cleric did that the thief did, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you get the thief class at the end here.
Everyone knows that they're just waiting for my supplement 0E Dog 30, where I add special forces soldiers to this.
So we got monsters here. I give you again like terminology and things like that. One thing that this has that the original Wight-Box didn't have, but it's in 0E, and I thought I'd add it in because I just think it's a useful tool, is like these monster quick reference tables where you get the name, the number of appearing, its AC, its movement in inches, hit die, percentage in lair, and the treasure type. You don't get special abilities or anything like that, but if you need to have like a quick reference of like how many are supposed to appear, or how quick does it move, what's its AC, what's its treasure, like I just think that that's a useful tool to have. Actually, one layout element I think in 0E that it's actually really great that more games maybe should utilize is something like this, like every monster sort of listed, and
just the very basics,
the very basic information there. And these are what the monster stat blocks look like.
Yeah, nice and compact.
So easy, hopefully easy to reference. Very kind of like similar to how OSC does it. It's very similar to how I did it in the previous version, but a lot of new art. I had to remove some art and put new art in because for the sake of size of these booklets, I had to do that. I also give you the stats for the Martians and the Barsoomian creatures, although to be distinct from the Edgar Rice Burroughs estate, I changed the name of some of these things. So, but they're there on the tables, so they're referenced in them. Then you got your loot and treasure tables, and magic items and explanations of all the classic magic items that are in 0E, sort of re-explained more concisely. magic swords are something I think that have always been really, they're so cool in 0E, but pretty much every magic sword you find, there's a potential chance that it will have an ego and an ability to even communicate and be sentient. And I feel like that's something that like nobody really, even I don't really hear old school grognard gamers talking about, which is like how to implement that and how to do that. So
and only fighters get magic swords, right?
Yeah, only fighters, clerics, thieves. I guess thieves could use magic swords if you add them in, but that's at the discretion of the referee if they want to.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. That's like people only really look at the core mechanics between like fighters and wizards. It's like, oh, a wizard is going to be more powerful eventually. Yeah, but a wizard doesn't get like Stormbringer, you know. He doesn't get like that insane magical demon sword that does like crazy stuff.
And that's the end of book 2. All your magic items. Book 3 is the basic rules that you need. So you got dungeon exploration. I do give you a dungeon generator that's not based off necessarily 1Es. It's actually based off of one of the first strategic review issue. And so it's a little different. It's very similar to the 1E dungeon generator, but it's a little different. Thank you, Patrick. We have, so you can generate your dungeons in here. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. What are we at right now?
Like 7,500, something like that. Almost something.
Nice.
Yeah. A little bit over.
$91 backers. Cool. Let me close this here. Back to this. One thing I like that I think it's in here somewhere. Yeah, the number 20 result here, which is use a trick or trap from a sealed envelope or roll again. This is something that was in the strategic review dungeon generator, but is not in the 1E dungeon generator. And I think it's a real shame because this is like really funny and cool to me. So let's say, Vic, that I'm running a game and you and a bunch of people are playing in it. And before the game starts, I have you all write down something on an envelope or on an index card, let's say, of a trap or a trick that you think would be hilarious or terrible. And I would get to use that as the game master when a trick or trap is rolled. So if I roll a 20 on the table, it's like, oh, I get to have an envelope. And so I would just reach in the envelope and pull some random thing out. And it might be like your own trap that kills you or something.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. I might have to steal that. I like that.
I think that's a fun idea. Or like, let's say you're running like a West Marches style war game thing. You know, you have the 50 players that 0E suggests that you have. And so you have one adventuring group over there and they can make trick or trap cards for this group over here and vice versa. So I think that would be cool. No, my music is not available on SoundCloud. I probably should use SoundCloud. I have an old SoundCloud account, but I don't really use it.
What about Bandcamp?
It is on Bandcamp. My music is on Bandcamp and on YouTube. And most of it is on Spotify and I think on iTunes, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I just think that's a fun thing that it was missing in 1E dungeon generator that I think would be really cool. I think it's cool to bring that back. So caves, really extensive dungeon generator though. And we have wilderness dungeon exploration rules, random encounters by monster types. And then wilderness exploration, I give you a dungeon generator. A wilderness generator, hex generator for generating hexes if you need it. And then as well as settlements, things like that, ruins that might be on the map that you can use. Travel rules based on creature type or vehicle type. If you're flying a Pegasus, like how far can you can travel very far, 48 hexes all the stuff derived from 0E, and then getting lost in random encounter tables for that as well. Crafty Matt had mentioned how a lot of dragons happen. So like if you look where dragons are very much to be encountered a lot, which is mountains, and I think
Desert has them,
yeah.
Swamp has.
Like when Crafty was playing in my game, they encountered, I think, the same blue dragon I ruled like almost every session. Dragons just came up a lot. The game definitely lives up to the term Dungeons and Dragons if you use these random encounter tables.
Which is fine. Because a lot of games actually don't, even though they're called Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, you don't actually encounter a lot of dragons very often. Like, let's say if we're, I don't know, let's just see. Let's say we're in the desert, because that's where they kept encountering them. Roll a d6. It's a 3. So that's a giant. They did encounter giants a lot in the desert, too. It was really funny. And we roll a d12. So 1. So dwarves. So they encountered some dwarves in the desert. I just love using random tables like that, because then I start thinking, like, what would dwarves be doing in the desert? And then my mind immediately goes to like these sort of jihadi, nomadic, dwarven crazy people that are nomadic and looking for various ores and stuff and like
mine went to like prospecting. They're looking for oil or like whatever like kinds of minerals you can find in the desert specifically.
This is why I don't have modules written, because I just run my games like that, which, I should probably write them down more, and I could use them as modules that were generated by these rules. But
I don't know. I personally love that. I love that random element. And I don't know, for some reason it's controversial. I don't think it should be. I think it should be the standard as far as D&D type games go. But I don't know.
Yeah, let me see. Let me get back to this. So, castles. We were talking about castles earlier. Yes, if you encounter a castle, there's a chance that the lord or whoever, depending on who lives in that castle, might want to joust you. Might, if it's a magic user, they might demand a magic item or send you on a quest for a magic item via the Gaius spell. So, clerics might send you on a quest. Well, they might send you on a mission. They'll demand a tithe. There's all these things that might happen if you encounter a castle that I think people just sort of always ignored. Here's the jousting rules I talked about, where you would secretly make your. So based on, like, let's say you have the jousting going on, and I am jousting against Vic, and let's say I pick, I'm gonna be a jerk and aim for the helm. For the aim point here, and the possible defensive position based on aim point is going to be only positions 4 through 6 available to me. So I can only defend from these 3 positions here. So let's say I just say shield high, and Vic is like, I'm going to pick SC, which is over here, and that's going to be his aim point. He gets positions 2, 4, and 6. So let's say he picks for his defensive position lean right, point 2. So I'm on point 5, so he's G, which he glances off. But when we would actually joust, we reveal our selections like right at the same time. It's just like fancy rock paper scissors from.
And it kind of makes you think of like a battleship almost.
yeah. So he just glances off. He gets no points, but I am aiming for helm and SC, and so. And he was, what did I say? You were shield high. So I unhorsed him. So then we go up to the points here. I would get 20 points. Vic wouldn't have any. We'd tilt again, and we'd compare things like that. But Vic would have to be, if he was unhorsed, there's some certain one of these. If you break your lance, you have to assume position 4 in the next round. So this is where it gets interesting, where if you do break your lance, let's say you unhorse but break your lance, your opponent knows in the next round you have to take steady seat, position 4. So they might be able to like start screwing you over with the positions you take. So it gets really interesting. It's like rock paper scissors on on steroids.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Combat encounters, all the typical stuff. But what sets this apart is for 0E is the weapon versus armor tables derived from chainmail for both melee weapons
hang
and
on.
ranged weapons.
Be back.
And for melee weapons and ranged weapons, and then the weapon class system here. So like if you are using a sword against a pole arm or a spear, let's say, you would get you'd get multi-attacks, for example. A weapon that is 4 classes lower strikes twice per round. So you'd get actually two attacks in that round against that weapon. But because they're longer than you, if 2 classes are higher, they get to strike first round. You would get to strike first in all subsequent rounds. So it starts to make the weapons feel a lot different. You could just use weapon class. Again, you don't need to use this. And the D6 damage immediately makes it so that weapon selection with weapon class will matter. So may this start to be kicked to the max, skibbity, or whatever the kids say these days. I'm beginning to think these rules have nothing to do with a video game of the same name. I give you some mass combat guidance here. Again, it's just kind of extrapolated to like you roll like a dice pool of d20s against the AC of the unit type. You're going to want to class up unit like if you're using miniatures, each miniature is going to want to represent like 10 to 20 of that same type of person. So 10 to 20 footmen, 10 to 20 orcs, 10 to whatever, with your heroes being identifiably different as well. And if you hit a d20, it will it'll just kill. It's a kill or incapacitation of a unit of that type for every hit.
I had people at my door for cancer charity, so
you get air combat, you get rules for that and maneuvering and all that kind of stuff, how that's going to work. These air combat and ship combat are going to require probably miniatures or representative things on a piece of paper or a map or something. And then naval combat as well. And what you can do. And then in the appendices, you get some oracles. So you can use these for solo gaming or for your own at the table while you're using them. If you don't have something planned, you can. So you got a yes or no oracle with some maybes, and the maybes kind of throw in a twist. I give you a patron or NPC generator, which gives you like their disposition and desires. And then just like an adjective generator, which I always find those kinds of things useful for like, I need to describe like a room. And so I would roll like a D4 to know what column to roll in. So column 2, and then I roll some D10s. 92. So I'd go to column 2, 92. It's like industrial. Okay, so like if I'm describing like a dungeon room, I can use that to help me sort of describe a room if I'm stuck. I like those kinds of things.
Yeah.
You get 100 entries 4 times for different things, and then I get room content descriptions as well based on their type. So if we're running like a torture dungeon, I can roll a D100. That's 60. So there's disheveled straw and bedding in the room. Just gives you extra things that you can use to help describe things to your players on the fly. I find that kind of stuff helpful. And then the Appendix C is extra pole arms. So this is derived from, I think, the first strategic review article, which gave you a bunch of glaives and pole arms. It's pretty much Gygax's pole arm autism. You can have more options for pole arms within Wight-Box, which I think more weapons and things like that is always fun.
Yeah,
flavor wise at least. So that's what's in all the PDFs. So you can see like this is done. So the book is done. Thank you, Joe the lawyer. Everyone should check out Joe's channel. He's a nice guy. Congrats on the launch, buddy. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I mean, I haven't been on it yet, so it can't be that nice. But you know, I mean, I'm just fucking one.
Let's go back up here, see where we're at. We're at 7,800. You know, it's really hard to do a Kickstarter like this too. The risk of it is like, because I went to actually like BackerKit and asked them if they could help with marketing, and I wasn't big enough for them to like want to help me. So it's been, I'll say it's been hard to like to market this myself. It's been tricky.
Yeah.
I don't really know what I'm doing. So
Well, like I said before, we're a one-man show. Like, we're doing everything by ourselves, including the marketing. Like, and that's not our expertise. So
yeah. AD&D is Gygaxian autism. It's potentially true. I love AD&D though. Likewise, Joe. If you ever want to come on Natural Ones, chat.
I mean, if you're a backer, you can join now. Just look at the update that John did, and
yeah,
all the backers have an invite to come on and ask questions. So
I'm gonna be on for like probably another hour here. I can be on.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to just be one at a time. You know, we're still limited to whatever. What's this platform? StreamYard allows, but
oh no, my tab crashed. Hasbro smells changed in the wind. Good luck on the ped chat. Good luck on the shed, Patty. Jeez, I can't talk.
The Patty Shed.
The Patty Shed.
It's a sequel to Caddyshack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right here. If you're a backer, you can call in on the stream. So, all right, we reached 8K. Looking good. Yeah, I don't know. Is there any more questions you guys have? I kind of scrolled through the PDF. I've tried to answer some of your questions in chat. If there's any more, I'd love to answer them. For the people on X too, you can answer or ask questions in chat there as well. I guess I could show this too.
Yeah, you're at 8,000 now. 99 backers.
Let's see. I'll show what I'm working on with this here. So I'm tentatively calling this White Hawk. And this is like kind of some of the Greyhawk elements, but there's extra stuff here as well. So like I'm working on a Bard class derived from not from AD&D, but from the strategic review articles, and then implementing that into the chainmail system more smoothly. There's the Illusionist, which means I'm going to have to add more spells in this.
Mm-hmm.
The Paladin, the Ranger, Thief is more explicitly stated here or restated here again. And then I'm going to do the Monk, even though I hate monks. And there might be some extra races or things like that. I might include things like half elf and half orc and things like that in here.
I think that'd be cool.
But I need to, like, obviously, because there's the Illusionist, I need to have Illusionist spells added into here. The Bard has, the Bard doesn't have any special extra spells. I think he just bases it off the magic user spell list. The Druid is another one that I think appeared in strategic review that I want to implement in. And there was something else. But there's going to be lots of spells that will have to be with that. So This would be like a class expansion. I don't know if it's. I want to keep everything like in concise, small little booklets. It's kind of varying on level. Like it's going to be at the discretion of the GM, how they want things to go up. I mean, it's so rare to see with old school people get to like level 12 and things like that. And by level 12, like you're doing domain level stuff for most of these classes. So you're not going to be dungeon delving at that point. I think at level 12 and beyond, you should be like you should be like a more of a patron type character. Maybe you're like a player controlled NPC almost at that point, in my opinion, where you're sort of sending off other adventurers on adventures. Why do you need to go in the dungeon as like a level 12 wizard when you can just send another party of adventurers to go do that for you, to go look for the magic item, you know?
Yeah, you're doing domain game stuff, you're doing wargaming stuff, and then maybe your alt is like the guy he sends out into the dungeons.
So the bard just goes up because the bard just went up to level 20. Like it went all the way. Like that one went up higher than 20. I just stopped it at 20. Like some of the classes are really weird in that like they go significantly higher. They explicitly go significantly higher than other ones. But I think any class could do that. It's just at the discretion of the referee.
Yeah.
So let's bring this back up again. Got a super chat. Thank you, Agile Monk, channel supporter too. Hey there, John in Idaho, from John in Utah. Just paid for my Wight-Box. Awesome. Thank you. In the update, if you go to the update section on Kickstarter, you can join from right there if you want to hop on and grill me or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Glad I could catch some of this. Hope the Kickstarter continues going well. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Blackwall.
The Bard's FA progression. Oh, wowee.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, it's weird. Some of those classes, when you look at those old things, it's like some of these guys in the strategic review zine were just sort of like, let's just do whatever we want.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of cool, though. I like that early experimental, and you can definitely see like the start of ideas that then became,
commonplace.
Like,
yeah. If you come here, Joe the lawyer, this one should only be for backers only. So you can join here. Just click on that link. It'll take you to StreamYard.
Yeah.
If you want to hop on. You're welcome to. Any other backers is welcome to stop by, say hello, ask a question. Yeah, we're at 8,342. It's looking good. Yeah, I had no idea that the Kingdom Come game did that with a board game where what did Patty say? Or someone said they asked for like 16K or something, and then they're like, actually, just kidding, we needed 1 million.
Yeah, like that's really bad.
I didn't want to do that. You're gonna have to make the Grill Daddy class, Ryan. I'll leave that to you. That can be your addition, your supplement to the game.
Yeah.
The Grill Daddy class. Yeah, you should be able to do that. Like if you want it, there's going to be some differences and some changes that I've made, but what's up, Joe?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Nothing
How are
much. Just hanging out, hopefully watching number go up.
Yes, absolutely, man. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
So this is your second Kickstarter, right?
Yes, the first one was Macuhitl, which is like an Aztec. It uses 0E rules for Aztecs, and this is this is my take on chainmail plus 0E. So
That's cool, man. That's cool. I like it. I like it. I have those books somewhere over there a million years ago when early OSR days, somebody just scanned them in when it was kind of like, before it was kind of legal. There weren't official PDFs out, and they put them up there on the hell's that site, Lulu, but you had to get the link from somebody, so it wasn't out for the public, but you could get a print on demand out of Lulu. So that's the only copy of the old.
Was like word of mouth kind of like thing.
Yeah. I won't divulge the man who told me how to do it, but like he gave me the link and like, oh, that's great. That thing in there. Even back then they were expensive,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of all I want to do. I feel like 0E is one of those editions. Like everyone builds off of BX and even AD&D, but BX is sort of, I've heard termed like the lingua franca of old school OSR stuff, and it's
really
like,
is, yeah.
And while I love BX, my name is derived from it. It's a great game and a great system and awesome TSR edition. I've really come to love 0E, and this is just sort of my love letter to it, of like how I would personally run it. So
how is it different than the OG Wight-Box that I think it was Matt Finch might have put it out 1,000 years ago? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So this has chainmail like explicitly integrated into it.
Okay.
So it uses the alternative combat system in 0E, which is the D20 system we all come to know and love now. But this has the chainmailisms directly imposed over the top of it. So you're gonna be getting like multi attacks based on your fighting capability, which is gonna make your fighting man or your cleric, even your magic user, eventually feel a lot more heroic.
Okay.
You get weapon class, so every weapon does a d6 of damage in this, just like in the Wight-Box. Weapon class is going to give you multi attacks and things like that. So being able to parry, you can parry in this, because I don't remember how Matt Finch does it. I think he just does side initiative, if I'm correct. And it's just like this side goes and then this side goes.
Yes.
Whoever wins initiative. In this, you're only rolling initiative for who gets to move first, and you can choose. You can choose to let the other side move first if you want to as well.
Move or attack? You mean move by movement?
Just move. Move. Everything's done in phases, like in chainmail, because there's no real initiative system given in the 3LBBs, explicitly given. Which is why I think Matt Finch kind of looked to BX as sort of to fill in that gap. I'm looking at chainmail and going like, all right, you're rolling to see who moves first, and then combat, like you resolve spells and then missile weapons, and then melee is resolved simultaneously. So there's always the chance of like everyone killing each other.
Like the Matt Finch Wight-Box, like it kind of just ignored chainmail and just kind of filled in those gaps with BX type stuff or like Greyhawk type stuff, which is fine. Like I love Wight-Box. That's what my own game that I'm working on is based on. But
okay, all right, that's cool. Now, wasn't there another book, a fantasy supplement or something like that too, that came out alongside of chainmail? Wasn't there something called that?
Well, yeah, I derived some aspects. So there was like the fantasy supplement that I think in later editions, maybe, I don't know if it was in the first. I need to look that up.
I got it over here. Let me go see. Where the hell is it here? Hold on a second. I pulled it off my shelf.
But that's where you get a lot of the weapon versus armor tables, the fantasy table, which I don't use exactly in this, but there's a way of adjudicating like heroic fantasy combat that I derive from reading the rules in 0E, where any creature with 4 hit die or more, if that's a monster, is like a heroic monster, and you're going to want to use your attacking as pretty much your level to deal damage. If you do less than that, if you're a fighting man and you have you have a 4-man fighting capability, essentially hero fighting capability, you can make 4 attacks as a level 1 man against all other 3 less than 4 hit die creatures. Okay. So you can kind of go in and start feeling like Conan the Barbarian by level 4, like slicing through goblins and orcs and things like that a lot more easily.
That's cool. Here's what I had here. So here's the little brown book printed in 1 volume, right? All 3 of them.
That's rad.
Right. So that's cool, the 1 book. And then there was another book with all 4 supplements in here.
Okay.
Right. So a little bit thicker. We got a Greyhawk, Blackmoor, Eldritch Wizardry, and Gods, Demigods, and Heroes. And then this book it's a 2-in-1. You got chainmail on this side, right? And then he did something weird. He flipped it. Like so now it's upside down if you read the other one, but this is the one I was thinking of. It's sword
and spells.
Yeah. This was interesting, I thought. So so you're bringing in chainmail, but not swords and spells. Did you get anything for swords and spells?
No, I did not look at swords and spells. Like my thinking, this was like a thought experiment originally that on the Gilded server that started with like, hey guys, what would happen if it was 1974 and I just got the Wight-Box and I have chainmail, so I only have those things available to me. How would I run this game? You know, I that's like a thought experiment that I haven't seen too many people really. There's a number of people that have tried and they've done really cool stuff with that.
Back in 74 they had to, right?
But like I was curious about that because I've always had people tell me like, oh, 0E is impossible to play or it's just a mess. And while it's not perfect, obviously, by today's standards of layout and explanation of rules, I don't know, there's some real charm to it. It's like I think it really is my favorite edition just because of the depth you get to it. Because when I started implementing chainmail into it, like I said earlier in the stream, you get almost this proto 1E game in a lot of ways, you know, which is cool. I was really surprised by that just based on what hearsay from other people where they're like, oh, you know, it's this, it's that. And I'm the kind of guy where I'm stubborn and I'm like, I got to check this out for myself first. And when I did, I was like, this is cool.
That's neat, man. That's neat. So you've obviously been play testing the crap out of it, I'm sure. Now, if you look at this, and I'm sure you played all the other ones. You probably played Labyrinth Lord. You probably played Old School Essentials, right? And you played the core BX, obviously Basic Expert, right? How does it compare in style, would you say? Sorry, just turning into an interview. I'm just curious. I missed the first.
No, this is good.
That's fine. Yeah, no,
this is good for the chat. And you're a backer too, so you're asking good questions. It differs in, I think, feel. So I did a video a while back. This is, I think, one of the biggest ones, at least between BX and this, is I ran a combat scenario of a level 4 fighting man, so essentially a level 4 fighter against 5 goblins. And this using the Wight-Box rules, like this fighting man didn't take any damage. And he just like smoked through all the goblins,
which would make sense, right? It's like a grown ass man with a bunch of like 7-year-olds.
Almost, you
know?
But if you were to have that, I didn't record it, but I wanted to compare it. So I did that same exact fighting scenario with an OSC character against 5 goblins, and it's interesting because that character like almost won, but he still died. Against the 4 goblins. And so I think that like it's just more heroic in feeling because of that, because you're able to sort of slice through the minions, because in BX it's like you just get your one attack and then you're done for your turn, whereas what I'm doing here, you might use a level 4 fighting man, you get 4 level 1 attacks against those goblins. You might be able to like just chop down through a bunch of them, which to me is a lot of fun.
So. It kind of solves that problem that people have with a lot of old school D&D. It was like, well, the wizard is way more powerful. It's like, well, yeah, when you like look at BX and stuff, sure, like eventually they get more powerful. But when you look at 0E, and if you use the fighting capability, the wizard or the fighter actually ramps up a lot. Like,
and he's the only one that gets magic swords with ego, and some of those swords like can cast spells and things like that. Like you almost like as a fighting man, as you get more powerful, if you get a magic sword that has like some special talents and abilities, like you're almost on par in some respects than with the magic user that's of a higher equal or higher level. So
you're leaning into the whole Conan just slaughter style game here, essentially, you know.
But the thing is it's still deadly though, because like your hit points are still low, and you know what I did is like the hit point levels are all still there. You're
doing D6 a level per whatever class,
pretty much.
Okay, same as Holmes kind of thing.
And so like the hit points are still low, and the monsters are all dealing a D6 of damage, or some monsters are dealing 2d6 damage, or dragons are dealing the equivalent to their hit die. So like they might be, if they have 25 hit points, that dragon's just blasting you with its breath for 25 hit points of damage, which that's enough to fry a lot of characters. So it's still super deadly, but I just felt like when I read the rules, it made a lot more sense to kind of just up the monsters are very lethal.
Mhm.
The players having their lethality against the monsters being raised just a little bit, I think kind of gives them a bit more parity. Not that
Okay.
I'm seeking balance, but like it gives them a little bit more to do and a little bit more survivability than just I guess like I'm pushing back design wise against this concept that like combat is a fail state in old school games, and it doesn't have to be. Like you can actually be pretty capable in this and go in and combat can be your first option and it can actually win. But it's not like this doesn't feel like 5e though either, where everyone's magical or something like that. Where I feel like 5e wants to scratch that itch of like feeling powerful, but it doesn't always do it in the way that I prefer.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yeah, it's too hard to keep track of all your crap too. It just forces you, because you have so much crap, to look at the damn character sheet all the time. I ran a campaign almost 5 years in 5e, and then multiple ones that lasted a shorter time, and I just got so fucking tired of it. All right, I don't know if you can swear in this. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Vic swears all the time. I don't swear, but Vic swears. So
all right.
I'm European. It's in my blood.
All right. You're Russian, Victor?
No, I'm Dutch. I'm from the
Dutch.
Netherlands.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
The Victor and the accent.
That is a very fake name. Like that's not my real name. But
oh, okay. All right. Well, my last name isn't the lawyer, but yes.
I figured.
My legal name is the Basic Expert, but
nice, very nice. Yeah, you went like the whole share route, and Prince back and where was it? Oh God, it's funny. We have the same people in our chats. Agile Monk, how you doing, man? We got a lot of like carryover people. I've noticed.
I've been in your chat before too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's kind of cool, man.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool. We got a little community here,
Yeah, definitely.
I look at it. There's like this group of YouTube grognards, I guess you could say, right? You're looking at like Matt Mercer, not quite. He's live streaming, but the other Matt Colville and the DM's Lair guys, and all those people came up. I think probably during COVID they blew up, because what the hell else are you going to do except make you watch YouTube videos, right? And so they're up there in 100,000 plus 200,000 range. And then there's this new, even though we're not young, at least I'm not, new crop of younger people scrapping up, trying to get up there too, and everybody sort of goes in waves and cycles. I figure in about 5 years we'll be on top of that. We'll have our whole crowd with us and all that, and they'll all be retired.
Maybe we'll see
on their beaches with their, all their YouTube money, and they'll be retired, and we'll be grasping,
Yeah.
I can be a contentious fellow, so I make some people upset. So
tell me about it, dude.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Ben Milton video,
Yeah, you went harder at him than me, so
Yeah, I know, but you inspired it, dude. I was just watching your video. I'm just like, not you, him. I was like, son of a, I got something to say.
Did you get as much hate as John though, or?
Did you get a lot of hate for that?
Yeah, I was very fair. I felt like I agreed with him in some respects on some things, and I got people like, "When are you going to have him on your stream? Why do you hate Ben?" And I'm like, I'm trying to be nice here. Like, goodness gracious, like what's going on? But
no, my thing with him was a million years ago. My friend Matt Jackson, he did some maps. He's a great mapper, great D&D cartographer, right? And he did a bunch of maps that were in a book, and Ben reviewed it, and he talked all about what's his face, the big mapper guy. What the hell is his name? Dyson. I keep thinking vacuum. Every time I think I'm thinking vacuum. So the vacuum guy. Yeah. Right. So he did one with Dyson. He says like, and some other cartographer. I'm like, you didn't give Matt props. What the, come on. We bust on Matt Jackson all the time, but we can. He's our buddy. So that pissed me off.
If a book has like two names, just mention both names. Like,
I mean, it might have been more than two, but still, if you don't just say, the main one and then some other, Jack, that annoyed me. And then he did a video a few years ago that I replied to. I guess it was something about the lost whatever the hell of the OSR, and I'm like, dude, it was never freaking lost. We've been doing it ever. I was like, bite me, and I shit on him for that.
That was that was some he made some videos that I don't know how you feel about the Bro SR guys. I'm friendly with a lot of them, and
I don't quite know what it is, dude, except it's a one guy, Jeff Rowe, some or another, who, here's my incomplete knowledge of it, and that he basically thinks that you should run AD&D by the book. He's like the Jehovah's Witness of the OSR. You know what I mean?
He wouldn't deny that. He people like, you run a cult. He just jokingly says yes, but
Yeah.
But they don't only play AD&D. They play Adventure Conqueror King, and they play BX. They play Traveler. They play a lot of different games. Their big thing is, at least in the early days, was on strict timekeeping and how
That's what I remember.
That's both all people that have played 5e that have played 5e stuff that I've made. So yeah, like they do all sorts of stuff.
But they pretty much just are like, hey, keep strict time records, and in particular, the easiest way is just map it to the real world calendar. I actually suggest that in this because that's how I run my games now too.
Okay.
I just think it's so cool to do that because it makes downtime a lot of fun. So I implement that in Wight-Box here as well. So
that makes sense. I mean, if that's your style of doing it, so be it, right? But I it's just not my gig. I'm more of a rules heavy guy, and I like more bells and whistles, and I like it integrated into the world. And the thing I keep saying forever is, where did the orcs take a shit? All right, things have to make sense in a dungeon, or I can't grasp the dungeon. It doesn't grok, So
I'm like kind of the opposite. I love like the crazy dream weirdness, like going into a mythical underworld. I like that kind of stuff though too. Even like the Funhouse dungeon, I don't mind it. Like
really, you and Joe Block. I mean, I got a chance to play with him at ShireCon because he did that massive mega dungeon thing, and because I want to play with everybody in their system if I can. Like I got a chance to play with Matt Finch a few years ago, and that was fun. I want to play with everybody, Talanian and this and that. So I played with Block in his dungeon, in his mega dungeon with his rule set. And he just loves that. He unapologetically loves the mythic underworld vibe. And that's cool. You like it. You like it. That's as long as you're having fun. That's all that matters.
That's what I love. I don't think every dungeon needs to be that. That's one thing we made people upset with the mythic underworld too. It was like, hey, you can do this and you can implement these aspects. Like, if it's a particular dungeon, like there can be layers and there can be caves that make sense. But there can be also dungeons that they go into like a mythical place, there's like a spiritual almost evil there, that kind of shifts reality and affects it, and that's okay to do too. And I got a lot of people upset at me because they couldn't grasp what I was saying.
Old School Essentials, meanwhile, every official dungeon module that I've put out explicitly uses the mythical underworld. It's just like weird dream realm and like whatever. And that's like official stuff that they release, and nobody's bothered by that. But the moment we mention it, like we get like 600 comments, like, "Oh, you assholes."
That's people got a bitch. I mean,
Joe Block, massive dungeon of bizarre creatures. But I lean into that here in Wight-Box because I keep a lot of the old school rules. For example, the rule that all doors are stuck for players, but they open for monsters. So all monsters have infravision, but the moment they come under your control, like if you get like a creature in the dungeon to be your friend or something like that, it loses infravision. So I mean, I just try to be true to what those original rules were in a lot of respects, even if they were a little strange maybe to our modern sensibilities. I just think
and that's what you're going for. I mean, if you're wedding your style of game to an aesthetic based on the old system, that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? That's just the way it goes, right? I mean, that's what you want to do. I mean, everybody makes their own thing. There's no one true way.
You can buy the book and change it. I guess I can't stop you, but I just love that. I just love that aesthetic. I just love that style of play. It's just fun to me. I don't know.
Now, I'm this weirdo that I love all sorts of styles of plays, and I adapt myself to whatever like is needed in the moment. And for some reason, I don't know, like I'll go with the dungeon that makes sense if it's required. I'll go with the mythical underworld if it's required. It doesn't matter to me as long as I'm having fun. But for some reason, people get very stuck on like one thing. It's like, this is what I like, and everything else is shit. It's like, no, you're allowed to like different things, guy.
I would say that things maybe there's a million ways to do it, right? But depends on what you like, what your style, and as long as you let your players know up front what they're in for, right? Exactly. That's the thing. I'll tell them up front. I'm not going to run a mythical on the world. Things have to make sense. It's all based in this setting first, rules second. That's always my thing. Setting over trumps everything. Like I look at the DM as like I'm not telling a story like in terms of the modules or the adventures. I'm not trying to force an outcome. I don't give a shit about that. But Ray Feist, that author, he one time, we were on a listserv like 30 years ago, and we were talking about his books, and he described himself as a writer of historical fiction in a fantasy world. And Didn't agree with it then, but I look at it now. I said, yeah, I agree. That's what he was doing. Number one, and number two, that's what a DM does if you have a big setting that you're dealing with. Because what I'm doing as a DM is I'm writing a story of a world. Then the PCs drop themselves in there. They may or may not affected, but there's shit going on, and that shit going on helps with the immersion for the PCs. They could jump on the whatever's going on thing, because if it's going on big picture, it drills down into wherever they're at, right? The war might be affected in the local village where recruiters come in looking for somebody to join up and help out. They could say yes or no. It's a sandbox, right? They could do what they want, but that's why setting always trumps the rules in my head, right? That's just the way I am. And I let people know it. As long as they're on board with that, we're good to go.
Yeah.
You know?
I have a kind of a holistic view, and maybe it's just from my mindset of just trying to design games, but I try and have like the rules inform the setting, and they kind of tell you like what they should play into any kind of setting, like what the vibe you're going for, you know, or the feel you're going for. So like, you know, that's why like Call of Cthulhu has its way of doing things for BRP, but that's like different from like RuneQuest or Pendragon or something like that.
Yeah.
So
to a certain extent, that's you have to have that, right? I mean, if the rules prevent certain things in the setting from even being in actuality, right, then yeah, that has to make sense, right? You have to have something like that. That's kind of why I'm trying to write a rule bend, like a 5e hack for, you know, and like an old school 5e hack, essentially. That's what I'm sort of working on now. Hopefully get out in a few months, just, you know, out there in the world, playing it and testing it and all that. And, you know, then in a couple of years I might publish something, right? Just it feels good to do something though, to create. You know, it's a real joy.
I love doing that. Vic and I are going to work eventually on our own take on 5e at some point here.
Yeah.
So we want to like do our own.
That's cool.
Yeah, I started my career with 5e stuff. My very first book that I kickstarted was a 5e modern book. So I was always like a big proponent. Like even when I first joined John's Gilded server, I was like the main guy. I was like, yeah, 5e isn't that bad, guys. Like, shut up. It's actually pretty good if you play it as it's supposed to be played, and you don't pay attention to what Reddit says. It's actually a pretty decent system.
Yeah,
I was like the first guy that said that, and then everyone kind of followed suit. But yeah, so we want to kind of do our own take on 5e, kind of like we call it the O5R. Like not the OSR, but the O5R. So
I've seen that or heard. I don't know what the hell it is. It's somebody's old school version of 5th edition. Is that what that is?
It's basically just you know, release like do like 5e as it was meant to be played in like 2014 when it first came out. Like ignore like, you know, Tasha's Coldman of everything. Bullshit. And like all that stuff. Yeah. Like just write it and play it the way it was meant to be. So,
yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool, man. I found that one way to help with 5e to make it more fun is to limit the healing big time. The clerics and all that sort of thing. Like the bulk of the time I was running it, it was a couple years, and toward the end, just me and my brother one-on-one. And he had a wizard and a barbarian. And it was great. And for some reason, it was always hard to get a cleric to go along with him. You know, so it's like they're 15th level, they're down to like 3 hit points in a fight, and it's like, Jesus Christ, where's the cleric? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we just broke 9K.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah, awesome.
Man. You're gonna pop 10 before this stream is over, man. Whoa, 91. Look at that, dude. Nice.
Yeah, you're well on track, dude.
Holy shit, it keeps going. It's like rolling like a slot machine.
Yeah, hopefully it does well. Like
I said, you might have to do the whole adding more countries thing. Because I see some people.
I'm going to do that right now. Actually,
add more what?
He basically didn't add all the countries for certain of the options for like shipping. So if you're from a certain country, you can't do a certain pledge. I went into that
PDF only for certain countries due to like tariff uncertainty and all that.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to just like list every single country in the whole world, and I didn't want to give like a universal. This is for outside the United States. This is inside, because that's so variable for outside the States that like people shipping to the UK is different from shipping to Australia, it's very expensive to ship to Australia. So it's like I wanted to make sure everyone had like a fair amount, and I wouldn't end up upside down on shipping costs.
Yeah.
So you're taking a different route than a lot of the OSR guys do, because what they'll do is they'll just do the drive-through RPG. You get a coupon for at cost, essentially. That's what they're going for there, and that makes sense. I mean, on some level, there's no warehousing, there's no shipping it out, there's no stock. You're doing a whole different thing, man. That's the brave move there,
Well, it's hard because it's a real physical thing. Like I'm getting dice made. I got to get a referee screen made. There's a game board that's going to come with this. The three booklets. The 3 booklets themselves. This is all being made by a single company that does like board game stuff. So it's definitely like a way more for the box set. It's definitely like a more ambitious thing than just like, here's a book,
Okay.
So I'm trying to give you like that 0E,
the whole feel.
The whole experience.
Yeah, all my Kickstarters so far were like just print on demand through drive-through, and you just pay the printing cost after the fact. So I've done that that way thus far. But my next Kickstarter, I'm gonna try to do a offset print. So that is, that's gonna be a bit different. Like if you want the hardcover, there's actually gonna be a printer that's actually gonna make the book like fancy and like send it to you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But that's definitely a step up as far as like risk and logistics and like everything. It's kind of scary, like
Yeah, I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified.
What about the reward though? I mean, I was told that the drive-through thing is one way, but if you went the like Necrotic Gnome way, like Old School Essentials does, and have them shipping, I guess they're the publisher, they ship it, whatever the hell it is or something, and they put it out there and they handle all the logistics at the back end of it. I guess do you make more money like that, right? I mean, that might be
I don't know. Yeah, that's the question, because
I don't know. Yeah.
Like I've done pretty well with my Kickstarter so far, but like who knows what it's gonna do if I actually offer like an offset print. So
yeah. I mean, I think the safest way to do that is to make sure you have everything covered, so that even if you lose your ass, it's covered, right? Have everything done like you guys. I mean, this is done. Your book is done, right?
Yeah.
But John, so that's the safest thing. A lot of people, they do a Kickstarter, especially early on, and they'll rely on it to cover all the costs, but they didn't understand all the costs, right? Yeah. And so next thing you know, they're losing their ass on this thing.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why my goal might seem a little high to like some people, because
I was wondering,
I don't want to end up upside down. Like I'm just being honest with what I need to like make an okay profit. Yeah. And also like when I did Makuhito, which was my Aztec book, I did that offset print and I offered a print on demand version too. Yeah. I also offer the booklets as print on demand here too, if you want to just and I'm fulfilling that through Lulu.
Okay.
So now, but Makuhito, when I had that shipped in, I had that printed in Lithuania because they're one of the only printers that talked to me, and they did really good printing there. Yeah. And that was when I was saying earlier in the stream, that was when the ship crashed into Baltimore, the Baltimore Bridge, and that affected my shipping. It made it more expensive because it had to go farther on a boat to New York, and then it had to go farther on a truck to get to the fulfillment company that I was partnering with. So I just had to absorb that cost, and so that was enough to where I was like, I need to have. There's things that could go wrong. Tariffs could change. The boat could sink. Exactly. You gotta be able to account for all these horrible things that might happen.
A lot of variables. Who's doing fulfillment for you? Do you have like a European and a U.S. fulfillment group, or
just an American one?
American one. So if you're shipping something to Germany, I almost said West Germany. How old am I? If you're shipping something to Germany, then it's going to be higher, and that's sort of incorporated into this $32,000 goal, or because I know it was a flat $10 for shipping. So maybe that's just me for the U.S. I don't know.
Yeah, that's for the U.S. So the regions that I have like a spreadsheet of quotes of what it will cost for almost every country in the world.
I think it's a 12 or something for mine. When I did Makuhito, it was like $32 for shipping, and then it was funny because it went from Lithuania to the US, and then it went from the US back to me, like in Europe. I'm a lot closer to Lithuania than the US, but
should have taken a drive, Victor, and just
basically. I could probably literally drive for like a day and get to Lithuania. I haven't looked at it, but I'm pretty sure I could. But
that's funny. Oh yeah, Chubby Funster, lawyers everywhere. What do you say? I leave for lunch and come back to a cup of Joe. Amen to the cup of Joe. That's how you get through.
Post.
Yeah. Matt French is making an RPG USA printing business, right? Is he?
That'd be interesting.
You know,
I
I
also
was gonna
know Troll Lord is having their own printer set up, and I think they're eventually they're planning to like let other companies print through them. So that could be interesting.
That's a brilliant idea because
Yeah.
everything is based in the U.S. They survived COVID.
Yeah.
I remember Steve Chenault talking about it when COVID hit. What's going to happen? Because I went on a backing spree with a lot of Troll Lords because I love those guys. I never met them, but I want to have a drink with them or three. And I remember he was saying like we saw it coming, so we backstocked all of the things that might break on our printers. Because I think he does a lot of soft cover printers, but no hardcover at this point. He backed up everything that might break from China as soon as he heard word of COVID hitting, right? And so he was able to survive. That way, if anything broke down, it wouldn't put him out of business. And that was a smart move. And I've always wondered how come he only does soft cover. Whatever he needs to upgrade to make hardcover shit, you may as well. That way, you do every single thing in house, and he can be the printer of choice for all the United States printers who don't want to have to deal with the bullshit of overseas for hardcover books.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people for like this project and past projects who are like, oh, you're not getting it made in the United States. And it's like, buddy, I tried. Like, they don't want to talk to small time people. Like, you need to have a minimum of like 2,000 books printed before they'll even talk to you.
Really?
And that's just not feasible for a lot of smaller
Yeah.
guys. You know, they need a print run of maybe 500 to 750 to maybe 1,000 for a lot of us small fish. You know,
you'll have those boxes stored in every nook and cranny of your apartment for the next 5 years for some smaller people.
Well, the fulfillment company I work with, they'll store it for me for a fee, which is very reasonable. So that's helpful. But
that's good. Yeah.
I'm gonna get my book printed in the US. I've got a line on a good printer that doesn't charge so much, and they'll take smaller amounts. I promise not to like share the name because they don't want to.
They don't want the business.
They don't want everyone to like basically like go to them and all of a sudden they're swamped and you can't get your stuff can't get handled. But also my reasoning is like I make my stuff in English. 90%, if not more, of my customers are probably American. So I would be crazy to just not like get it printed in the US and get a fulfillment company in the US.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I'm noticing the windmill. As you say, didn't quite catch that at the time. It looks like a kind of a Christian, kind of like a cardinal or something. You got thing going on there.
Yeah. No, it's like a little propeller on my head.
Remember that was a thing before memes were a meme, but all the geeky kids in the old cartoons in the 50s and 60s had that little propeller thing.
Yeah, if you were like a special needs kid.
Yeah, the Shortbusters.
Yeah. I mean, I did write the Shortbuster school, so
Yeah. Oh God! So when is yours coming out, Victor? What's your story? What do you got coming next?
So my next game is going to be Streets of Magic, which is going to be my own standalone OSR like urban fantasy game, kind of like based on Bright, kind of based on the movie Streets of Fire, kind of based on like how Gotham City, like it's like is it the 80s? Is it the 90s? Is it the 1930s? Like I don't know. Like I kind of like that whole like weird anachronistic, like you're not sure what timeline it is vibe. So I'm kind of going for that.
Yeah, it's like dark noir.
Yeah, basically,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
So it's gonna be my own OSR game, kind of based on Wight-Box with my own tweaks and like my own tastes added, and it's gonna be urban fantasy because that's my jam. Like I'm the urban fantasy guy as far as the OSR goes.
Really?
My last Kickstarter was Blacklight for Shadow Dog, which is basically like SCP Foundation, like that kind of stuff. Before that, I did Modern Necessities for Old School Essentials, which is like, modern rules for that. So modern classes, firearms, modern vehicles, all that stuff. So I'm that guy, like, I don't know. So, I'm going to lean into my reputation. So,
yeah. That's cool, man. Don't talk too much about it. Chubby Funster out there, steal all your fucking ideas and put out
but people always act like Chubby and me are like some weird rivals, but we get along great. And he's actually promoted Blacklight because he's like, hey, if your Shadow City like character like gets discovered, it's like when vampires get discovered, switch your game to Blacklight. Now you're hunting the vampires.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's cool. Yeah. He's prolific. He just sits there right.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Chubby is great. We had him on like a week or two ago. So yeah.
I remember. I saw because I think he was on my show. I think right after yours. I think it was to put it out there for. I think because we wrapped up the Kickstarter, I believe, on my show. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. I think it all blends together.
Yeah.
You do a lot of live streams,
Thank you, Adam. He got the Lord level. Thank you.
Nice. Very cool.
The box set.
Dude, you gotta be popping 10. You gotta keep going on the stream until you hit 10, man. Just because. Come on.
I might have to
Yeah.
come back because my
Got
my
beat?
child is home today
Oh.
from school, and so my wife is watching her. So
Well,
it's sort of like
I can maybe keep the stream going. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll be happy to hang for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll take over, Victor.
Yeah, that's fine. Be back though. I gotta like take a massive leak.
yeah. No worries. I'm known for that too.
116 backers. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, man. That's cool. You probably hit about 125 or 150 for like 10 grand, you think?
We'll
not
see.
Even.
Yeah.
Not even. It depends. I mean, really, 125 might pop you there, you know? Yeah. That's cool, dude.
Well, what I'm hoping is like I had 535 backers for Makuhito,
Yeah.
which was that was a very niche game.
And very much so. Yeah. That's
So
awesome.
like, you know, you play as essentially bad guys. You level up by getting sacrifice victims. So it's like not many people want to play that.
Yeah.
Which I get.
A bunch of OSR guys and a few serial killers out there in your audience.
But you know, that was very like niche. And so like this is like definitely more general appeal. And so I'm hoping I had almost as many pre-signups as backed my previous Kickstarter. So
Wow.
I'm hoping
That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, you're hitting Labor Day here, right? And are you in the United States? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm in Idaho. So
Idaho? Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say hit ShireCon, but a little bit too far for ShireCon. But you gonna go to North Texas next year?
I want to go to ACON, and everyone's telling me I should go to North Texas.
Yeah.
They're saying
I
it's
went
a
there
really
couple
good
years
con.
ago. It's the one. It's the OSR one to hit, man. It really is. If you're not gonna hit one.
I should get at least a table there, or just go to visit and meet people and talk to people and hang out.
Yeah. And there is a table dude who like Rob Connolly. You know Rob, right? You've seen him around? Bat in the
Name
Attic
sounds
games.
familiar.
Yeah. He's one of my guys.
But Bat in the Attic? Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. Rob
Okay.
Connolly.
Yeah.
He has a table. There's a table at the North Texas, which is a couple of guys selling products from a lot of people who don't necessarily have enough for their own table, right?
Oh, yeah.
But you just, hey, can you sell this stuff? Maybe reach out to Rob and figure it out, because you could have stuff being sold there. And if you actually do go, you maybe man the table and you help sell other people's stuff. But it's a big table of random small publisher stuff, right? So
Yeah.
Cool.
Rob sells his stuff there. I bought it, and it's like a tag sale. You don't know what you're going to get. You walk to Joe's Block table, you know what you're going to get, right? You go to this table, it's like, what is this? What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you pick up
That's
anything.
cool.
I've considered that because, you know, I'm in Europe. Like, I can't really go to like North Texas Con, like, you know, on a whim. So, but like eventually, if I want to maybe like sell my stuff at cons, like I've considered like just sending stuff to like other people to like, you know, have a table at cons and just have a few of my books there. So
yeah. No, that's a definite possibility. I mean, Raji went out there the first year he went there was the first year I went there. He came over from Finland and they had books and whatnot, but he said he made more money there than at Gen Con.
Yeah,
because that's his people, right? His crowd. You know, you go to Gen Con, you're one of a trillion people. You go to everybody knows Raji there, right? I mean, he was a star.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'll have to go. I've also wanted to maybe set up my own con at some point. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah,
Basicon that too.
Basicon, that'd be fun.
Basicon, I like that. Cool, man. That's cool. I'll trump you and make Expert Con. That'll be more.
We'll all make a Mortal Con. So
yeah.
Oh God, yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Hey, so Shadow Dark is all the rage, and you guys have, Victor's written for it. How does this compare to Shadow Dark in terms of the vibe, the style, and the audience? Right. I mean, I think the audience is going to be significantly different than for Shadow Dark. This is definitely going to appeal to old school guys first and foremost. But how are you reaching out to the Shadow Dark crowd for this? It's a compound question.
I haven't really directly reached out to them, but in a general sense, I've tried to appeal with this to people that don't play old school, because there's a lot of people that kind of look, especially at 0E. They kind of look at 0E at the 3 LBBs, and it's sort of like this esoteric text, like, how do I play this? How do I understand this? And so my hope is like someone can read this and go, oh, I understand how this plays, or at least I understand how John's telling me how he would play, and I can play that way, know. And that's sort of my my goal with that, is that like someone who might be looking at this and going, I've always been interested in like where the hobby started at, and this is cool. This is like a game that is John did the hard work for me of reading the books and then trying to explain it to me and teaching me how to play, essentially. And I think that there's that's what OSC did a really good job of, I think.
Yeah.
BX. BX isn't as archaic or as difficult to understand, I think, as like 0E, but it's still a challenge for, I think, a modern person to get their mind around it in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
They're not in the same context as people in the 70s and 80s. So my goal is to sort of just like plainly explain the rules and integrate things, rearrange them in a way that makes sense. Because Gary, to their credit, that there had never been a book like this before them. So how do you lay out a book for a game that's never existed before? So hopefully rearranging things and explaining things and then integrating the chainmail things into the gaps so that it's more cohesive. So
and to its credit, that's what Old School Essentials did, because BX was an upgrade from Homes, which is an upgrade from 0E in terms of understandability, right? But OSE put BX in a simpler format, in a great format, even more so than Labyrinth Lord did, I think. Right? Because Labyrinth Lord, even though it was a BX clone, it kind of reminded me in layout vibe of Beckme, right? It had that kind of level of simplicity, whereas OSC seems to like really grind it backwards, not as detailed as Beckme.
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Vic. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I made some grognards mad before because we got a question on the stream with like, hey, if I want to learn like BX, like what should I get, like original BX or like Old School Essentials? And I said get Old School Essentials because it just explains it way easier, especially in like modern in the modern lingo. Like and like some grognards got mad at me because
they're always gonna be. They're always gonna be. You hit true grognard level. I think here's the real indicator, I think, is when I did the video about, what the hell's shit. Anytime I shit on Wizards of the Coast, I get the grognards come out of the woodwork and they're, well, I don't care. I still have AD&D 1E. They could tear it out of my cold, dead hands, and we don't care what they do. Why should we care what they do? We still have our books. I can play until I die with everything I have in Mobbit. But all the same answers. You know what I mean? Bunch of grouchy old bastards. But my point is always like there's a rising tide kind of effect here. When Wizards of the Coast does well, it brings new people into the hobby, right? And so even if it's not Wizards of the Coast fault, like 2014, that version hit at a great time because you had Stranger Things wasn't popping yet, but you did have Big Bang Theory talking about it, right? And then later on, Stranger Things, you had COVID sitting, everybody sitting home doing nothing, and you're like, oh, let's play this old game I did when I was a kid with my kids, right? That kind of a thing, and then Matt Mercer effect, all that crap hit, and so it was the right place, the right time, the right product, and they really did. I mean, they were able to capitalize on that. They think they're like the people who was born on third and thought they had a triple though, right? And so that was the issue with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, Dark Knight. I will add Ireland if it's not on there. I will fix that.
So the 120 one is like that's the one with the 6 booklets, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just went for the $60 one then.
Yeah, came out to 70 with shipping. So yeah. Yep.
So that the one with my idea with the other one is the booklets one is like you get your nice little box set, but then you get like the pod versions as well that you can pass out to your players so they don't get their greasy Cheeto fingers all over your nice box set version. But also I think it's good for, again, going back to getting people to play. Like if you get that version and you get your players into it and you give them the 3 booklets, one of the players in your group, like my hope is that you also encourage that person to be a GM as well,
That's true.
And run. You'll have the 3 booklets. You'll have everything you need to run old school 0E plus chainmail D&D. Like, go for it.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea. Thanks, Malaki, for throwing that out there. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm not even logged in to Restream or StreamYards. I'm gonna hit login. I may lose you, but I'll get back if I do. But I'm not even logged in for some reason.
I'm going to fix that for Dark Knight of Hibernia here. Sorry about that, man. I thought maybe I set up like a general like European Union one, but then I forget that they're not in that anymore.
Yeah,
So I guess it doesn't apply.
Yeah, almost 10,000 already, dude. After like not even 3 hours, that's like amazing.
we need to go to.
Also gives me hope for Streets of Magic when I've Kickstarted it next year.
Well, like we've talked before, like this is like one of those projects where like I need to break through. I feel like I've been at the cusp of like that next level of what I do.
Yeah.
And I needed something. I need some way of like breaking through that.
Yeah. No, I feel I'm in the same boat. And you know, we both the type we don't really get jealous of other people's success, especially if they're friends. But at the same time, you know, it does suck a little when you see like all these people like pass you by. And you're like,
yeah, well, it's
like,
more
you know,
like, you know, I'm working really hard. Like, what am I
Yeah.
doing that like I can get that to
Yeah.
there? You know, it's
Which-
not necessarily like,
well, yeah. I don't really consider that jealousy. It's not because jealousy implies that you begrudge them their success, but I don't. But I also want success. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to find what I would charge for Ireland. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, like a pot of gold at the end of the
Yeah,
ring,
it'd probably be a
amiibo.
pot of gold.
There we go. Sorry, now I'm back. There's things like that. If I went away, it wouldn't show me. Like it show a little dot. I'm like, why is this?
Yeah. Chubby wishing you ill.
He's always wishing me ill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it says he fell down a well.
Yeah. Fell down well like his magic dagger. So reference to a game we played in Tim's Comor Forest game, and he had his like a cursed dagger. He's, I'm getting rid of this thing. He threw it down a well. And in Tim's games, you don't do such things because, like, you know, the look of evil grin on Tim's face. He's like, oh, I'm like, oh, we're fucked. You don't do that. You don't do that in Tim's game.
Yeah. Well, you don't just throw away a magic dagger. That's not how it works. It's gonna haunt you.
It was a cursed evil touched by the demons or something dagger.
Yeah.
And he's like, let me get rid of this thing. Into the well it goes. Yeah.
All right, Dark Knight. I added Ireland. You should be able to get the box set now.
Yeah, you're gonna be about when you hit 10 grand, it'd probably be about 130 something backers. That's great, dude. That's great. And like I said, you got Labor Day here, right? So people are just checked out, picnics, barbecues, whatever the hell, you know, they're doing stuff.
Yeah.
So they're gonna come into this tomorrow and say, shit, I gotta get on this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you you have that stuff on drive-through, right, John?
I do have a lot of stuff on drive-through. Yeah, well, almost all my stuff is on there, PDF and
Okay.
And physical for print on demand. I'm contemplating going I'm exclusive there.
Yeah.
So I'm contemplating going non-exclusive, which will cut into my profits a bit, but I have my own web store that I want to start using a bit more. I use Fourth Wall, and Fourth Wall actually has partnered with Mixam, so you can do like hardcovers and zines through Mixam through Fourth Wall, and I have like other stuff there, which I should also. I'll share my tab here. So my web store's here. So if you guys want a Wight-Box shirt, you can get that here as well.
Nice.
Has the box cover art on it if you are into that sort of thing.
But anyways, a few more X's though, John. If we're looking for old school folks here, at least 6 or 7, you know.
Oh my goodness!
I was about to say.
Jeez.
Yeah, even I'm like a 3 or 4 XL. So yeah.
Yeah.
We need a.
4's a little tight on me. Just saying.
I need a
wheel, maybe a 5. You know.
I need beholder shape as a
behemoth. Yeah.
Tarask. But I have my web store here, which I want to start implementing more, and I have like t-shirts and other things and my zines and stuff on here. So
like a Teespring, but butter. It looks like
it is, yeah. But I can sell like my own stuff on here as well. Or like I said, they partnered with Mixam, so you can do hardcovers and stuff as well. So I want to start doing that, but I want to start offering more of my digital stuff on here as well. Which I think would be useful.
What's the difference in the profit margin and whatever for drive-through? If you're not to get personally your numbers, but in general, but you know what I mean, the percentages or something.
Yeah, that I haven't looked into. It's more just like I don't want to be reliable on drive-through. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess I'm reliable on fourth wall, but
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just want to start direct. What's nice about this is like below my stream probably, and on a lot of my videos, I can link this web store to my YouTube. So that's a big part of it too. Is like if I'm talking about one of my games, I could have it in the YouTube video like as a link that people can just directly click through. And I have a way bigger audience on YouTube than I do like on Drive-Thru-RPG, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just want to start like pushing people towards this, I guess. I just think it'd be more beneficial to me.
Oh, that's cool, man. I
Well,
know
technically,
that,
technically, the physical stuff doesn't fall under the
Sure.
exclusivity stuff either. Anyway, so
it's only
But I
digital.
want to. It's only digital
digital,
PDF.
yeah.
You have to be exclusive. Yeah, and it's a difference of 35 to 35% cut. So if you're exclusive, they only take 30%. If you're non-exclusive, they take 35.
I kind of wish it was more like 25, 35. That'd be more worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it would be more worth it. I would probably stay exclusive if they did that. But
it does suck when you look at your earnings. And it's like, oh, I made 3,000. Oh, never mind. I only made like
a little less.
Yeah.
A little less.
Well, at the same time, you do get the convenience of like having your PDF like in this one place. You do get their customer base, like all that stuff. Like I've tried out different platforms. I tried itch.io. I tried all these different platforms, and I eventually just ended up back at Drive-Thru-RPG because like literally like 95% of my sales were just from there.
And everyone's there. Everybody knows it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's the Amazon of the OSR of the RPG industry. I mean, everybody.
You can't avoid it. You have to. You have to.
Like my reasoning is, I'd rather have like 1,000 sales on Drive-Thru-RPG, and I have to give them 30%, than have like 5 sales on itch, and then give them like
Lulu or
1%. Yeah.
Lulu was all the rage in the early OSR days. A lot of people were doing, because there wasn't a print on demand with Drive-Thru, right? And so it was a PDF thing. And back then it was Drive-Thru-RPG, and then there was a different name. There was then 2 companies merged. I forget what the hell the other one was called. But they merged. But yeah, anything you want to print on demand did have to go through Lulu, if I remember right,
Yeah.
So even some PDF sales happened through Lulu too. I think that's where I got Matt Finch's Old School Primer for the first time off of Lulu way back. Now it's pretty much everywhere. You don't have to buy it, but you should buy it. He's a cool dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I've sold stuff via Lulu. I actually, they were still selling my old version of Modern Necessities, my Old School Essentials supplement. They were still selling it on like Amazon and like all these places. So like every few months, I would get like a check for like $10, and then I would also get like all like these envelopes with like all these like tax forms that I had to fill in for like the US. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Like I'm in the Europe, like come get me. But I'm not doing that for $10, guy.
Yeah.
But I actually figured out how to like stop that recently, because I ran into the issue where people were buying the old version of Old School Essentials or Modern Necessities, even though I already released a new version. But they were still buying it through Lulu because Lulu was selling it on like Amazon and stuff.
Oh, okay. That's one big issue that Drive-Thru does handle, is that you're not dealing with some 50 countries buy stuff from you. You're dealing with taxes from 50 countries, right? I mean, that's something that you're pretty much covered on that when you're dealing with Drive-Thru. Yeah. Hey, before Victor, you mentioned you love urban fantasy. You must like the Harry Dresden books, then. You get into?
Oh yeah. I love Dresden. I love Monster Hunter International, Larry Carrera, like all those, all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
What was that other one? Monsanto International.
Monster Hunter International.
That's new to me. I didn't hear about that.
It's a great series. Check it out.
Okay, Monster Hunter International.
Yeah.
Is it the same style as Dresden? Because I love those.
Yeah, like a little. It's a little bit more actiony. It's actually like it's a lot. Like the guy that writes it is big into guns and all that stuff.
All right.
It's literally about like mercenaries / bounty hunters that like kill monsters, and they get like bounties from the government for it.
That's cool, man. I like that. All right, I'll check it out. I'm looking for a new series, and there's not too much that's out there that's really that great anymore. It's really a shame. Fantasy fiction, it's gone like soft, wimpy. You know, the guys who write it aren't writing for guys like us, I guess you could
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
You know?
I get you. A lot of like urban fantasy stuff these days is like I'm like a hot chick and I gotta milk a minotaur now, and like
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I mean, I guess, but like
Yeah.
I'd rather read about a detective dealing with vampires, but you know,
Mhm.
cool, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's I mean, it's like chick lit wish fulfillment. You know what I mean? It's like that sort of a thing. I've noticed. You know, it's a whole different vibe, different scene, dude. 98-27, man. Come on,
Yeah.
come on. We're almost there. We're almost there. Just refreshing furiously, trying to get to that, man. That's awesome. It's got to be a good feeling. Now,
Yeah.
John, if you don't, God forbid, you get the 31,000 that it closed, do you fulfill or no? Or is it done? You return the money, it doesn't go.
I'll return the money. I'll just release this in some other way. It probably won't be a box set, but maybe I'll do like I'll figure something out.
Yeah. I was surprised at that goal because most people, they shoot $1,000 goal, you know, and they know they're going to blow through it, and they can say, you know, 38,000% funded or something, right? So it's,
yeah, I know. I wanted to be honest though, because I didn't, like I said, I wanted a buffer because there's no feasible way for me to. I could have set it really low to pretty much just like, oh, I'll fund and I'll at least cover my costs. But I don't know. I've worked hard on this, so I think I deserve to get paid too.
Hell yeah.
And then, you know, like I said, a lot of the unforeseen things, like a boat crashing into a bridge, or you know, things like that. You know, you got a truck breaking down, or you know, a truck performing a UE illegally on the highway. You know, and my books are in it, and a bunch of Haitians crash into it or something like that. Like, you know, you gotta plan for these sorts of things, or maybe there's some sort of issue with shipping or something like that. So I wanted to make sure I had enough to like to be able to make a little bit of something, but then also not unforeseen circumstances can be accounted for.
You're jumping up there to a higher level of publishing in terms of that. You know what I mean? It's you're not just doing like I said, the drive through, you know, here's your coupon, you know, at cost, blah, blah, blah. And you're helping me fund art. You're actually doing it, man. That's commendable.
Hopefully I'm trying, you know, like my first Kickstarter, I was a lunatic and I did a print, offset print book. So it's like with a gold, with a red foiled cover and everything. I have it somewhere.
Huh? You
I should. You didn't fuck around from the beginning, then. Man.
Let me see here.
Did you? 98, 97. That's why I turn the camera off when I stand up. You know, they go move or turn the light off or something, because I never remember if I'm in my underwear or not. John here apparently on the live streams. So
this is like my first Kickstarter, which is my Aztec game.
Wow, man, that's beautiful though.
Which this is an add-on. I have like 100 of these left, maybe less now, but if you want to get this with Wight-Box, I have this as an add-on. There's a little.
That's cool, man.
Have you considered like rewriting it someday, but with the actual Wight-Box rules? I think that could be interesting.
I've thought about like maybe doing a little supplement edition, trying to do that. I mean,
like,
there's
an edition,
there's a way that this will be very much compatible, because this is still built on 0E. There's going to be a few differences in how it interprets rules, but this will be very much compatible with this box set still.
Okay.
So. But this is the first thing I ever kickstarted, was this, and I think I got funded in 6 days. I asked for 10K and I got 15. So
Jesus,
for this, and this again, a game where you play as Aztecs, where you literally get experience points by capturing sacrificial victims. So
a little dark there. That could have been a James Raggi project. Just saying. You know, he took a lot of shit for that book that he put out. What's it, Carcosa? Remember that one back in the day? There's some of that shit in there, and he took a lot of crap for it back then. Yeah. But
I think the difference with this is I'm not like gratuitous in this. It's like a historical game with like some magical elements over it.
Yeah.
And I'm just sort of matter of fact about it.
Yeah.
Then like, oh, I'm so edgy and gratuitous.
It's not gratuitous. Yeah. You're not trying to be edgelord or something. Yeah.
It's just literally like, this is how these people lived and this is what they believed. So I'm not going to sugarcoat that and downplay it. I don't think that would be very respectful to them as a people to do that.
Yeah,
to the Aztec people, to like sort of whitewash their or sanitize their history and their religious beliefs. I think it's you have to lean in. I just decided to lean into it and just present it as is. So I'm not trying to be an edgelord about it. I think that's something that people appreciated with that book, though, is that like it wasn't done gratuitously.
That makes sense. You gave it you didn't culturally do any cultural appropriation for your own nefarious means without giving it disrespect. So yeah. In a weird way, you took the woke approach, even though it's not a woke book. You didn't disrespect the culture, dude. You're like one fucking pledge away, man. Come on, somebody out there, goddamn it, pledge. Come on, we got this. And Ryan, no, I do not want to read about fat chicks milking a minotaur. That's not on my bucket list for today.
Agile Monk says, far better to be honest over the scammy marketing approach these people use to make it sound like their Kickstarter was 1,000,000% or 100,000,000% sold or funded. Exactly. Yeah, I could have easily done that, and it looks really good, but it's like it's not. It's also not honest. He's having camera issues.
Oh, okay. I really got to go to the bathroom, but I don't want to miss the 10K. Yeah. There he is.
For our SCW Kickstarter, we are getting ready for launch. We're going to be honest. We're doing the honest approach to putting a minimum amount for what it will take to make it. Honestly, I think that's how it needs to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I could have.
That's
okay. I could have said it at like. There we go. We hit 10K.
Nice, dude. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
we're like a third of the way there.
Yes. 1/3 in.
But yeah, I wanted to. I just wanted to be honest, because again, I feel like that looks better. I really appreciate the people that support what I do.
Yeah.
The people that support my Patreon, the people that support on my Guilded server, the people that give super chats, the people that buy my books off DriveThruRPG. Like I appreciate those people a lot. The last thing I want to do is be viewed as like I'm trying to manipulate you in some way.
Yeah.
And
I'll be right back because bathroom's been calling for 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean,
just want to jump in and said I backed this. It looks great. Great way to play some Zero EU. Thank you, Solitary RPG. Given your name, it sounds like you do solo gaming. I do have lots of tools in there, like I said before, of solo gaming tools for this kind of stuff. So hopefully that maybe appeals to you. I've been running a solo game on my channel for a while now, so 2 episodes in.
Okay, so we're only going to do that, Ryan, if once we hit 50K, you drink it.
He's in Idaho too. I could
yeah, you could definitely bring it over, ship it over.
Let's meet up, Ryan. We got to get this. I'm just kidding, buddy. It's whatever. It's fine. Awesome though. We're a third of the way there. That's good.
Yeah, that's really good. In like 3 hours, that's amazing. I mean, I had like 15K total so far on Blacklight, so you're like already like 2/3 of the way, towards that. So
I should put my live stream on my page here with all these videos. This live stream should be, maybe I can put it right there directly. I'm going to see if I can do that.
You're gonna have to add France, I guess.
Someone asking for France?
Yeah.
I can add France. I didn't know if I had anyone in France that was interested.
Yeah. Pierre Luigi. Are you French or Italian? I can't tell. Or both, somehow.
I will add.
Oh man.
John, I'm just thinking, if you want, I could also simul stream this to my audience, and that way it might put more eyes on it.
If you want to, go for it. Yeah. No.
Okay. All right. I think we
You're
probably
welcome.
share a lot of the same people, but you never know, right?
Yeah.
I should probably let me go check with my wife to make sure she's okay.
Yeah.
This is when I was set to end, though. Actually,
Yeah.
and
Oh, okay.
and
it's also pretty important, though.
Yeah.
But I can also keep, the seat warm for you if need be.
Yeah.
I've got nothing else going on. I've got beer. Well, a couple left, but yeah.
Nice. What time is it there, Victor?
It's like 8 p.m.
All right, good deal. That's totally legit then. Yeah. All right, let me try. I haven't restreamed here in a minute and a half with using StreamYards.
Let's see.
Yep. You might have heard the bottles falling over there, but
I'm adding France right now. Almost done.
I've got a bunch of Europeans in the chat tonight. Cool. I mean, not as cool as a Dutchman, of course, but pretty cool regardless.
Oh no, that's not what I wanted. There we go. All right. France is added.
Nice. Apparently the Italian had no issues, so I guess you added that already somehow.
Who was asking for France?
I
see.
Arrhenius.
Okay. Well, I have France. Italy is it Italy part of the European Union? Because I just had a general.
Yeah.
So they should.
To my eternal lament. I mean, what? No.
I hope it proudly sits there. I hope you run it though. I hope you run it and play it too.
Yeah.
All right. I actually need to use the little boy's room as well, and then let me check with my wife to see if we can continue the stream going. We'll see.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm live streaming it. I do believe. I had a little.
It does say no lawyer up in the corner there, so I think you're good.
Yeah. It looks like it's going. Let me check.
Hello, Joe the lawyers.
Hey, hello to my peeps. If you're watching this, I joined in because I backed this awesome Kickstarter called Wight-Box. It's by the Basic Expert, and it's 0E D&D, right? The old 1974 plus chainmail. Whereas 1974 OE D&D, people often filled in the gaps with BX stuff. What he did was he went back into the roots, the chainmail roots of this, and filled in any gaps and whatnot, and made it all synchronized. So we've been doing a good conversation here, having a good conversation for about an hour. He's been going for about 2 hours before I even joined. So yeah, so if you guys are just joining now, I had the brainstorm after an hour in. I'm like, oh shit, I should be broadcasting this on my channel just so he gets extra backers. But as you can see here with Victor Gorchev, the Basic Expert, John himself just went to go take a leak, I think, and check on his wife to make sure he can still broadcast because he got kid duties. So he'll be back. But yeah, we're up to $10,247 on this Kickstarter with 1 day in on a Labor Day, no less. So that's not bad for a Labor Day. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm already seeing chats from your site coming in.
Oh, yeah?
So yeah, definitely getting some new people.
Oh, cool.
Hey everyone.
Hey, all right, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Thank you all for joining. Much appreciated. Let me get into the chat over there. Where am I? I wasn't set up for on the other tabs for a live stream. So let me get in on this here. There we go. I mean, yeah, we got 7 people watching. So hey, James Lowry was over there. Zuri Redux, awesome.
Mike Lowry, no reference. Fucking what is it? Bad Boys 2.
Is that Bad Boys? That movie?
Like the one of the characters is Mike Lowry. So every time I hear the name Lowry, I just think of that movie. Mike Lowry.
Cool.
What is it? Bad Boys 2. Yeah, like the one of the characters is Mike Lowry. So every time I hear the name Lowry, I just think of that movie.
Okay.
Mike Lowry.
Cool. So we are live streaming here. Life is good. Let's see. So the basic expert, I'm going to try to grab his channel so I can put a link in my description. I put a link in the description, guys, for the Kickstarter itself. So for all my peeps out there, there's a link in the description for the Kickstarter. You can click on that link and back it. And I'm going to put a link in the description in a second for the Basic Experts channel. I'm thinking we probably all have kind of like the same core audience type, right? Safe to say, Victor.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think that we'll have a good overlap here. But just in case you never heard of him or never seen his channel, I'm kind of new to him actually in the past few months. So you never know, right? We have the same similarities in people, and next thing you know, you network a little bit, and you come across folks that are like, oh shit, I never heard of that guy. Yeah. It's a great channel.
I think we're mutuals on X, and I've watched your live streams when I see them like advertise on X before. So
yeah. No, I try to put them everywhere, So yeah. So I got a few people over there on my channel now, John. So we got
awesome. Yeah, we're at 327 people watching, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Currently.
Yeah. Well, that's across X, YouTube,
Gotcha.
and YouTube, like my channel and your channel.
Yeah, that's cool. The thing I noticed about X though, John, this is one thing. It's the way it sends you the information on X. It's not accurate as to who's currently watching. It's only accurate as to who watched at one point, because I've noticed it never goes down, and it can't possibly be that you start a stream with on X and there's one person there, and by the time you're done, you had 347 people on X. You know what I mean? People leave, right? And so it's basically on X. It's a weird dynamic, and I don't think Facebook ever gives you the number if you stream on that, an accurate number. But X is kind of weird. It's like you don't quite get a good accurate accounts, but people are checking it out, which is an awesome thing. Let me see. I'm just adding your channel in there.
Hello.
How do you say it? I always want to repeat it when you say it in stream. It's like hoi iedereen, or how do you say it?
Hoi iedereen.
Hoi iedereen.
Which is hi everybody.
Will there be a pledge manager after the campaign? Kickstarter has its own pledge manager now, which I'll be using. So
why do people use BackerKit? I'm curious about that. Why were people always using that? Do you know?
Well, they wouldn't talk to me. I actually reached out to BackerKit and asked if they could help me. I was too small. You need to have a Kickstarter that has hit for them to like do your marketing and a lot of their pledge. I think at least
like
the marketing,
like 50K they want at least.
Yeah, you have to have a Kickstarter, a crowdfunding campaign that would hit 50K once. So
I didn't know that. So anywhere on any platform had hit 50K once.
I think so. Yeah.
They do offer a lot of useful services. Like they do offer the email campaign stuff. Like I've been using that. So basically you can like link it to Kickstarter, and it will take all the backers from all your previous Kickstarters. Yeah. And you can just send like an email to everyone like at once. It's like, hey guys, I'm doing a new Kickstarter.
That's cool.
Like, so yeah.
So berries.
We got Greg here on the stream. What's up, Greg?
He's muted.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Just watching the Kickstarter go up. Hopefully, continue to go up.
Greg of Titans, Fallen Earths fame. I probably fucked up the title there, but you know what I mean.
Titans of Fallen Earth.
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, you guys got it right.
It's a cool name, Titans of Fallen. I kind of like that name. That's kind of cool.
Kaiju versus Mecha game.
Is it?
Yeah, we
just
cool. Did a live stream yesterday on Patty's Patio Cakes channel.
I'm looking forward to getting the hardcover of it. I'm intending to go through it on my channel, Greg. So to show it off. So I know it's PDF at least is available on drive-thru right now, right?
Yeah, my printer says they're not shipping to the United States right now because of Trump. Orange man bad. So
that's gonna be a mess. I mean, I think the court just overturned the appellate court. I think just overturned the tariffs. Now has to go to Supreme Court. People are like, my God, do we have to? Does the U.S. government have to give them tariff money back? I mean, what a goddamn disaster! What a fucking disaster.
Yeah. It's really been kind of scary. Like I wanted to do this Kickstarter, and the tariffs. I won't say one way or another because I don't really like to get too political here. But I won't say one or another what I think about them, but it definitely was a struggle. And then a lot of people were like, why don't you just print it in the United States? And again, like I said, like a lot of people you have to have it doesn't exist here yet. It's already, for decades, printing has been overseas in Europe and in China.
Yeah.
And so the domestic printing has like just atrophied to almost.
Yeah, they're just gonna set on the laurels for like however many years.
And so, now that this has happened, I think it's good that like Troll Lord's game, and it sounds like you said someone was saying Matt Finch is looking to set up some domestic printing for RPGs. So I think that'll be very good ultimately for the hobby. So
yeah,
I agree. If they could pull it off, I mean, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
I hope they do. I hope they become like in the United States hardcover and paperback publisher of choice for all RPG groups. They can make more money potentially doing that than they can selling their own game.
Yeah.
If they do it right. I mean, because they're in an area, I think, Arkansas or wherever the hell, somewhere out there, right? And they have like a shit ton of warehouses, and you got open land, right? You just build a metal container thing, and you got warehousing, right, on open land. You're not paying stupid money to a warehouse, like you would on the East Coast where I live,
And they're nice, down to earth guys. Like I haven't talked to Stephen, but I've talked to Davis a bunch of times.
Yeah,
and like Davis is just a really nice guy. So yeah.
I've been doing this long form interview series, and I got like 4 or 5 people in there. Greg was in there, and I got Rob in there. I got James Radji in there. I got a gentleman who owns Autark, Alexander McCree in there.
McCree, yeah.
A couple others. I have Matt Finch has said he would do it, and it's like at least like 3 hours. I asked him to commit at least 3 hours to an interview, and I go really, really deep. I'm figured, like a Joe Rogan style thing, right? So I want to get deep on everything, and you understand the person, not just, I'm here for 20 minutes to pimp my product and I go home and I give it the bare minimum basic overview of myself. And Matt Finch has agreed to do it once he gets his new thing settled in. But I've always wanted, I had like on my list of people I want to talk to, I've always wanted to get the Troll Lords, both of them in there for a few hours, because it's one thing to talk to one or the other, but my brother and I are like them. We've been playing D&D together since we were little, right? I was 14, he was 12 when we got this, and so it's over 40 years we've been playing together. And the brother playing D&D dynamic is very unique, especially when you go back and you have all these stories and you're fighting over shit because you're brothers, that sort of thing. And so I just wanted to like get to talk to them and see how their experiences as brothers playing D&D for 45 years equals our experience, or is different, right? Something like that. So that's on my list. I just got to like carve out the time,
I'm sure you can get them. I've seen them. I've seen Davis at least. I'm not sure about the other one. But for some reason the name escaped me all of a sudden. Even I mentioned it like
Steven,
10 minutes
Steven
earlier.
Yeah.
But I've seen Davis on some pretty small channels, so I'm
really?
sure you can get them. Yeah,
that's what I was wondering, because I figured I'm not that big. I mean, who the hell am I? I'm not like the critical drinker here. I'm not neurotic.
Well, that's how I met him. Like I just went. I was like, "Hey, Vic, you want to come on my streams?" Like, yeah, sure. And all of a sudden, Davis Chenault is there. I'm like, oh,
nice.
Okay, well, I mean, cool.
Nice.
So yeah,
that's very cool, man.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
Thank you, Henry Dunn, for backing. 23-year-old Shadowdark player ready to fully dive into OD&D.
Nice.
Oh boy, are you in for a treat? I hope.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
I hope you enjoy it.
Tell him what he's going to experience. What do you think he's going to experience, John? Like, he dives in, he's read the books, and he starts his game. What's going to blow his mind?
I think the scalability again of like Axe does this, but I'm trying to do it here too in a smaller volume. Of like you can go from the dungeon crawl to like massive battles, or at least big skirmishes very easily. You're gonna have to play smart, but I think because you're playing Shadowdark, and Shadowdark really has that old school vibe, and you have to play smart in that. I think it'll be very familiar. This is partly why I'm grateful for Kelsey as well.
Yeah.
I have Shadowdark on my shelf, and I played it with my daughter. But it's a good game that's introduced a lot of people into this old school mindset and feel, vibe, aesthetics, and I think that's only going to make like my ship rise with her.
Yes, yes.
So I'm grateful for that. I think you'll enjoy it though. It's simple, but there's a lot of depth in 0E that I think is very surprising, and my goal is to show that to people. So
we're also just big Kelsey supporters here, like. Me personally, Kelsey has helped me out a lot. She actually, I've talked to her personally. She helped me out personally with a bunch of issues. Kelsey is probably one of my favorite like RPG designers working right now. She's like the nicest people I've met in this hobby. So yeah. And I don't say that to simp. I say that generally.
Simping wouldn't work anyway. She's married to a woman. So.
Yeah, that's what's funny when people say that against. Like,
yeah.
When you say nice things about her, you're a simp. It's like, you know, she.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm married first of all, and then secondly, it's like she's just really nice.
Yeah. Yeah. She's
for a very long story short, I ran into some issues with Blacklight where some people wanted to go after me for supposed copyright infringement, and she went straight up gangster against them. So that was pretty awesome.
Jesus,
so,
what? And long story short, I kind of want to hear a little bit more of that long story. What happened?
Basically, so my game Blacklight used the same name as another supplement for what was it?
The Runehammer Index Card RPG.
Yeah, Index Card RPG, like another supplement had that name, and I wasn't aware of it, and it had like a sort of similar theme. So the people, well, not even the main creator behind that, but his friends wanted to come after me. I actually had a good conversation with the main creator, and we like hashed things out. But his friends and his supporters wanted to come after me, and they also like contacted Kelsey, to try and like. Get after me, and she was like, like she basically just like took my side, and she like really helped out a lot. So
yeah,
that's
cool. Arcane Library just backed your Kickstarter as well. It says Fox Off RPG.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Speaking of Kelsey, she might be watching. I don't know.
Yeah,
Kelsey.
Cool.
Hi, if you're watching.
Hopefully, I didn't tell any tales out of school there, but fuck
yeah. Join in, Kelsey, if you're on.
Yeah.
What's different from the first Wight-Box? So I've answered this already, but I'll answer it again because we've been going for a while and we got lots of new people watching. There's some. I think the rules are explained more concisely. I tried to be a little bit more like OSC in this regard, where this is how the rule functions in a sort of more mechanical way,
less flowery, less scripted.
Yeah, just like straight up, like it's a reference manual. In a lot of respects. And I think that like for table play and things like that, that's way more useful. Because again, I want this to be a game that's played. I've also let's see. I need to make like a list of the things that I changed.
You're probably going to need that at some point for the people, or at least potential backers. Hey, why should I get this? I already have it, blah, blah, blah. What's better? You might need it for sales, but conversion too.
There's new art. I did rearrange some things. You're also getting it in 3 booklets. It's more just like this really special thing, and a lot of the extra stuff that are in this as well, like the wilderness board and things like that, that make it like particularly special. Or the referee screen. You could use the print on the older version, and it will be roughly still compatible.
Okay.
But I think that this will just be a lot easier to reference and use, and more concise. Like I explained weapon class, I think a little bit more like I just lay it out a lot more clearly, I think, than I did in the original version of Wight-Box.
Okay.
So mass combat is more, there's a section on mass combat that I added that tells you how to run that a little more clearly. I kind of just in the original one, this was me. I did the Gary Gygax, Dave Artisan move where I just assumed you would know what I was talking about and how to do some things. And people are like, actually, we don't. So I try and give you some guidance on mass combat and how to apply the rules into the alternative combat system, fighting capability, weapon class, all these things into mass combat. Some of the monster stat blocks are a little different. There were some tables, like I said earlier, that I forgot in the original one, like in the communicate with higher plane spell. There was a dragon table, like an actual dragon table that was missing, and nobody's ever called me on this. I totally left it out. I forgot it. My bad, but like nobody's found it. I had to find it myself when I was like solo gaming. I'm like, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
What the heck? How did I forget?
I'm pretty sure at this point all of us RPG creators have that, because I'll look at something I wrote 2 years ago and I'll notice like blatant typos and like all this stuff, and nobody ever pointed it out to me. I'm like, oh, thanks guys.
Yeah.
I think some people are forgiving too of like a lot of us smaller creators too, because it's like you know, I do the best I can to edit. I run this by other people. I've actually, my supporters on YouTube and Patreon and the Gilded server have had access to these files for like probably like a month or two now. So I've had people looking over it and stuff like that. I've like reread it multiple times. I find solo gaming it and just running it has helped me find mistakes and things like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, everyone says hire an editor, hire an editor. Well, I've seen books where editors were hired and they have just as many mistakes as if I had done it myself.
Yeah. I have that. I read a lot of like kind of like Tom Clancy type stuff. So I read stuff that's like published by like full on like professional companies and stuff, and they'll still have typos in them.
Yeah. I mean, Troll Lord's infamous for that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but I remember an anecdote was they gave, somebody wrote a thing for them and they gave it to Steve, and Steve's answer, and when they said, "Hey, we're gonna like get an editor," they're a smart person, it's probably good.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's true. That sounds
I mean, that sounds like something I would say. So I can believe it.
They English is their native language. They should have.
Yeah, they should be all right. Okay. They're smart.
I'm like back and forth on it. I know a lot of people want like super professional, and I try to do the best I could in this. I try to catch as many mistakes as I can. Again, I've tried to have as many eyes on this as I can. But people have to understand that, like, if someone like Wizards of the Coast or Chaosium or any of these other big publishers that do have actual editors have mistakes in their books, like an indie creator is going to have that kind of stuff, and you just have to be okay with that.
That's what it is. Yeah,
we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, I noticed stuff on my books like years later that like it's literally embarrassing. Like I feel bad about it, but it's like, well, I can't really change it now.
That's
so
what it is. Yeah, it's part of the learning process, right? I mean, I edited Rob Connolly's book. I'm not an editor by any stretch of imagination, but I read a lot, and my mind, I don't know, some OCD, tiny bit of autism thing, shit jumps out at me that's wrongly written, right, as I'm reading it, and it bugs me. And the first time I noticed that was Tim Short's God There's Matter. He did a Kickstarter for something, and I caught his pre-launch screen, and I found a shit ton of like errors, So I'm like, Tim, that's this, that, the other thing. I wasn't reading it for the content. That's what he wanted me to do. How does this sound? Is it, have a good vibe? I kept finding all the errors. He goes, "You want to edit this thing?" I'm like, "I'll give it a shot." Then I realized I didn't know how to edit shit because I'm just adding stuff to it. And this would make it better. It's like, no, you're an editor, not a co-creator. I have a word count, and I'm adding like 10,000 more words on top of it. And it's that's when I finally grasped what an editor was. And then it turned out okay. It was kind of a fun mental exercise. And then I was like, "Oh, Rob, I'll do your majestic fantasy worlds, fantasy, how to make a fantasy sandbox book." And like I say, I read it and I see that this just sounds wrong, and I rewrite it. But I'm not the guy who will find if you did its versus ITS or IT apostrophe. I'm not that guy, right? Yeah. But I can tell you that the sentence sounds stupid. That's my editing skill.
Yeah.
I had a question you've probably answered in the past 3.5 hours.
Oh, good. It's always, I'm probably going to repeat myself multiple times, but it's
so
worth,
have
it's
you
worth
covered
it.
How Gary didn't actually play this way or use chainmail, and how he just rule zeroed everything, and that you don't actually need chainmail? Have you covered that yet?
We did at the start.
Did you do your research?
Yeah. Am I well read? Am I well researched? Yeah. I think there's an element of that too. Again, the whole idea, I'm not interested in how Gary played or didn't play it. Like I said at the start, like my mental exercise with this was like, I'm putting myself back in 1974, and if I have chainmail in front of me and I just got this fancy new box set for this game I have never heard of called Dungeons and Dragons, how would I run this game if I just had those 4 books? Mm-hmm. And this is what I put together as sort of like this is how I would do it. So whether Gary played that way or not is irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
But I know that is a common argument when you try and do things like what I'm doing here. It's like, well, this isn't like what I don't care.
I saw a documentary on Amazon that claims that Gary didn't play. It was all Dave Arneson who did it. He never used it.
Interesting. Rob Kuntz is the only one left who could really attest to any of that stuff. You know what I mean? If you could get it out of him. So,
Yeah.
we've had some headbutting with Rob Kuntz a little bit because
He went after me recently, and yeah.
Really?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I said that I said on Twitter that, hey, if we're discussing the rules of a game, like I want to like talk about the rules as written. I don't want to talk about your homebrew, basically, and that somehow offended him. And
yeah.
All right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, but for me, it's just a mental exercise because I'm trying to think. I think the only other person I can think of that's really tried to do this is, I forget his last name. His first name's Jason. He's at Troll Lords. Jason. He does like
Jason Vay.
Jason Vay. Yeah. I think he has a chainmail plus 0E clone thing, but I think he applies things in a very different way from the way I do. So it just seems like, wow, okay, so only one other person's ever really marketably done this. So I want to do
it. Yeah. It's interesting. Now, did you ever use or hear of, this is an old OSR product. It's called Delta's Book of War. It's original edition Delta. It's this guy, Dana Collins. What he did was, he's a computer guy, and he tried to figure out like the scaling. It sounds like what you're talking about here is, how do you scale like a PC into a large scale combat without changing the PC stats, right? Like battle system had to change a whole lot of crap around. And what he did was he just scaled the combat so that you wouldn't have to do too much in terms of scaling PC abilities. It's a small, little book. It's 30, almost like 30 pages almost, right?
Well, yeah.
What he did was he used a computer to do mock combats to see that a fight of 10 first level PCs versus 10 ogres would turn out the same way, whether it was done in a mass combat group role versus one-on-one. It would take 9 years to finish.
Yeah. What I did is, again, it's in the guidance. Oh, we just hit 11K. Awesome.
Nice.
That's amazing. Yeah, dude.
What I did is, so you're still, everything's based on the D20. I'm using the alternative combat system. So you're not doing the whole like chainmail. This is a light footman versus a heavy cavalry. So you roll your dice and you get a kill on a 5 and 6 or like a 6 or whatever. I'm not doing that. So what I'm doing instead, because part of it was that I needed to have a way of differentiating fantasy combat or heroic combat from normal man combat or mundane combat. And I found that demarcation was at 4 hit die. Well, this was with the help of a lot of friends diving really deep into 0E and finding obscure rules, like looking at the ghoul text was really key in that, or the potion of heroism in 0E really sort of hinted at this idea of like the 3 to 4 hit die is this weird demarcation of normal man versus hero. And so I needed to find a way of implementing this concept, and I couldn't use the fantasy table in Chainmail because the fantasy table doesn't have every creature on it. There's and there's creatures on that like Balrogs that are not creatures in 0E. And so you're sort of like, what do I do with a creature that there's no real analog to it on the fantasy table in Chainmail? If I'm going to go that route, I have to like homebrew something. And I didn't want to do that. I wanted to inject myself into this, but not in that way. I didn't want to like create new stat blocks or new things like that. I wanted to take what was already there and arrange it in a way that would be compatible and within the spirit and the rules as they're outlined in all 4 booklets.
Okay.
So that's why I went with the alternative combat D20 system. So in mass combat, you still have all the same stuff. You're like Chainmail, you're going to be running around on the mat, like on the battle mat with like your miniature, let's say. And everyone else, though, every other miniature is going to be grouped by type. So it's on a 1 to 10 or 1 to 20 ratio. And your hero, so if he has a fighting capability of hero of 4 men, and he gets into a melee with 10 or let's say 10 orcs, he's going to make 4 D20. You're going to just roll a group of D20s against that unit's AC. I don't remember what orcs are off the top of my head. I should look at what that is.
I'm not sure.
Let's see. Oh, orcs have an AC of 6. So you're going to roll 4 D20s for your 4 attacks. Plus maybe you have a weapon class where you get 2 extra attacks.
Yeah.
So you'll roll 6 attacks against the orcs, and you might be able to kill 6 of them, because if it's a hit, you're doing a d6 of damage, and I'm just saying like that's like the whole hit die for that orc. You've killed it. So now let's say you roll your 6, you've killed 3, so 3 orcs are down or wounded, or they're killed, unable to fight. So you have 7 left to fight against your hero, and they can make attacks against you. And I haven't actually compared it to running like what you said with that. Sorry, I'm being long-winded here.
Oh, that's fine.
But I haven't really compared it like via computer that way, but I would assume that like this way would map out pretty close to like if you had ran it out like single combat.
Yeah,
I think it would be pretty close.
That's cool. That's cool. I tried this system, and it actually did work well. I tried it sort of in a campaign I ran. It was like you had to do it at somebody's house on their kitchen table and spread it all out. But it was decent. It was fun. Little chits, and we didn't use all the miniatures. We used whatever the hell we could. That was this red dice here is the ogre, and these 3 things are the orcs, and that sort of thing. But it works, man.
Yeah. So I think it'll work. So you just got to group everything. We use miniatures. You just got to group everything by a troop type if you're using miniatures on the battlefield.
Yeah.
What you got there, Vic?
Hopefully Kelsey doesn't mind me doing this, but this is just Black Lodge chat. Just come on, add to stage. Why is it lagging?
Can I add it?
Oh, it says remove other media before you add to stage. This is what Kelsey just said on our Discord.
That's super nice of her. Just back this. This is a definitive O&D rules clarification that makes the game actually playable.
Nice.
And John is a really good guy. He's been very kind to me and the Shadow Dark community.
It's very cool.
Yeah,
So,
I love Kelsey. She's great. I can't be. I don't see how you can be upset or mean or rude to her at all.
She's a sweetheart.
Some people are, but those same people also hate us in general. So it's fine.
Dark Knight Everburning for $2. If the Kickstarter goes well, please do the Conquistador next. I need to get on that. This needs the Conquistadors, I know. It might actually be that the Conquistador thing will have the Wight-Box elements added to it. So like it'll help make mass combat a lot easier. So
Would you ever do a rewrite though, man, of the first one? Just to have the, you know what I mean? Updated for blah blah blah.
I don't know. Maybe. It wouldn't be that hard to do. Like really, it would just be I could just make a free document that kind of updates the classes.
Yeah.
That would and gives weapon classes to the weapon types in this, because this has like obviously obsidian edged like specific weapons.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it would really need a rewrite, because this is still based off of 0E. I think it'd be still roughly very compatible. So even the XP thresholds are in line with 0E on this. I didn't change the XP thresholds for a lot of stuff. It's within that. So I don't know. The spells that are in this would be easily compatible. So because I wrote a whole set of Aztec themed new spells for 0E that are in that book.
Oh, that's cool. Actually, that's very cool. That's very cool. Now I know you're an artist, John, right? And a musician, but is this all the art in here? Is it yours?
There are a few. I think there's 2 public domain pieces. So there's one piece that I just really love. I've just always loved it, and so I just use it because I just love it as a piece of art.
Yeah.
See if I could find it. I forget who made it though. Let's see. Let's remove that and share screen. This image here of the dragon, St. George. I just have always loved this drawing. I just thought it's very like stark and cool. I just love it. So this one is public domain, and then the border around the box art is also public domain. I just thought it looked really cool.
What do you mean the border around the box art? What does that mean? I'm not an art guy, so I don't know what that means.
Let me go back to my screen here. So on this, do you see like the border around the box set on the box itself there around the
Oh,
white.
yeah.
So that
the trim, right, I guess you could call it.
yeah, that is from the public domain too. I just thought it
Okay.
looked really, really cool, and I was like, that's better than anything I could draw. But everything else is 100% my art.
That's neat.
No AI art either. I'm pretty against AI art.
I was wondering about that because I was dude, I go back and forth. I mean, it goes down to the whole Thanos. It is inevitable. I am inevitable. AI art is inevitable, right? And then there's an option. And what do you do? Like, I've been fucking with AI art for thumbnails for, because I just subscribed to ChatGPT, and I'll, give me a picture of a guy sitting around having a beer at an inn, and that's my art that I use for my get-togethers. And it's either I'd be doing that or going to Google and doing a search and stealing it there, right? And so, but I go back and forth, like, there's some shit that give me a black and white sketch of a backpack so I can put it in my equipment list as a picture. That's one level of AI art. Or the other level is my entire book AI, or is the cover AI, or the class iconic pictures of this is the fighter in my world. This is what a fighter in my world looks like. Is that AI? Is there any level for you that you say, okay, it's good for this, but not for that? Or you just don't fuck AI because I'm an artist and kiss my ass?
I hate it. I just despise it. Like for me, like people say, why don't you work it into your workflow? And it's like, but I like doing the art. Like I think that's one thing that a lot of pro AI art bros who are like, it's going to replace you, bro, that they don't understand is like doing art is also fun. And so
same thing as writing.
Yeah. Like it's like I don't want to pass off that part.
I mean, fair enough.
Don't use AI art, Joe would say. Joe is not high yet, but yeah, Greg hates it. Chubby Funster Greg hates AI art. We've had long debates in text group chats and all that. Yeah,
I'm not a fan either. I avoid AI art. All my art is like commissioned. I do use it for because Grammarly like technically uses AI for like spell checking and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and I'll use it for like, hey, generate me like 100 like Welsh names for like Victorian era gentlemen or whatever, and then I might pick something from that, or it might just inspire. I might oftentimes I might not even actually use the suggestions, but at least gets my brain going. And I don't really consider that any different than back in the old days. It's like the fantasy name generators that you could find on like Google and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'll use it for that. But as far as like AI art goes and like it's replacing your writing and stuff, like I don't like that.
No, I would never use it for writing because I can write. And so I completely understand how you're not going to use it for drawing because you could draw. I can't draw for shit. Yeah. And for other people out there, I mean, I draw. I literally can't draw a straight line with a ruler. I drew a map of the world for my campaign, and this is the only time where my shitty handwriting came in handy because there is not a straight line on the entire map on any content, right? And so this is perfect. I'm leaning into my weakness as a strength here.
Sure.
So but I can't draw for shit. I can't draw a hangman, a stick man. I can't draw that, right? So, and I'm thinking to myself, well, fuck, it's like I will never use it. I'll use it for research, and like you're saying, Victor, I'll use it for, for ideas, things like that, tables or charts or things like that. But I won't use it for anything I can actually do, right? So it's like it becomes it's a great research tool, though. It really is a great research tool.
I think you gotta kind of know, even with researching though. I've asked it to I've tried using it as like a glorified Google search, and I've asked to ask it to cite its sources because it will claim things and get them wrong.
Oh, I've come across that too.
So like if you know the subject matter, it can be
I don't use it for like shit like stuff that's actual like real life. Like I won't use it for like stuff that's actual historical and whatever, but I'll be like, hey, just give me like 20 like orc names for like an urban fantasy setting where they're all like construction workers, and it's like, oh, it's John Grognard, like the orc. It's like, okay, well, fair.
That's what I'm saying. It makes stuff up. Like that's why I don't use it. I just try and avoid it. I saw the MIT study that showed that like AI language learning models make you kind of retarded.
Stupid, your critical thinking skills go right the hell away.
Yeah, your brain muscles just atrophy.
Yes.
And so I'm like just very wary of that. So I just sort of do my best. Like, where's my cell phone? I hate technology to a lot of extent. Like my cell phone here, it looks like this.
You have an old brick phone? You have a non-intelligent, non-smartphone?
No, like. So it looks like this, and like my apps, there's no icons. It just looks like this. And I don't have a web browser on it, but I only have usable tools. I don't have really social media on this at all. I have like YouTube Studio, so I can check my channel. Because I just realized like that era of that I grew up in, because I'm but that I remember, like I could remember all my friends' phone numbers in my head, and I could remember addresses, and I could remember directions. I can't even
remember my own.
Yeah, and it's like my brain is atrophied even in the mid 2000s when these became more ubiquitous.
Agreed.
So I've tried to scale back my technology use because I just want to rely on my brain a bit more and not be a dummy.
Yes.
So,
I used it in my new book to translate the names of things into Japanese.
Yeah,
so
I remember that, yeah.
katakana and
but you have to add to that though, but that you originally actually approached somebody to help you, like you
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, you approached like an actual person that spoke Japanese to help you, and they fucking like went all weird on you. Like,
I actually tried looking for two different people to help me, and they're both accused me of cultural appropriation.
And
I'm like, and one guy's like, "Why are you putting Japanese in your book?" And I'm like, "Because it takes place in Japan." Well, that's just decorative. That's an insult to. It's like, fuck off. Okay, I won't give you my money. How about I just use ChatGPT? Fuck off, dude. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Someone's just saying I need to add Germany, so I should look up Germany.
Do we though?
Sorry, Vic.
Come on.
I'll be back.
First, give my grandpa his bicycle back, and then we can.
And I agree. Balance is boring. Austin Walker. Sorry, looking at some of these chats here. Surprise stream.
Yeah, we've been ignoring the chat for a little bit. We should maybe go to see.
Yeah,
we actually missed a super chat earlier, I believe.
Did we?
Yeah,
Which one?
$2 super chat, I think, man.
Yeah.
Is that from Dark Knight?
Yeah.
Oh, I read it. I read it.
Okay.
I told him with this one. I think the Conquistador thing might be the supplement I write that implements some of the.
I might have been AFK at the time.
Yeah. The Wight-Box. There will be the Conquistador supplement will maybe be something to implement some of the Wight-Box elements into it a little bit more. That might be something I do with that. So, but thank you for the £2, or I can't read foreign symbols like that. I don't know what that is. I think it's pounds. Okay, let me add Germany for this fellow here, even though Vic doesn't want me to.
Yeah.
A YouTuber question there, John, and then Victor. And I'm not sure, Aries, if you have a channel or not, but anybody, do you guys use a lot of shorts? Do you do a lot of short stuff? It seems to be like the only way to like really blow up is that they're pushing it a lot.
I should use it, but I don't use it as much as they.
Yeah, we don't, because we don't actually care enough to even blow up.
I would like to blow up, but
we just do this for fun. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a good way if like I don't rely on this necessarily for like my main thing, like I have my finger in lots of different pies as to what I do. So really I view this as just like this is a way for me to get my ideas and my stuff out there, and to have a way to directly connect with my audience.
Just hang out with your buddies and drink some, and
no, it's fun. I used, when I did the blogs back in the day, that was one thing, and then I took a break from the OSR for a bit, came back, and everybody's on podcasts, so I started a podcast because that was the new blog, because nobody reads anymore, right, like we're saying. And then I remember talking to Eric, who was doing a podcast, and I did one, and I said, dude, everyone seems to be going to YouTube. Why don't we do that? So he jumped in, and we started doing that, and I said, at the very least, you just upload your shit, upload the audio, and then you gotta, it's just because for me, I don't watch YouTube generally. I'll listen to it as a podcast, right? So the graphics, whatever, didn't matter to me. But then I started really enjoying it. Now I'm getting into the mental challenge. Like my glorious victory yesterday was I had this video software that I use, video pad editor, because it's once you buy it, you own it, you don't have to fucking keep paying $10 a month and shit like that, right? So it's kind of nice. And I finally figured out a way to make shorts of myself or anything of the video, even when it's not in the dead center, right? And it's 6 hours of figuring this out, and it was the easiest thing in the world. But brain atrophy here, and no clear instruction guides. It was like the glorious victory. Now I'm going to do more and more shorts. Eric's been talking to me about that. Our Tankar, he's been pushing a lot and getting good growth out of it. So he does like 5 shorts per video that he puts out, right? So he uses Restream, which has an AI component to it. They can generate it for you. But I figured if I'm going all in on shorts, I'm going to put them on Instagram and TikTok too, because what the hell? It's the same thing. You just put it on a different format, right? It's the same damn thing. So you might as well,
Yeah, no, we don't really take this as seriously as we should probably, but
yeah. So I guess that I didn't realize, is this both of your channel? You jointly have this, or is this?
It's more my channel, but Vic he's just like here all the time. He's
Okay.
the co-host. He's a co-host of Natural Ones here with me.
Yeah.
We share the StreamYard though, so
Gotcha.
we share the subscription for it.
But we mostly pay it through super chat so far. Like I've never had to actually like contribute.
Yeah,
so far.
I've never actually had.
No.
I've never actually had to. I paid for it one time to get it started. I think we maybe split it actually.
Yeah,
because and then after that, it's paid for itself between us. So
nice. That's cool, man.
Yeah, no, I'm just a co-host. I used to do my own show called The Dutch Oven. But I still really like that name, and I want to go back to it at some point. We both ran into some drama in the hobby, and that kind of like turned me off from like streaming for a while.
Drama in the hobby, the hell you say?
Yeah, no, but we had to deal with a lot of bullshit. But I'm like ride or die, so like I still just did Natural Ones. Like, even though I abandoned my own stream, so
well, that's cool, man. That's cool. So Natural Ones is a show you guys both do here jointly. It's like everyone, like a Friday night show or something like that.
Every Wednesday, technically, yeah.
Okay, Wednesday that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know. We've been doing it for like 2 years now.
Something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
I was just like the first. I was like the first and pretty much only guy that just kept showing up regularly for like when he started streaming. And then I just became the co-host,
Nice.
We just hit it off, like, we're good friends.
We
both have kind of like the same taste in gaming. We actually have like projects planned that we want to do together. So yeah,
that's cool. That's very cool. You're like brothers who found each other late in life, kind of thing,
Well, I originally hired them as an artist for like a project I was doing. I just saw him on Twitter, and I think we were like mutuals at the time already. But I saw him like posting art, and I needed somebody to do some art for a 5e class that I was writing. It was the Druid one, I believe. And I was like, "Hey, you want to do that?" And we just kind of hit it off from there. So
that's very cool, man. It's very cool, dude. You're 11-4, man. Wow,
yeah, it's fucking wild. Yeah,
that's badass. I'm gonna have to drop in a few minutes. I got 3 o'clock. I gotta head out and do something. But this is cool, man. I'm glad to thanks for letting me join. This is fun.
It's fine, man. It's cool. If you ever want to have one of us on,
absolutely,
or if you ever want to come on an official Natural One stream, just let us know.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. What day you do it again?
Wednesdays.
Okay.
Wednesdays usually like around 12. I'm 12 my time. I'm in Idaho, so
that's 12 midnight or PM?
PM. 12 in the afternoon.
Okay, I'm working during the day. That's the thing. Yeah. It's probably why I didn't watch it. I'm doing crap. Another open mic night. We have to sing? Or like karaoke? What do you mean, Austin?
Yeah.
No, I've been doing a couple. This is my second time. I did a members only live stream where I gave the link to Restream for the members. Because all you need is like, you give me your email address, boom, you have an account, right? There's no spam mail. And they join in and we just sit there and bullshit. Members only, just join on video, just hang out and shoot the shit. I did yesterday for breakfast.
I like a good chill stream.
Yeah.
I used to be on a bunch of them. It's like Legion of Myth. I'm not sure if you know Max Leo.
I've seen the show. Yeah, I know the show. Yeah.
Well, for backers, I do have the link open for you if you guys want to again pop on and chat. So
we still have room. Like I think at our level we can have like 9 people on, something like that.
Yeah, 9 or 10 usually. Yeah, that's cool. This is 11.
Well, if we go another 3 hours, John, it'll be my birthday. So hey,
very nice.
Yeah. So I mean, come on.
What time did you say it was for you, Vic?
It's 9 p.m. right now. So midnight. It'll be my birthday.
I'll have to see. I'll have to see how long I can go for.
Yeah. I'm turning 41. I'm
Wow.
officially, I'll be an old man.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does that make me? Ancient, decrepit.
Yeah. like, what are you, like 26? Like, come on.
This is I started doing anniversaries. I don't count my real age anymore.
Yeah.
They go by, this is the X anniversary of my 21st birthday, because it sounds better that way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So you're always 21. You're just having an anniversary of it. That's all. Yeah.
So at 41, I'm a boomer. Now, come on. I'm Generation Y. Well, technically, I'm an elder millennial, but you know, we call it Generation Y to like stand apart to be cooler. But yeah,
same with me. I'm 38, so
38. Nice, dude. Nice. I remember those years. Yeah, your joints didn't hurt.
Well, my back hurts. As soon as I hit, in Traveler, you start making aging rolls at 34.
Yeah.
I started making those in real life, and I was failing them pretty bad. So
I was making them to like 18, dude, and I started failing them.
Yeah. Well, guys have those rules in D&D Monster Manual, ADD Monster Manual, right? When you get older, you lose ability score points. I mean, I didn't believe it because when I first read it, I'm 18. Now I'm like, he was right.
Yeah. I remember playing the Twilight 2000 like PC game back in the day, like the IBM game, and it had like a similar rule that if you like the older you got, like the worse your stats became.
Yeah. No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, John, do you have different like strength caps for men versus women in your book?
No, because that wasn't in 0E, so I just don't have it. I mean, strength, like I said, it only helps you level up in this. It doesn't give you a bonus to hit. It doesn't give you a bonus to damage.
Yeah.
So it's purely there to just for like how fast you level up as a fighting man, and then for swapping ability scores for XP bonus calculations.
So wait, you're saying that Ginny D was a liar? Oh,
yes, actually, I am.
A liar.
A lot of the new school dungeon tubers, they like to point to old school D&D, and for some reason they always point at 0E. And from the earliest days, it was biased towards women in the rules, and it's like it didn't actually mention sex at all in the rules.
Yeah. No, like, that was a Dragon magazine thing.
It was much later. Yeah. So it's like you guys got to get your history right if you're going to start critiquing things.
Yeah. History. They probably. Google searched used AI for it to figure out their history, Yeah. Plus, who's going to call them on it, right? I mean, our crowd doesn't watch those shows, generally speaking, right? So, it's just a whole different animal.
There was actually a more left-leaning streamer the other day that actually called out Ginny D on all that stuff, which was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Shelby's calling me out. Joe, do you think that your penalty to strength was the deciding factor and you lost to Rob in a great duel? Rob Connolly came up because we went to ShireCon and him and his wife stayed at my house, and we were saying, Russ, just do a foam fight, Rob, a foam sword fight, because he did all this LARPing shit back in the day, and it's like, all right, well, so we did it. He brought a foam sword, we came up. So he beat me right-handed, I beat him left-handed. So I call that a tie. And I said, we'll have a face-off at ShireCon this year. No, Greg, you haven't seen Rob. His strength is no, it wasn't a strength thing. It was me hesitating, not knowing what the hell I should do until I realized that Rob gets scared when you attack him hard. So then I started doing a lefty and I beat his ass lefty. So yeah, it shouldn't be.
You got to switch hands like a Princess Bride.
Oh yeah. I'm carving on that. And Tim was videoing this thing, and Tim Shorts, because he was here too that year, and we were staying in my place. We were like, it was like college, we're all sleeping on floors and shit, And so he was videoing this thing, and he's like, you should have done this. I said, Tim, I know all this. I took martial arts for a while. I know I should have, but the brain says move here quickly, and the legs are like, fuck you. So there's a disconnect here. There's a revolt. Plus, I don't want to fucking pull out a knee, blow out a knee or something like that. Christ, like that. Every time when you get older, it's a lot harder too. Gary didn't mention.
Yeah, definitely.
Is this the guy that called out the?
Yeah, we love TTRPGs. That was him, because I actually left a comment on that video, and he responded to it pretty nicely. So yeah, I remember.
That's the weird goth looking guy, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, but he sometimes has these takes where I'm like, hey, that's a pretty good take actually. I don't agree with everything that guy says, but I'm like, hey, he was talking about like
he still approaches everything from a very progressive viewpoint, but he tries to be also fair. So yeah. Which is fine. Like, go forward. Fuck it.
Yeah. Thanks, Austin. I do have to go 3:00. That's the problem with live streams, especially with people you.
Oh yeah, don't let us keep you.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
thank you guys for having me. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. It was fun.
Thanks for
Drop
backing.
it
Thanks for
now
sharing
and-
the stream too. So
No,
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah,
definitely.
you got a few people join. It looks like they from my chat said they backed us. So like it worked out for you.
thank
So
you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. We just hit 12 right now. We're over 12. So
Oh, geez,
Nice.
that's
Nice.
amazing. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I haven't done restream in so long. I think that if I leave, it just ends for me. I think I'm no longer streaming, I believe.
Yeah.
or Death
I
Death
imagine
Angel
so, yeah.
Shadow. It's on my channel. The base. Just look the basic expert up. I'll put the link in chat here. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I have a link in my description, Death Angels.
Oh,
I
there
think
you
they're
go.
on my channel. So you could click on the link in my description to
Yeah.
see his channel.
Yeah, there you
All
go.
right. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
was nice networking. It was nice actually talking to you.
it's cool, guys.
You know,
Appreciate
instead of
it.
just being in the
Appreciate it.
chat. So yeah.
Good time. It was a good time. So yeah, we got to do more shit like this. This is fun.
Yeah,
This is
definitely.
fun. So all right, guys. Thanks very much for having me. Take care,
Yep.
everybody.
See ya.
You too.
Bye bye.
I'll be right back because I gotta take another beer pee.
Yeah, we hit the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
We're at 12,000. Maybe what I should do is we should make some characters. I'm gonna set up in my Foundry here. I'm gonna set up a folder for background characters. Sorry, my Foundry's being weird. Just patient with me, guys. Okay. All right. Let me share my screen here. Welcome, all you guys coming over from his other stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, who's Chubby Funster gonna pick on now? He can pick on us. We have thick skin here, so. Let me share my screen here. I think it'd be fun to maybe let's make a character or two in Wight-Box so you guys can kind of see that as well. So let's stop that.
I'm back.
What's up, man? Are you working right now partly too?
No, dude.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Everyone stop talking about him.
I got
Stop
Just
talking
put
about
some-
how handsome I am and awesome and that I make awesome fucking urban fantasy games that everyone wants to buy. And
Yeah.
back once they hit Kickstarter. I mean, it's fine. You can keep
I
talking.
just put some steaks on the grill.
Nice.
So I was saying I should roll up some characters. Maybe people can see character creation a little bit. How simple it is and what your attributes and everything's do. Oh, it's still going on his channel. That's interesting.
Yeah, I still see it up in the corner there. So, I mean,
oh,
it's
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if it'd end or not. I guess because we're still going.
Yeah. He might have to actually like manually end it himself.
Or it'll end when we end. I don't know if he cares.
No, he
You know,
just said he doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna roll up some characters here, and
Yeah,
this
go
is
for it, man.
this is the character sheet here. Let's see how simple this is. So it's 3d6 down the line. It's interesting. 0E actually mentions that the referee should be the one to roll up
Mhm.
your attributes for you.
Are you keeping that or?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I say that. Maybe I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I am not a huge fan of that myself, but I can see the appeal.
Okay, so we got that there. So we'll roll our ability scores.
But I'm the kind of player that like I want to roll as many dice as possible because that's like half the fun for me, you know.
Yeah, rolling dice is fun. So nice. We got a
Yeah.
14 strength, 11 intelligence, 8 wisdom. This is going to be a fighting man for sure.
So you're going down the line, yeah.
Yeah, Constitution 14, Dexterity 7. So he's not going to be very good with a bow. Charisma 9.
I mean, I've seen worse stats. I'll be honest. I've had worse stats.
I actually have the rules in here.
Intelligence 4.
Wayne Brack asks, is this the game that was created as a middle finger to Wizards of the Coast for their SJWism or whatever? And no, I don't. I mean,
I made this before. Are you talking about before the History of D&D book that has all the rules in it?
Yeah.
I started working on this before that, and the first version of this was released before that. So really, there was someone just before this. Me, while I was working on this, they released that fantasy campaign. It was a 0E clone. I think it might have implemented chainmail, but it didn't do it very well. And it was made by some girl who had that thing that just like trashed Gary Gygax and Arneson.
The invisible text.
Yeah, this page is purposely blank, but it wasn't blank.
It was like a blank page, but if you highlighted it, it actually showed like the text that was like white text, and it just trashed Gygax and stuff.
And that really made me upset, and it definitely helped motivate me to finish this quicker because I was like, God, there needs to be this out here that does what this does, and it's not made by this person. So,
yeah, exactly.
But no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I mean, this also isn't just like some culture war game. It's actually like an actual legit game.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I don't really personally care about the culture war all that much.
Yeah,
I used to be more like cared about it more, but I don't anymore. I'm gonna make this a dwarf because I think the low dexterity means like this is going to be a fighting man, and dwarves can only be fighting men in 0E.
Noble Shield is low key bashing you on Twitter.
Of course he is. Who cares? Let me see. I live rent free in that guy's head. I don't care what he has to say. He's a nobody. He doesn't make anything.
You're basically like a Twitter landlord at this point. You've rented out so many compartments to like.
Why do I live in this house? Like I should just. All right, let's make this dwarf. This 0E dwarf. So he's going to be a fighting man. Let's look at his saving throws, though. Dwarves save 4 levels higher. So instead of taking these saves here, he's going to take the second row of saves here. So he's going to be 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. That's one of the benefits of being it, but he can only get up to... level 6. He cannot surpass level 6 as a dwarf. Let's look at our ability scores here. So let's see. He has a constitution of 14, which is pretty good. He will always survive. I don't get that bonus of one hit die, one extra hit point, but that's okay. I will give out this fillable PDF version of the character sheet as well for those that are maybe interested. Dexterity is 7, so he has a -1 to missiles. Charisma is 9, so he can have up to 3 retainers, no loyalty-based modifier. Retainers are not like your typical hirelings like footmen or anything like that. It's more like leveled character class NPCs. It's not like having a footman with an archer or anything like that. You can have as many of those as you want or as you can afford. Prime requisites, we need to look at that. So he's a fighting man, so he's going to have a strength of 14, which gives him plus 5%. But Can he take from intelligence? He can. So I can actually bump him up to having a 10% bonus just for the purposes of XP bonuses. So every time he gets XP as awarded to the party, he will get 10 extra experience points. He's at 0 XP, and he needs 2,000 to get to the next level. Male. And I don't know, what's a good age for a dwarf? I have no idea. What should his name be?
130.
130.
That seems like kind of like youngish for dwarf.
I don't know what
seems like. That seems like level 1 age.
What would be a good name for him? Dwarf name. Chat can also suggest a name too. Dale asks, did you do the fillable character sheet in Affinity? No, I did not. I used an online, one of the many free ones. Affinity is unable to do that. I wish that they would make that. If Affinity could make you do, if they allowed you to do fillable ones, it would be, there'd be absolutely no need for Adobe products, as much as that makes Greg upset. But
by the way, if anyone needs to get their character sheet made form fillable for whatever book they're making, since I have industry standard software that's used across the globe, such as Adobe Acrobat Pro, I can do that, and I won't charge much. So just reach out.
Or you could just use the free online ones and get them.
No.
You know. So Jaeger says Grognak. That's
Grognak Keg Barrel.
Keg Barrel? Grognak Keg Barrel? That's a good name. That's
Yeah.
a good punny dwarf name.
Yeah.
Keg Barrel. So he's lawful. I thought lawful would be. I think dwarves should be lawful in my opinion.
Yeah. Dwarves are very sticklers for tradition and.
Let's roll for his hit die. He gets 1+1. Don't suck.
Oh, dude.
2 hit die. All right. His fighting capability is going to be man +1. He speaks common and lawful and gnome, dwarven, gnome, kobold, goblin, and dwarven.
I was going to say it's pretty young. Gimli was 139, so 130 isn't crazy as far as dwarf ages go, in my opinion. As far as like a young but still kind of like experienced dwarf, I think that's fine.
Is someone saying it should be younger or older or something?
I'm guessing they're saying this should be older, but like I said, Gimli in Lord of the Rings was 139. And, he's already pretty badass dwarf at that age.
All right, put in our target AC numbers. This here on the bottom of the screen is, you just copy this from your book. Everyone, if you're reusing the character sheet, should be doing this, because this is why descending AC isn't a problem. So if I'm attacking and I attack with this character and I roll a d20, this is literally all you do. For those that are skeptical of descending AC, I rolled an 11. That means the best AC I hit is 8. See that right there? Because 11's right here. It's probably very small.
I can see it, yeah.
The font here. That's it. No math. I just want to point that out, because there's always someone like, are you going to offer a descending AC thing or an ascending AC thing? And it's like, nah. You got to learn descending AC to play 0E.
Is this a fighting man that you're making?
Yeah, well, dwarves can only be fighting men in 0E, so that's the only class. Thief, I guess, as well. They're allowed to be thieves if you allow the thief class.
The fighting dwarves, okay. No, not fighting men.
Is this suggesting that they're actually veterans and not farmers that picked up a sharp stick?
Yeah.
Yep, right here, title veteran.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
That doesn't
no,
mean
that-
that's actual veterans. That doesn't mean that's actual veterans, like, because a farm boy, obviously a farm boy would know how to fucking put on plate mail.
Right.
That's stuff that they teach in farm boy school.
We got a decent starting gold here. We got 120 starting gold.
That's a pretty decent amount, yeah.
So let's get some gear here.
For those unaware of our 3-year-old
Yeah.
inside joke.
It's just a joke now, yeah.
Yeah, it's like somebody, Victor did a spicy take suggesting that fighters were veterans at level 1 and not farm boys, like everyone seems to believe.
And yeah, I got a lot of hate for it.
Yeah, even though it's like 100% supported in every version of the game, going back to the beginning. But that's okay.
Basically, yeah.
So 50 feet of rope. Let's see. Let's go with I'm gonna pick weapons and armor first. So I always like to do that first. I think he needs to use a battle axe. He's a dwarf, so
Somebody, Great Old One says, soon I get a copy of Outdoor Survival for setting. Just saying. Well, you do sort of provide that, but it's your own version.
yeah. See this map that's behind us. It's going to be the game board that's given with the. It's going to be in the box set.
So it's yeah. And didn't you match it up with the actual? What was that? You? No, that was somebody else.
No, I purposely made it different from the Outdoor Survival board because Hasbro owns the Outdoor Survival game because they own like Avalon Hill stuff now.
Yeah.
And I didn't want Pinkertons at my door.
Well,
so-
I got confused because I know somebody else recently did a Kickstarter and their map like purposely lined up like with the left side of the Outdoor Survival map.
I think it's
pretty cool.
Greg Gillespie, I think. I think it was Barrow Maze.
It was somebody else too. Like very recently, like literally just weeks ago.
Okay.
I think Joe the lawyer actually had him on his show, and I think I actually watched him talk about it on there. So yeah,
we'll get some plate armor. Plate armor, which puts him at AC 3.
That's very easy to hit on the D20.
No, that's pretty good. I mean, he can't. I'm not giving him a shield because he's using the battle axe, so he's a dwarf and he's got.
Yeah, no, but I was making the joke like the ascending.
Yeah, that's too
easy. Which I'll be honest, back when I first played like Baldur's Gate, I think it was the first one which still used the like lower is better. Like I had no idea. So it's like, oh well, I guess I'll wear this leather armor because it says an 11 and not a fucking 5.
So I have 57 gold left, and we have a leather backpack, 50 feet of rope, a battle axe, weapon class 5, plate armor. We need to go back up and get some adventuring gear here. Maybe a flask of oil, so he can huck that at some things if he needs to. We will do. We'll do rations, iron rations, and we'll do standard rations. Iron rations 1 week. Standard rations 1 week. Tinderbox. Let me subtract my money here. Tinderbox for -3 gold because we need to be able to start our fires to light things on fire. Tinderbox, and let's get some. So we'll have torches 6. And that's 1 gold. Then we'll have 11 gold left over. Maybe if I use this guy, he can like.
Iron ration is like what dwarven, like the kind of like
It's more for like it lasts longer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Lambus bread, basically.
It doesn't really explain, and I don't really explain like why it's better or more expensive. Zero E doesn't really tell you.
Like
But
by the name, I always consider it like the dwarven, like the more like dense, like oat cookie.
yeah,
I assumed it was like salt pork because they had
yeah.
they had like hardtack, which was like shitty rations, and then salt pork was a slightly better ration. It was still bad, but it was slightly better than like hardtack.
Yeah.
notice sloping
You should have a
passages.
third option that's kind of like more Lambus bread. I think that would be cool. But that's just me.
Half damage from larger foes. And someone had asked, I think, is this hand drawn? I did pretty much hand draw the character sheet. I did it digitally, but I used my hand drew it on my tablet to make it because I wanted to have that I wanted that look, that feel of it.
You did it digitally. Don't tell Razor Fist.
Practically the same thing as AI, right?
As long as Hideo Kojima didn't make it, Razor Fist will be fine.
Yeah, so the hardtack and some smoked meat. Yeah, it just survives longer than the other kind of rations do.
I could go for some hardtack and smoked meat. Sounds delicious.
I'll tell you what's a good show on HBO. The Terror. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I watched the first season. I didn't watch the second season because
I don't know what that is. So,
you would love the first season. It's about these two ships in like the 1800s exploring Antarctica and getting stranded on the ice, and then like a supernatural monster starts hunting them.
Oh,
yeah, it's all based on real history. So like the crew starts to go crazy, and like they found these journals where one guy was like describing this creature that he thought was hunting them, and you don't know if he was crazy or not. But like that's not really the main point of the show. The main point of the show is like the whole history behind like the golden age of like exploration or whatever, and all the horrible things that they had to go through, and it's like show them like getting poison from eating their rations that they brought on board because it had like lead poisoning and shit in it. It's like really interesting.
All right, so we need to calculate our guy's encumbrance here. He has his battle axe is weapon class 5, so that's 100 coin weight. He has plate armor, which is 750 in coin.
All right, so pretend that there are 5e people in the chat who don't know much about this but might be interested. Explain coinage.
All weight is based on coin because it's gold for XP in this. So you're going to be extracting treasure from dungeons, and you're going to need to get it back to town for it to count as XP so you can level up. And so the easiest way is just to measure everything in coin weight and what you can carry in coinage weight is as far as an encumbrance is concerned. So this is I'm calculating this out. This is why it's not a big deal though, because you have like miscellaneous equipment. So like all the stuff that like doesn't really matter. It's going to be like 80 coin. That's like my rope, my rations, spikes, torches, all that stuff. You just put in a generic 80 coin weight. But my battle axe is a weapon class 5. So it's going to weigh the equivalent to 100 coins or 10 pounds. It's 10 coins to a pound.
Yeah.
So you can see here, 1 coin is 1 coin.
You're almost at 13k now, by the way.
Really? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We're almost halfway there.
Explain how you determine how much coinage you can carry without a penalty.
That's up here. So you have your movement rates here.
Yeah.
So you can hold up to 750 in coin weight and move at 12 inches or 120 feet in a turn. You can hold up to 1,000 in coinage or 100 pounds. So this would be like 75 pounds, 100 pounds, 90 feet or 90 yards. And then 1,500 up to 1,500 would be 60 feet or 60 yards. And then 3,000, that's like the max you can carry. And that's like 30 feet.
So of course, pack animals would be able to vastly increase this.
Yes.
As well as hirelings and followers and things like that.
Porters, getting a cart, those are all useful things.
That's one of the things in these like more old school systems that I wish like your strength score would have an impact on. But I also get it that it's like streamlined.
It's really simple. I really like it. I get it. Like I see both sides of it. I went with this route because this is what's in the 3 LBBs. Your strength literally does not affect what you can carry. So
yeah. Plus, like if you think about the type of activity that you're engaging in, which is either maybe exploring a cavern or a dungeon or a tomb, but also overland exploration, like going down to 30 yards is not that big of a deal. Like it does like hurt you a little bit, but it's not like gonna make you die just because you're moving like a little bit slower. You
will run into random encounter checks more often, and I think it's good because it forces players to think about what they're carrying, and so they look at treasure, and maybe they want to hide treasure in the dungeon because they're kind of like think of it like Bilbo when the dwarves find the troll hoard with him. It's like we can't carry all this, so they bury it there and they carry what they can. That the players will have to do stuff like that, maybe come back and get the treasure that they found before. So we got our move rate. He is at 930, so he's going to be at this one here, the most medium encumbered movement at 9 inches. So we'll put 9 inches there. The character's done. That's our character. We got our dwarf here.
Nice.
Note that the move rate, it's in this version of the game, the early versions, not affected by your race. Is that correct?
No, yeah, the race doesn't affect it at all.
Right. Yeah, it's not like AD&D where it actually does have an impact.
Yeah.
Interesting. Lots of modern encumbrance systems, mine included, use a slot system, which is basically a less granular version of the coin system. Yeah, I think that like it doesn't really. So once I've calculated this all out, like I have 930, and this is generally what my character is going to be carrying, 930 coinage weight. So 93 pounds is going to be like what he's going to generally be carrying all the time. And so now when I start getting coins, if I go and find a hoard of 1,000 gold coins in the dungeon, it's super easy just to tack that on and then figure out what my new encumbrance rate is. So
yeah,
it's actually not that complicated. I think a lot of people don't understand it, and so they hate it. But it comes from a lot of hearsay or like misunderstanding. And I think it's really elegant and simple. It's like once I understood it, I was like, oh, this encumbrance
I don't
system,
mind it. I like it.
It's easy. It's easy for the style of game that Wight-Box and Zero E is trying to be. Yeah, so we made a character. Grognak Keg Barrel.
Another question for you for some of the new people here. Are you encouraged to make a roster of characters in this version of the game?
Yes. You should be
a harem of characters.
You should be let me add us back in here. You should be doing that. Mostly because I very much, let me bring up the page number for this in the rules. So I think it's just better to point to the rules that I have as well. Because that's a good question. And let me bring up my screen here. So we're back in this. So I have in the terminology and definitions, a campaign refers to an ongoing event that events that unfold due to players interacting with the game world during play. A campaign must have at least one referee and can handle as many as 4 to 50 players. So I lean into that D&D, old school D&D mindset of the massive grand campaign. If we go to adventuring and we go to time, you can see here Dungeon expedition 1 week, wilderness expedition on the map 1 move equals 1 day, 1 week of actual time equals 1 week of game time. A turn in the dungeon equals 10 minutes, and game time a round is 1 minute. Combat round is 1 minute. And so what this line here, where the 1 week of actual time equals 1 week of game time, it means like if I'm running a game for Greg and Vic here, and they say they want to go out, they explore the dungeon, they get some treasure, they come back to town, and we determined that it takes 2 weeks for them to do all that, because it takes a week to delve into the dungeon, to set up camp, get everything set up, come back to town, explore, come back to town with their loot. But we game every week. Let's say we game every Thursday night. They're going to have to play different characters because, as we see, 1 week of actual time equals 1 week of game time. So it took them 2 weeks. This is what we were talking about earlier with syncing with the game calendar. It's going to, they'll have to play different characters, maybe at a different part of the campaign setting in the next week when they come back to play. And then when they come back 2 weeks later, their characters will be unlocked. They'll be back from adventuring, and they can play as those original characters they played 2 weeks prior. I don't know if that makes sense to people, but it's just an easy way of managing the 4 to 50 types of 4 to 50 players that potentially could play in a game.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Dog is doing similar stuff with the upcoming
West
Marches. Yeah, so
I mean, that was inherent to the rules. I have that line of a campaign being 4 to 50 players because that's what Gary says. A campaign could accommodate up to 50 people. He says clearly it's supposed to be like club play. So let's see. We have you highlighted this question here from Henry. Have you done any cross comparisons between Wight-Box and Swords and Wizardry Complete Revised? Curious how Wight-Box would run Swords and Wizardry classes and adventures. I haven't looked at it, but I would think that we're building off of the same thing. I'm building off of chainmail as well. I think it'd be relatively easy to port the Sword and Wizardry stuff over. Relatively easy. You'd have to figure out what the fighting capability of various classes in Sword and Wizardry would be, but you would just find like if there's a paladin, use the fighting man progression for fighting capability to figure that out, you know. Jaeger with that. Yes, I hope I'm studied enough.
Oh, you know, even if you aren't, who cares?
Oh wow, we're almost at 13K.
Yeah, it's going really good, dude. Probably gonna blow past Blacklight at this point, like in a day.
So let's bring this back up. Man, you guys are awesome.
By the way, if anyone still wants to, if any backers want to join, like you still can. Link is in the update that John posted for the Kickstarter.
What's that? Sorry, I was reading the chat for a second.
No, I was saying like if any backer wants to like join the stream,
yes,
the link is in the update that you posted. You can get in and chat with us. You know, you might get mocked, but you know, that's fine. Or you might be able to mock me. That's also fine.
So yeah, the guys are talking about rations and stuff. So that's where I made that rule where I kind of looked at the old outdoor survival rules. And so there's like 8 slots that you have for food and like 10 for water or something like that. And so I just sort of mapped that over the water skin and your rations. And so like you pretty much like lose I think I said a water skin has like 8 units of water. So as soon as you start running out of water, then I start putting penalties those are additions to me to the game, but I feel like they're necessary. That's maybe the one part that's different in this version that's not in the original Wight-Box version that that wasn't there before. But I felt like it needed to be there. Like how would I personally implement outdoor survival as far as like rations are concerned, because I think that like I think making rations matter is important for like troops and just for your adventuring party. As you can probably tell based on this, I'm a firm believer that D&D is a resource management game as well as a role-playing game, and that the resource management often produces the role-playing elements. That's why I think encumbrance is important, because that forces you to look at the treasure and then you're role-playing with the characters what treasure you should keep or who gets what, you know. If you don't mind me asking, what's the hex scale on the map? 5 miles. 0E uses a 5-mile hex as it specifies, which is different from, I think, 1E, which says 6 miles. But I keep it with the 0E 5-mile hex map.
It's kind of funny that you use grease for like the map then, because it's like that's a very small grease.
That's what?
That's a very small grease if you use like 5 miles for the hexes, but you used grease for the actual your map that you did.
Yeah. Well, it's just what 0E says. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that to be an asshole. It's just, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, well, I think of that one that Mystic Arts guy who, what was his thing with hexes? That he was beating the drum about. He was talking about like 3-mile hexes or something where ideal or some, I don't remember.
My ideal is pretty much 6. I like 6-mile hexes.
That's what AD&D recommends, but
yeah,
I could have done that, but I don't know. I wanted to keep it like 0E, where 0E says to use 5 miles, so I went 5 mile.
I like 6 for like kind of like more like zoomed out stuff, and I like maybe like 1 or 2 for like the little bit more zoomed in stuff. I don't want it to be too like short range either. Like I know like Keep on the Borderlands, I think the hexes are like 500 yards or something technically.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, like when you look at this map and it's a 5-mile hex, it's like going from one side of the continent to the other is like 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. It's like 105 miles. It's like, that's a lot of space to like, and a long ways to go across that. And especially when there's like mountains and forests and things that'll hinder you, and then random encounters along the way, I think that's personally like plenty of mileage and space. So I agree. I like the 5 or 6 mile. I used to be stupid and I did like 24-mile hexes because I thought, oh, it's like a hex a day. That was when I was playing 5e and I didn't understand, because that's one thing I'll say about 5e is like you can totally play it in a hex crawl way, but it's so frustrating that I don't feel like 5e really tells you how to do that. They had that wilderness kit that they sort of just like quietly released and they didn't really push anyone towards. And I don't own that kit. I think Crafty Matt has it and he's talked highly of it, but it's like, I don't know. I didn't understand hexes until hex maps, hex crawls till later.
Well, if you like play like what's it called? Fucking Tomb of Annihilation. Like they actually like give you like a really good hex crawl, and then they kind of ruin it by giving you a like time limit. It's like, why are you giving me this awesome hex crawl with this huge map, and then you're giving me a time limit to actually find the Tomb of Annihilation? Like that kind of ruins the whole purpose. But if you ignore the time limit, it's like an amazing hex crawl, and it actually gives you all the rules to do it. So yeah.
Thank you, Ear Trumpet, for gifting another membership. I appreciate it. Man, we're almost at 13K. That's crazy. 13K in just under 5 hours. It's pretty cool. Any comments here? Any new ones? Italy. Someone wants me to add Italy. I thought Italy, someone else from Italy said they could do it, but maybe not. I will remedy that for that person.
And jaws is popped. That hurt.
I could hear that.
Yeah. That must have been loud if it actually came through the.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Yeah.
Let's see. And we need to edit this one for him. And yeah, if you guys are in other countries and you want it, I'm open to putting it in. I have the information, I think, to be able to do that. Okay. Let me just tell that person. There we go. So close. I mean, to be almost halfway there, only 4 hours into day one is pretty good. What's the postage like to Australia out of curiosity? I can tell you right now, for the Lord tier, the $60 box set, I have to charge, based on my shipping partner, it's kind of pricey. It's $32. And it's probably about the same for the print-on-demand ones. $32. You're welcome. If you have any more questions, like, please feel free to ask. You guys, again, can try and hop on stream. What is new with the Wight-Box with this product? So, like I said before, there's some survival rules. This is actually good because then I forget. I need to make a list, but the rules are explained a little better. Weapon class is explained a little better. And it has mass combat. It gives you more guidance and there's more. There's like a couple paragraphs on mass combat that's added. Has new art. Everything's divided into 3 booklets like the original, and then obviously the box set comes with the game board, the dice, and the box, and a referee screen. So you get a lot of extra stuff. The whole point is to try and like simulate a 0E feel. So yeah, $30 to $40. They're saying it's going to be like $32 for me, I think, for the box set. So shipping over there is crazy to that prison island country of Australia. That's what it was, the Wilderness Kit, 5e Wilderness Kit. I couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, for the 5e thing, that's something Vic and I are going to work on together, Guru Gru. So my goal with this, though, is I think that, like, there's other tiers, too, you can get with this. So you can get, like, the print-on-demand booklets if you're not sure, if you're interested in it. And also, I am going to give explicit permission in the PDFs to print these at home or for personal use. Because for me, like, I know for me, I purchased PDFs and I've taken them to like Staples or FedEx office, and you're like, can I print this up and just get it like coil bound or something? And people, they'll be there like, oh, we can't because it's copywritten. And I know that if I probably put official permission in there to print for personal use, that it will be okay. So I'm also doing that because I know some people, like we're talking about Australia, how expensive it is. You know, they might be able to back at the digital tier and still be able to print up their own booklets. Because I'm going to give you I should also state, I say it in the Kickstarter, but I give you the cover files for all 3 booklets too, and the digital file for the screen and the character sheet and the wilderness map. So you'll get digital versions of all that. So if you want to print all that stuff, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, I don't know about Mix'em. They might be cool with it, but like I've heard people like Max Liao from Legion of Myth got his whole account nuked because he was printing books for himself from PDFs that he purchased
on Lulu.
On Lulu. So like Lulu can be a stickler about it. So, you know, you never know. Greg is putting peanuts in a can or something.
Well, he is a monkey.
Sorry, Greg.
He is a monkey on the typewriter.
I'm chewing ice.
Greg is just one of those millions of monkeys on the typewriter, and you happen to fucking write an awesome RPG like a bunch of times.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, we broke 13K. We're like nearly pretty much at halfway there. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really great, dude. I mean, like I said, Blacklight right now is at 15K. So you're like, like within like less than a day, you're like almost as much as I did on my last Kickstarter. So that's like nothing to scoff at, dude. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna have to sabotage, you know. I mean, obviously, but
well, like I said, I think a lot of people that get mad about other people's success, you know, like whether it's Kelsey or I don't know if it's mine or anyone else's.
Yeah.
It's like if it helps bring other people in. If you want to build something for Wight-Box, like that's only helpful to everyone, including me. Like obviously I'm a little selfish in that regard, but like with Kelsey, like we have people like she supported it and pointed obviously some people from her server this way. So it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. We're not all in competition. It's not people want to think that it's a zero-sum game, you know, and it's not.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't have to be, at least.
I mean, you know, we're friends. We're planning to work together. So I consider your success also like a little bit my success, and, you know, vice versa probably too.
Yeah.
You know, so since we, you know, like I said, since we're planning to work together, we have like projects that we are planning together. So
yeah.
And, you know, yeah, like again, like Kelsey, like I decided to do Blacklight, and I was pretty successful with that. You know, I'm grateful to Kelsey for that. I don't begrudge her success.
Yeah, we're looking good on those pledges.
Yeah.
Travis's comment. Travis is the one. He's the one doing a Full Metal Tilt. He sent me a copy, PDF copy, where it's the jousting rules from Chainmail.
Nice.
So, what he's going to kickstart his thing. I think you want more robust, not clear, but more robust and detailed jousting rules. I think what he does will be compatible with what I'm doing here. So, check it out. Whenever he does that goes live with his Kickstarter. I don't know what else to do. We made a character. Pretty straightforward.
Well, again, if anyone wants to come on, the link is out there. Fanny Becker.
Yeah, but she's a girl. Girls have cooties.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. No, I know you're joking, Paul, but yeah, it's true. There people.
There are some people that act that way. There's also people that act like really shitty about her, like she's nothing, while, you know, they do like AI slop and all that stuff. So, like, come on, buddy. Map tour would be great. I could give a map tour, I guess. Do you have like Keith
A map tour of your world would be great. Okay. I don't really have much. Yeah, I'm kind of actually building a lot. If you watch my solo games, you can see like what I'm doing. Let me share this other screen over here. Okay. So I'm building it out in Foundry here. So I started my characters here at this. I just randomly named it Rhodia. It has a population of 301. I determined this. If you watch the solo game video, I determined all this with the oracles. They're distrustful outsiders -2 to penalty rolls or to reaction rolls. I traveled north to Castle Rhodia, where there's Lord Valusian of Rhodia, and he has again used the rules for determining like the inhabitants of castles. He has 10 myrmidons, 70 light footmen with crossbows, and 70 heavy footmen. And I determined through the oracles that are in Wight-Box that his land has been plagued by 3 chimeras out of the woods, those woods being this direction over here. And so I sort of just rolled to determine where that would be. And then it was in this chimeric city, I called it, which is just a ruined ancient city, like really old. Like think of the Jack Vance stories where the character sort of just stump. Yeah, Detroit. And there's for sure like 3 chimeras that are layering in that city, and probably a host of other nasty things. I, in my solo game, determined that and was like, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going this way. So I traveled down this road here. I ran into a wizard in the woods. I went into the woods here to explore a little bit. And he was like an actual lawful wizard who isn't chaotic and wanted to be. He kind of avoided me, though. He had surprise on my characters and kind of decided to avoid us, probably because he didn't know who we were and didn't want to get attacked, which led to running into 300 hobgoblins in this hex. And then I rolled to see if their lair was nearby on the percentage lair thing, and it was. So their lair is in this hex, and they're on their way to this village down here in Byron, where my current solo game party is. And I used the oracles to determine like the hobgoblin king sort of just oppressively harasses these people and takes offerings by force from them. And so the 300 were going down to intimidate this city here, which has it's a larger town of like 1,467 people with a standing army of 97 soldiers, probably just basic footmen. Again, determined that with the rules. Actually, this determining soldiers thing, my rule of thumb, it's not in the book, and maybe I should put it in there, is I kind of go off. I don't remember where I read it, but I read some sort of statistic that like in a medieval society, about 15 people could support one full-time soldier. So like a city watch or a soldier, a full-time military person. So if I wanted to have a town that had that, I would just divide the total number by 15 and get like how many full-time soldiers there are. But anyways, the hobgoblins are going down here to get some offerings, some slaves, and some stuff from their harvest and things like that. So my players are down here, and I was going to, in my next game session, I've endeavored to sneak back this way, past the hobgoblin army I first ran into, which I had to give them their horse, my war horse. I won a war horse at Castle Rhodia in a jousting tournament. And then I ran into these hobgoblins here, and I used the horse as payment to have them not murder me, because it was 300 of them or whatever, 200 or something. I think it was 180 actually. It was a large amount. I think it was 180. 200 is the max, I think. And so I gave him my war horse. So I'm going to sneak back in and maybe assassinate the hobgoblin king and get my horse back, because I want my horse back. So that's what's going on in my solo game in my world so far.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how I run all my games. Even if you were to play in a more traditional game, not a solo game, this is how I would do them. A lot of stuff is randomly generated on the fly, and based on what you want to do as a player, that's how I do it.
John, real quick, what time it's in your like weird fucking hours? Is
it's
natural 1:50 again?
12, like around 12 p.m. I think
And
it's
that's
normally when
mountain time, right?
and yeah, I'm like 2 hours behind. I think I'm 2 hours behind Eastern time. I don't know if that helps. So.
Yeah. So 12 p.m. Mountain Time is when Natural Ones is?
Say it again, sorry.
Natural Ones is 12 p.m. Mountain Time?
Usually, yeah, 12 or sometimes I do a bit later at 1. Actually, just say 1. I think it's 1.
Yeah.
I've done it earlier before, but 1, because then I have time to eat lunch before we stream and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
1 sounds more
Wednesdays.
familiar. Like I
Yeah,
couldn't remember. So
1 is more correct. Yeah, it's kind of been weird because I've done some like random streams as of late. So, but yeah, that's my that's a walk through my settings so far in the map. The thing that I think that's cool with this is like everyone will be doing this on this game map that buys Wight-Box if you decide to use this hex map. So I think it's cool to see, like I just said that there's Castle Rodea here and there's a village here and there's this Chimera lair up in there and there's this Hobgoblin King in the forest over here. But your layout of this map, you might have settlements in the same spot, but the populations and what those settlements are doing and even the lairs and dungeons that are nearby are going to be completely different. So so you're the only designer in the OSR related sphere that's printed a wilderness survival type map for your game. I think Borrow Maze has something, but I don't know if he has it on a board. Like I'm giving this to you on a, I should say this is like a real board game board. It's not like I'm not giving you a piece of paper that's folded up in there. Like you're getting an actual like nice chipboard, cardboard, game board. That's gonna have a nice this map printed on it that folds up and fits in the box with your booklets. So thank you for gifting the or no, you remember for 27 months. That's a long time.
27 months, Jesus.
So TBE, how are the ducks doing? They're doing good. My baby ducks are no longer baby ducks. They're integrated into the rest of them. And I have 3 males out of 9 total ducks. So 6 females, which that's not a good ratio. So we're going to be having to be butchering some male ducks and deciding which one to keep and which 2 need to get will become dinner. So
I wouldn't be able to do that. Like I've always said, like if I ever moved to like a place where I could have like animals, they would all just die of old age because I couldn't bring myself to kill them. Like I couldn't imagine myself just like killing a pig that I like like just like walks into my living room and like nuzzles my shins or whatever. Not chin, but yeah.
I mean, my ducks aren't super cuddly. Like the ones that I've raised from ducklings, especially the females, they like to come up to me and hang out near me. They don't particularly like to be held though. They'll let you pet them sometimes. They'll let me pet them, especially if I have food. But yeah, I mean, I've butchered like 2 or 3 of my ducks already. I think 2, and it's not easy. It's not like I enjoy it. I'm pretty thankful when I have to, for the meat and food that they give me and everything. I'm thankful for it, but it's not easy. I try and dispatch them as humanely as possible. So I have a pith tool that's like this. Pretty much I lobotomize them and give them instant brain death. They flail. They don't even like do the whole, like if you cut their throats, they do the whole like horrible flailing thing, which isn't fun to watch and doesn't make you feel good. I feel like when I have to butcher my ducks and I use the pith tool, it's like instant brain death. They just go limp. It's like
I watched as a kid. I watched my dad kill chickens. My uncle had like a bunch of chickens and he didn't want to kill them, so he had my dad do it, and I watched him do it, and I don't know, I didn't like it too much, but yeah.
So
Travis, I'm a pussy, but yeah, so good.
I was talking about Travis's Full Metal Tilt. So Full Metal Tilt is gonna launch on November 15th, 2025. I will be compatible yet. I'll be making a Wight-Box version after the Kickstarter. So
awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, I might try to do some Wight-Box stuff once it's out. I don't know. I'm always happy to ride John's coattails.
3 chimeras and other nasty things. That does sound exactly like Detroit. Trap House Chimera is going to be my SoundCloud rap.
I mean, that's a pretty cool name. I will listen to that. I will listen to a guy called Trap House Chimera who does like cool like synthwave stuff or something.
Yes, 2 hours, currently 1:55, 2 o'clock now. Mounted mat board is an awesome touch. Yeah, like I said, it's not like I'm just giving you a folded poster poster paper thing. Like you're getting like a legit board game board for this. So Greg Gillespie is doing a gazetteer next year of his Northern Reaches campaign setting based off the Wilderness Survival Map. Yeah, I know Vic and I were talking earlier. I know part of his Barrow setting or whatever is like based off of a part, I think, of that. I originally was going to make something that was on par with the Wilderness Survival Map, like traditionally, but ultimately it just seemed like too much of a gray area for me to do. And I like the way this map looked. I think picking Greece as the inspiration for this landform makes for a lot of interesting places to adventure and options to adventure in it. So.
You can be Xena, warrior princess, or the adventures of young Hercules.
We used to get our grandfather to do the animal slaughtering. One thing I've done too is off topic, not anything to do. It's again with the ducks. My daughter has been there every time I butchered a duck, and I've done that purposefully. And I know that might make some people upset, but I feel like it's important for her to see where her food comes from. So that's why she doesn't think it's super great, but she also watches and she sometimes helps. So I think it's important for children, if you're going to raise them that way, to know that. But
I don't begrudge what you do with your animals. I'm just a big wuss, and I wouldn't do it myself.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. I'm saying other people might be like, oh, you let your daughter watch you butcher the animal? Like, no, I do, but I think it's purposeful. There's a reason behind it. The board is a massive reason I decided to back owning a version of Zero E. Owning a version of Zero E is neat too. Yeah, I mean, you could obviously use this for your OSC game or something like that too. And any future content that I make, like I want to make some gazetteers of the stuff on this map, like I was saying earlier. You can it'll be roughly compatible to most other old school OSR things.
You're at almost 13,500 right now, by the way. So you're approaching 14. So yeah.
Oh yeah, 13,458, 165 backers.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Really happy.
I'm still, I'm not gonna until we hit the goal. I'm gonna be
but you're well ahead of the. It'd be a lot different if you were like only at like 2,000.
Yeah.
You're like almost half right now. Like you're getting close to half.
Let's see.
In like less than a day, like 5 hours. That's wild. Yeah, like you're approaching like stuff that like my whole campaign did, So
we're almost at what Makuhito did.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean that's fucking amazing. Like no matter how you.
It took me 30 days to get to like 15K from Makuhito. So
yeah. Next time I'm gonna price my stuff way higher.
Yeah, same.
Well, I felt like 60 is like kind of pricey, but 60 is not that bad for a box set. I was looking at other people's box set.
It's not. We're just fucking around.
Shadow Dog just asked. I think they asked like 59 or something for like just the hardcover book.
Yeah,
it wasn't even a box set or anything. So,
but I was looking like I don't know. I always want my stuff. I want to make money at what I do and support my family and everything. I want to be able to do that better, but I also don't want to overcharge for things too. I want it to be a value still, like because I want people to play. I actually want people to play the things that I make, especially this. This is like very special to me because I've really come to love Zero E. It's why I did Makuhito the way I did. I don't know. Zero E has become super special to me, and I just think that it deserves. BX is very cool. I love BX. Again, I get my channel namesake and my persona from it, and I still love BX. I still run it and play it, but Zero E is just super cool. I don't know.
Yeah. Isn't that the line from The Gambler? from fucking what's his face? That song, The Gambler.
I think so. Is that the country singer?
Yeah.
Kenny.
No.
No.
Kenny Rogers.
Kenny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian says, based on what I've seen with Kickstarters, whatever you finish at today, you'll do about the same on the last day as well.
Yeah.
So you should be successful.
That's been kind of my experience. You'll do at least half of what you did the first day.
Okay. I mean, it is nice that it does a weight off your shoulder to be like, oh man, we're almost halfway there, and there's 29 days to go.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool.
You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
That was like in a commercial recently or something like that. Out here in the States, at least.
Every time I think Kenny Rogers, I just think of those old Mad TV skits where he's like on Jackass. You remember those? It's Kenny Rogers on Jackass. It's just him like draining like a bottle of like Jack Daniels and like doing stunts with the Jackass dudes, and it's the actual Jackass guys. It's really funny.
It's not Kenny Rogers, though, I don't think. I don't.
No, it's what's that guy? Will Stasso.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to actually lose my voice a little bit. I'm doing like 5 hours of talking.
Yeah.
You stop making RPGs, Vic, and just start doing country.
Yeah.
Probably like weird country bars, and then other ones that are like obsessed with Americana and stuff, and they all dress up in like cowboy hats.
On a warm summer evening, on a train bound to nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep. We were fuck! I always lost it. Fuck! Yeah, I'm too drunk.
You should collaborate with that one guitarist who looks just like you.
Oh yeah, there you go. I should get Vic on vocals for one of my tracks.
Yeah, the trailer song. It's Wight-Box, guys. Come on, back it.
My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning for $2 Australian. Vic's new release will be a CD of country music.
Yeah, I mean, if people pay me for it, that's fine.
Well, Victor, you know what Wight-Box actually is.
What?
It's a clone of OD&D. The clone.
The clone.
It's the angel clone.
The devil's clone.
Stolen identity.
It's a box office Kickstarter.
Yeah, stolen identity movies. They make a lot of money.
I mean, yeah, this was pretty awesome.
I wonder, did any of you guys in the chat too listen to the new song I posted too? I went like full prog metal and wrote a 10-minute song. So
yeah,
I found a cool 9-string guitar VST. So I'm playing guitar. It's actually not a real guitar. I don't know if that makes people upset or not, but I'm playing guitar on my MIDI controller actually instead of a real guitar.
So you're the 6-string samurai?
Yeah. I started adding the guitar tracks over a lot of the Traveler, the guitar tones over some of the previous tracks that I had done. And it sounds pretty cool. It's like gent wave, I guess.
I still like your saxophone thing that you did for me. So yeah, I actually tried to make a trailer for Streets of Magic the other day, but I don't think I have enough like information on the game yet to like do the trailer justice. I was like really struggling like how to describe the game, because I don't know how many classes they're gonna be, and like I don't know like any of the like the real like key details yet. So I eventually gave up, but yeah. I did manage to perfectly match it though. So once the sax hit, that picture popped up with like the dwarf playing the saxophone. That was like really cool.
I'm catching up on some tweets that are tweeting at me too. Joel was talking about how Wight-Box has helped him with abstraction. Yeah, that's awesome. The Complete DM at the Complete DM on X. Joel's a nice guy. Everyone should go follow him.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's see.
Be back for quick.
I'm at 13.6 now.
Dope.
Are there any other systems you've thought about making a retro clone for, or is OD&D the only one that's called to you? Yeah, I think OD&D is really special because it's so there is some like esoteric nature to it that was very rewarding, and working with my friends and bouncing ideas off of each other and them correcting me when I came up with interpretations for the rules. There's something special about it that makes it really unique. And I think it's partly because it was the first of its type. And the first of its type, and it's been so, in my opinion, misunderstood, for better or for worse. I mean, we have to be thankful for some of its misinterpretations because it's led to a lot of really cool games because of misunderstanding it. But also, there's a lot of depth there that has not been explored in those 3 little booklets, or just glossed over, misunderstood. And that's really like interesting and unique to me, that I think a lot of the other retro games don't have, in my opinion. So I can't think of another one. Like some people have said, like, because I love Traveler. Traveler is like my other favorite game. I would say like OD&D and Classic Traveler are like 2 of my favorite games of all time. And people are like, you should do a clone of Traveler. And it's like, well, I don't see a point of that, because you can get, like, Mark Miller's always made getting his rules of Classic Traveler very easy. And so it just seems to me disrespectful to like step on his toes. And Traveler is definitely more accessible of a 70s game than I think Zero E was, or has been, OD&D has been, because it's explained more completely in that. And you have all the you don't have to reference chainmail like you do. You don't have to reference a 4th book like you do in Zero E with Traveler. And then I think a lot of games after that sort of built on top of it, of the momentum of Zero E and the understanding of how to make a game, and these kinds of games lay out what rules need to be there. And so they're a little more complete. They don't need this sort of work, I think, that I've tried to do to Zero E. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, and Cephas Engine is a thing too. Cephas is cool, but it's still a little too modern for me. I think it's really cool, but I really love Classic Traveler. I love how skills work in Classic Traveler, and they don't work that way in Cephas Engine. It's a more universalized than Cephas Engine, and I have a lot of Cephas Engine games. But I like the way that some of the skills and abilities, like if you look at the Forward Observer skill in Classic Traveler, that skill is like a target number 11, and you get like these weird bonuses. And every skill, they're almost like feats where they function in different ways based on the 2d6 mechanic. Whereas it's not this universalized +1 -1 that you see in Cephas Engine and in later versions of the 2d6. So I did back. What is the game? Where's Blade? And they've done really well. I hope I could do as well as these guys. I will share this screen here. I don't know if you guys have seen this game. I'll show someone else's here, but this really interested me. I'm always interested in Japanese tabletop role-playing games.
Yeah.
And I backed this one, but it's like it reminds me of like Escaflowne. It's like fantasy, but they have like these giant like fantasy mechs.
Yeah, it's
and
cool.
It just looks super cool. So I'm looking forward to this. It's like a game from the late 80s, early 90s in Japan, and they're bringing it over for an American translation. And I've heard that Sword World is coming too, which is a 2d6 system. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to that, because I've always been interested in Sword World, because it's basically like old school D&D, but they didn't have access to D20s, so they made it like 2d6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know a little bit about some Sword World. I've looked into it. Like the Japanese played role-playing games very differently than what Americans did. Like teamwork was extremely emphasized to the point where like you weren't supposed to backstab people, or you were always supposed to be supporting each other like with like the
Well,
utmost of your ability and this type of stuff.
JRPGs are like still to this day are very influenced by like that original like kind of like Japanese old school D&D like
Yeah.
community. Like even down to like the kind of monsters that you'll encounter.
Mhm.
Like even just to this day in Final Fantasy, you'll like run into a monster that's like, oh yeah, that's like basically just this from like fucking like Zero E. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like the power of friendship over
Yeah.
there.
I mean, that's cool. I'm looking forward to Sword World. When they release that, I'll definitely be backing that too. But Where's Blade looked really interesting to me. The art looked really cool. And just the idea of this old school game from the 90s, early 90s, late 80s just seems like rad to me. Because like you said, they do have a totally different mindset. So
Their races were always like not completely different, but they always had like a lizard men were always like a core race, even going all the way back to the beginning. And
yeah, there's a lizard man here in Where's Blade. So
yeah, they never were for us for like D&D for a long time, stuff like that. If you watch like Goblin Slayer, you can see some of those influences too. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
I've not
show.
watched Goblin Slayer, but yeah.
Yeah, I watched the first season. It was fun, and they did do a Sword World Goblin Slayer RPG.
Yeah.
Which I think you could only get physical, so I never got it. But yeah,
my dad ordered it for me for Christmas. I had it on my Amazon wish list, and my dad's great. He like really supports what I do, and so for Christmas he got that for me, but Amazon screwed it up, and the book never arrived, so I just never got it. So he got his money back, and he got me something else. I don't remember, but I was interested in seeing the Goblin Slayer TRPG, but never got it. Yeah, we were just talking about how Sword World 2.5 is going to be coming to English here soon. So
yeah, and that's also already been unofficial like translations out there for a while. Like I have the PDFs for the unofficial English translation. At one point, I actually wanted to make like my own kind of like Sword World inspired RPG, and I was working on it pretty hard, but I abandoned it. you know how it goes, John. You work on something for like 3 weeks, and then you're like, fuck this.
Well, it's better to invest 3 weeks and realize it's not good than like, I'll just keep pushing forward into it, and then
and you're always left with stuff that you can use for future projects.
Yeah. Wow, 13.7, getting there. That's crazy.
Goblin Slayer was a real shock to the system for people when it came out, because like that was the height of the 5th edition stuff, and like Goblin Slayer is like this old school like based like every goblin must die, and like
kill the baby goblins,
about, like advanced traps and like how to murder as many goblins as possible and stuff like that.
The Goblin Slayer RPG is interesting. Played a session at GaryCon. Uses career class stacking to customize your character as they level up. I've heard that a lot of the JRPGs are very much like custom build class things. Like you have classes, but it's a lot more build your character in a certain way than maybe we're used to here in the West. Like they're really into that sort of thing, which I think is cool. Whatever, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean Final Fantasy Tactics and shit like that. Those are good games. We have like robust class systems where you can mix and swap different classes.
Yeah. That's actually interesting, because I remember actually Final Fantasy Tactics talking about, I think it uses the term careers or something like that, and I never knew at the time that just connected that to me. That might have been linked to this Sword World concept, this old school JRPG, TRPG concept they had.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I might have to be getting off soon here because I'm like running out of
5
steam.
hours.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam, and I'm nervous still, but man, we're almost halfway there.
Yeah, it's kicked ass so far.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, yeah, I think I'm losing my voice a little bit. I think we'll end the stream here. I should go check on my wife and child and thank my wife for watching our daughter while I do this chat with all you guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm like blown away that we're practically almost halfway there. Day one after just 5 hours. That's crazy. You guys are awesome.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me on to chat about it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming on. Thanks, Vic. Was there anything you guys want to tell people while we have like 400 something people apparently watching?
I don't know. Check out my stuff. Blacklight, Modern Necessities, all that junk.
You can still late back yours. So
yeah, you can still late pledge to Blacklight. So if you play Shadow Dark and you like modern stuff, you like SCP Foundation type stuff, you like Stargate type stuff, you like Special Forces teams going after like vampires and like weird monsters, check out Blacklight for Shadow Dark RPG. You can find it on Kickstarter. It's my birthday in like a little bit over an hour and a half, so I might stream at that point. I don't know.
Okay. Well, check out Vic's channel.
I might do a birthday stream. I don't know. I've been drinking. I'm having fun. So
look up Victor Gorcha.
And check out my game, Titans of Fallen Earth. It's it's been out for a few weeks now, but unfortunately there's no hardcover because I was talking with Joe the lawyer and you guys earlier. The printer basically is refusing to ship to the United States right now because of some whatever political thing. So that's on hold. But the PDF is very competitively priced. You're not going to get you're going to find a better deal than what I've got up there. Just in terms of the art and everything that's in it. It's a fully fledged like Kaiju versus Mecha war game. It's not a story game. It's got a lot of combat crunch. And last night I did a live stream with Patty's Parlor Gaming on Rumble.
Yeah.
And you can check that out. We did a full character creation with 4 players. And then we ran a combat mission, so you can see what that's all about. But it's all about explosive action. If you like mecha stuff that's not lame, like Lancer, then check it out.
yeah, like Lancer, yeah.
I'm looking at KickTrack right now.
On track for $200,000.
It's saying it's trending towards. It's not a projection, so it's not going to hit this. But it says it's trending towards 417K. I don't think I'm going to hit that. But
when I did mine, it said like, oh, it's trending towards like 38,000.
Yeah, it needs more data. I'm sure once I get more information here.
First day is always like woo, and then it slows down severely, and on the last day it goes up again.
But that's really hopeful for me that it will fund at least at my required. I need to not go upside down on this, so that's good.
My channel name is just Victor Gorchev, like without spaces. So Victor with a K, not a C. I know a lot of people like to spell it with a C, but I'm based, so I spell it with a K. So
I can try and put it in chat here. 1 second.
Yeah. I'm not promising that I'll actually stream, but I'm thinking about it. We'll see how I feel at that point.
Yeah, I'll jump on them maybe if you do, but
yeah, it's fine.
This Kickstarter and Vic's and mine, and there's been a lot of fairly moderately successful Kickstarters for games that have nothing to do with 5th edition or like any of this newer modern age stuff. It's all like kind of the old grassroots style of like indie games. So just keep supporting those and you'll find good stuff to play.
Yeah. I hope that people get this in their hands and they have a good time, and we can get like this old school mode of play going back in the more zeitgeist. I think like Kelsey, like I said, she sort of really I think Shadow Dark really helped put old school mentality like in the forefront of people's minds in the hobby. And so I think that's great because it means it's more open to this kind of stuff, like what I'm doing here and what Vic and what Greg is doing as well. So yeah, I think we'll end this stream here. I'm gonna go drink some tea and get my voice back because I feel it going. But thank you guys for watching.
Yep.
Agile Monk. Oh, that's awesome. I would trust your math over.
Yeah, that'd be great, dude. Like,
That'd be good.
I would love that.
Sick.
Yeah, and are you planning to? Are we planning natural ones, like a normal natural ones on Wednesday?
I think I should be good to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're probably gonna reveal some of our plans for like other stuff that we want to do together.
Yeah.
At that point. Yeah.
It's again will not be 5th edition related at all. So
no,
we do
not even OSR related. So
not even OSR related, but we do have like I said, we are going to be working on a version of 5e, but this is like a separate project that Vic and I want to do. So yeah. Thank you for that $1.99 to Agile Monk. I appreciate it, and your channel support. It means a lot to me. Yeah. And thank you guys for. Oh, go ahead.
No, I wanted to thank everyone for their birthday wishes that already sent it out there. So
yeah, happy birthday, Vic.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
this be 26.
It's old, not obsolete.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you guys so much. We'll end it here. And if you haven't backed already, consider. If you have backed, I thank you so much. This has been a good day so far. So thank you.
Yep. See you later.